Wow. That really tripped me out. That was trippy. Are you guys tripping out as much as I am on this on these holidays and this trippy music? Let's check a couple of things. How are we doing? How are we doing on bitrate? So we got OBS live right now. And oh, it says I'm pushing 8200 kbps. What the heck? I'm not trying to go live that live. Let's check YouTube. YouTube says 14,000 or 14 megabits per second, 60 FPS. That's pretty good. That's right. That's right. But Twitch, you can't go 82 on Twitch. That's cheating on Twitch. You can't do that. Wonder why it's going so high. Let me see if I can just bring it down a little bit so we don't poke the dragon. Plus, the weird thing is, like, nothing's even happening on my screen. Like, why does it want to stream so high? It's like, it's not like we're playing Fortnite or something. It's not like we're playing Battlefield and need like so much bitrate. But happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Is it the New Year yet? I don't think so. I think that's coming up pretty soon. Any New Year's wishes? Well, we'll talk about that more on New Year's. Maybe, hopefully, do a New Year's stream. You know, it's kind of been a thing, I guess. Well, maybe in the past, I did a lot of New Year's streams, and we would celebrate every hour on the hour, at least, you know, for most of the day. Maybe not for every single time zone, but we've definitely had some streams where we would track every time zone and do a cheers at right on the hour. And that's pretty fun. I don't know if I'm going to do that this year. I know we're definitely going to be doing something here at my house for New Year's. So it could go live at any time. But what I wanted to stream tonight was, well, I'm actually working on some of these AI things still. Each day I try something new, and I run a couple of tests as much as I can anyway. You know, I'm like working on whatever, and kind of in the background I try to queue up some renders and try to render a couple of things. And everything's getting better. All these models just get better and better. I put one in here. I don't know. Let me try refreshing this and see if it'll show me. Let's see. Where do I find this? So I have this. I don't know what the original picture looks like. I think it's definitely not this one, but the original picture is like kind of zoomed in. Oh, the face kind of melted right there because it zooms out. But it's just like my character Laura just standing in this room and like water's pouring in the background. I don't know what this room is. So I thought, okay, well, we got to try Quinn Image Edit, the new one that just released 2511. So I don't know why they kind of delayed on releasing it. I think maybe Z Image like just rolled out and just took everybody by surprise, and everybody freaked out on it. And I'm just speculating, by the way, when I say that, you know, maybe Quinn saw that and they were like, whoa, let's like wait another couple of weeks to release this. So they release it late, and then ComfyUI kind of, you know, is like kind of slow to support it. Well, not slow, actually. They were pretty fast, but, you know, it kind of rolled out on their timeline. And so now it's here, and the first like comments about it were like, oh, this sucks. Like, it's not good. Or I don't know, there were some complaints and people seemed disappointed. And then as like more people started trying it, then everybody was excited and they were like, hey, no, this is good. It's actually, you know, doing stuff. And so I didn't really need image edit for anything, but I tried all the workflows, like, you know, like face replace or face swap or whatever. And I have used it. I actually made a book. I should actually show that on the stream. I made a book for my son for as a Christmas gift. And I made it using Quinn Image and Quinn Image Edit. And it came out so good. It came out printed like really good. But this particular Laura, let me see what it's called. Oh, this is actually the original image right here. Yeah, so that's the starting image. And then I run it through this workflow, which is multiple character angles. I think this is built in. This is one of the built-in Comfy templates. If you're all the way updated, you just scroll down a little bit and you can see one click multiple scene angles, one click multiple character angles. So when you open that up, it gives you a pretty cool pre-made template, but I did edit it. I went in here and this, you know, you can go into these subgraphs here. They've got it organized pretty nicely here, but it's subgraphs within subgraphs, which makes it kind of confusing in a way. But here's like kind of a basic workflow for this. And I edited the sampler. I changed the sampler and I think I added a step just to give it another step. Does it need that? I don't know. I think it probably does, because I think just the default one, the settings were just kind of like whatever. So if you have a favorite sampler or something that's working good with your images, then that's pretty good. I don't think it was supposed to go sideways like this on this one. That's 90 degrees right. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to like change the frame. So that might be, you know, because I'm using this LoRa that's made for 2509. So I thought, oh, is this going to work at all? And it turns out it did work, but it does kind of mess up on some of these angles. But for the most part, some of this other stuff is really good. Like, look at the lighting on this bottom up shot. Like, it's got this, I mean, that's like really difficult to generate, and it just does it. And it looks like there's like a waterfall or something going on back there. I don't know what the hell is going on. You know what this kind of reminds me of? Like a really, really fancy shower, like super fancy. Like, you know, you walk into some kind of mansion and you know how people get funny with their showers. This seems like it could be like a super designer shower, or whatever. The shower head's just up there, just falling down like a river or something. That'd be nutty. I don't know what's going on with this floor. Trippy. What does the original look like? Yeah. So this was just like a random, one of my random generations that just, you know, I let it go overnight. It produced a lot of various images. This was one, and I stuck it into this Quinn Image Edit workflow. I pressed go, and it popped out these images. Let's take a look at them. So that's another one I did. I'll show that one too, but let's just do this one. So they go like this, and then I think the next thing you can do if you want, is even the zoom in there. Like, it's me. It definitely doesn't have like my skin right and everything because, you know, it zoomed in. That wasn't like the original frame, but I think the LoRa is there to help it. So it's not too bad. And there's some side angles so you can see it's just an old fat guy there. And then that one like turned, I don't know what it was supposed to do there, but it just turned the whole frame. Good to know it can do that though. It just rotated it. I think maybe the prompt needs to be adjusted for the new image edit. That might help it. Just checking on Discord. I got to check in on there every once in a while, make sure everybody's doing all right. So now what do you do with these images? I actually don't know. I don't know what the point of some of these are. So, you know, I was going to ask your advice for what to do with that. But I think one thing you can do is like the multi-keyframe video stitching thing where, you know, this produced eight images, but you can probably stitch those together into like a WAN video. Just make a quick short. So we'll probably do that. I was going to explore image edit. So what are all the things you can do with image edit? There's a bunch of things. It'll do what you tell it. You can prompt it. You can be like, take something out of the image, put something in the image, make the character's arms do something. Like you can tell it all kinds of stuff. You can say, or you can even add additional reference images. So I could take a picture of me and take a picture of somebody else. And, you know, you have two of those pictures and then you can tell it combine the pictures and then it'll make like an all new picture with the two characters that you put in there. So it's really powerful. And that's, you know, clearly where some of these models are going is this ability to edit. And then you have like the control nets and everything as well. But edit has got its own thing going on. This is like pretty amazingly trained model. I'm trying to figure out how to work it into the workflow though, because you have Quinn image, which just generates images. And then you have the image edit, which is its own model that does, you know, different frames, different angles. It'll change the character. I could tell it, put this character, you know, in a different kind of clothes and describe the clothes and it'll just change the clothes. Or I can reference a specific outfit and be like, you know, here I could, you know, should give it a picture of a Speedo and then bam, banned, because that would be way too sexy for this stream. That'd be super hot. So I can't do that. But there's other stuff too you can do. The inpainting, I think. I had problems with inpainting with the last version of Image Edit. Not necessarily problems, but I felt like I was fighting against Quinn Image Edit with the inpainting workflow. And then I tried the stuff that was failing for me last time, and it just worked on 25.11. So that's the new version. So why? Like, what's the difference? What did they do different? I don't know, but it's obviously they made it a little bit better. It seems, at least it's working for the things it failed at last time. So let me move my YouTube over here so I can. Pew! There goes my YouTube live dashboard. And I don't know if I can. I'm trying to figure out how I can see the chat, and I have a lot of monitors here, but obviously I don't have enough monitors for everything. So I kind of just described what Image Edit does a little bit, but we got to do something cool with it. You got to give me some ideas about some cool stuff we can do with it. Oh, here's something cool that it did earlier. So this was something I was trying to do like last time on the stream with Image Edit, and you can see if I zoom in to these workflows right here, there's Image Edit plugged in there. I got the FP8, so the smaller one, so I could fit it on my GPU. And then, what the heck? I get my Meshtastic messages like to pop up in Windows. I like wrote a little program for that. I've got my Meshtastic nodes. I've got one on long fast and one on medium fast, and they're connected to my like home WebSocket system, so the messages will pop up. You guys should do that too. You guys should get a Meshtastic node. They're really fun. If you get one, you'll end up with like 10 in no time. They're cool radio devices, and they hook up to your phone and to your computer and stuff. You can send encrypted messages for over a long range with really low power. It's good radio. You could build like little solar builds and stuff. It's good radio. It's good electronics. It's good engineering and programming if you want, but you don't have to program. So I can add these LoRa's. Look, I've got the Psynaps logo, LoRa. See that? And then down here, I've got the Psynaps. That's my character LoRa. So the logo was trained on images that were like this kind of, but also my 3D ones. And so I tried with image edit. I tried just combining these two. I said, okay, here's a background that we made with, Quinn image. Just has some 3D text. We did some like 3D techniques. I'll probably pull that one up because that one's not done. We're still working on that. I think we worked on it a little bit last time. And then I put my logo in here. It's pretty small. See the dimensions of that logo. It's not too big. This one's 1440 wallpaper, and then this one's like a little tiny image. And then you put that into the workflow. For some reason, I was trying stuff here. I tried adding noise. That's like some nodes will just do that for you, but the perturbation texture, I was like, well, let's just try it. So I just put it in there. And then here's the weird thing, the empty latent thing. I have that plugged into the sampler, and that's supposed to help with like the image shift and stuff. And it does. I still don't totally understand like how to make that better. I know there's like a ton of workflows out there, but sometimes I look at other people's workflows and I'm like, what the hell are they doing? I'm trying to figure it out. But for the most part, people seem to be using this technique, although I'm sure I could implement it better. But it's basically what this is doing is setting the dimensions for image edit, and I have it set to 1 megapixel. Well, 1 megapixel, here's the problem. This background image is 1440, 2560 by 1440. That's a lot of pixels. 1 megapixel is much less than that. So I'm actually downscaling here, which is going to destroy a lot of the details of this image. But if you see here, I'm able to, I think you can tell it kind of takes away some pixels, but not too bad. And then in order to get the pixels back, I added another chunk of nodes down here. And this node is like this latent upscaler kind of refiner, and it's going to upscale by 2 here. This one seems to work. I mean, I've gotten this to work. Sometimes it does not work so good. Sometimes it changes the image a lot, even at low denoise. So this one's a weird one. I'm still trying to figure out the best one for this. And everybody, like I look up, if you just do a search, if you're just learning this and you go and do a search for upscaling, there's a bunch of upscale workflows out there, but for some reason I hate them all, it seems. And I'm just trying to find one that I like, that I want to like develop on and make part of my workflows. But some of the SDXL ones, I don't understand. I think the reason I don't like them is I don't really understand them very well. So it's hard for me to use them. I mean, I could just plug them in and see what happens. And I have, and most of the time it sucks compared to this. And this is really just like, it's pretty simple. There's no upscaler here. It's just that's the upscaler, but there's not like an upscaler node per se. It's just using this latent thing where the VAE encodes and decodes. But hey, Morph says all the upscale workflows online seem to be overly complicated. Yes, and I think I was overly dramatic in the way I described them. But yes, it was too much, like a lot of them. And so I'm trying to find, and I know there's some really great ones out there because I see people doing really good ones. And I think I'm probably trying to do what everybody else is trying to do, upscale the image, add some details, and preserve the original, and not destroy the original too much. And that's the problem with this latent method I'm using here, is it will change the image a lot. Fortunately, it doesn't, when the LoRa's are plugged in, like if it was my character LoRa or the logo LoRa, it doesn't destroy those too much. So the LoRa's kind of guide it in the right direction. But if I'm not using a LoRa, and for example, I took a picture of my webcam and then I put in a picture of Ana de Armas. She was the AI lady in that movie. What's it called? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, she's super cute, and I said make her a cyborg, and change the room and put us in a futuristic room and make her a cyborg. And so it did, and it made a really nice image of her. I could probably show those. Blade Runner, right? Yeah, I'm drinking coffee. I'm trying to wake back up from my little nap that I took. I'm almost there. But Ana de Armas in Blade Runner. And so the first image came out really good, but then when it came down to the upscaler, then like my image stayed fine, but it changed her face. And sometimes it didn't look like her anymore. And I don't know why it wanted to change her so much, but it wasn't keeping with this image of her that I had put in right here in this slot. So that's something like that I don't fully understand about the latent method. I think there should be a method to like keep that influence going all the way down the pipeline. So as I learn it better, maybe I'll figure that out. But anyway, this image here, looking at this one's using the new Qwen image edit. So we can see how it did. It's using the 2511 version, which just came out. And it's a very powerful platform here to work on once you figure all this out. So it put the logo there. That's pretty cool. Put the logo on something. We got to think of something cool to put the logo on. And then it did its 2 times upscale, which brought it from 1 megapixel to 2 megapixels, I guess. What is it? What did the dimensions say on this? It doesn't say here because it's got reloaded, I think. But yeah, but it looks pretty cool. So let's go back. You're using a 2 morph 2511. I think people probably hopped on it sooner than I did. It took me a little bit of time because I was doing other stuff first. But then I plugged it in and I was like, ooh, now it's doing the things that it wasn't doing before. So maybe some things broke, but at least inpainting seemed to work a lot better for me in my previous inpainting workflow. So this is what that latent upscale does. I mean, I don't know. It's satisfactory in some ways. Like it definitely upscales this mofo. As you can see, the details are much sharper. So it rescues those pixels. It does some weird stuff to the logo though. Again, like almost like that Ana de Armas example that I gave where it really like did some weird stuff with that secondary picture that comes in. This one here is a lot more, the before is like the logo that I presented it. But the after really gets the texture really like drilled in, which is kind of cool. I don't hate it, but it is very dramatic. Like there's, a little lens flare from the sun and stuff. So maybe with prompting, maybe it needs a little prompt help or something. But it's still pretty cool. A lot of detail there. So we rescued those pixels again. That blows my mind, I gotta say. it blows my mind that in design now, you know, that you can actually downscale and then upscale and get your pixels back. Normally in, you know, graphic design and photo editing, like in Photoshop and stuff, traditionally, when you downscale, you can't upscale again. You lose all of the pixels. They never come back. But with AI, the pixels actually come back on the upscale. Blows my mind, but it's pretty cool. And we're used to it. It's like, duh, it's upscaling Psynaps. Of course, the pixels are still there, but it's just like so unlike, you know, the traditional way. But you're running the BF16 version. Right. So how much memory do you need for the BF16? And the BF16 kind of scared me away. I was like, am I going to be able to run that on a, you know, 24 gigabytes? Because it was like 30 some gigabytes. And I was like, that's not going to fit on my GPU, right? So I just downloaded the FP8. I think I did the right thing, unless I can use the BF16 and I'm just a moron, which, you know, which is usually how it goes at the start before I wise up. But it seems fine. It seems cool. The only weird thing that happened was, and that might be because I'm using a LoRa optimized for 2509. But the weird thing that happened was I did this default workflow that comes with Comfy for the multiple character angles. You know, it just gives you multiple angles. And there's a LoRa called the Quinn Edit Multiple Angles LoRa. And so it's trained on 2509. And I thought, ooh, I wonder if this will work. It did, but it's doing this weird thing where it'll like on the 90 degrees angles, it'll just like rotate the whole image. It didn't used to do that. So maybe that's just a prompt thing, but everything else kind of seemed to work the way it did before. So that's kind of interesting to see, you know, if all the 2509 LoRa's will work with 2511. Seems like they might, as they typically do, but probably not 100% correct. Something's wrong there a little bit. You gotta, 60 gigabytes. Oh, no, it runs fine. Okay. So maybe I'll download that and try. I don't know. Maybe, you know, the Quinn image edit with the FP8 seemed to be going pretty fast. They were pretty zippy. So maybe that's because it's the FP8 version. But I got that version from the ComfyUI Hugging Face. So it's there. It's, you know, the one that came with this, with the starting templates, was the BF16. And they didn't even mention the FP8 because they added it a day later. And so it's there now. But that's actually a good question. Like, how do they compare? I mean, the BF16 is going to be better, but are we going to notice? You know, one of the things I'm realizing about AI, and this is true not just for image generation or video generation, but, you know, the speed does matter. Some people will say, some people like on Reddit will say, speed doesn't matter. Quality is the most important. Well, that's easy to understand. Yes, you know, sometimes when we go fast, it gets sloppy, and the faster you go, the quality goes down. So that's pretty true with any workflow outside of AI. You know, when you're hauling ass, usually you take less care for the details. And so the stuff that goes slow might actually result in more details that may count. But that's the question. Does the extra details actually count? Or is it better to go faster? And in some cases, it can go either way depending on what you're doing. Some cases, it's better to go faster. And I think maybe in an automated thing, like if we were doing, I want to see how we can get these integrated into the live stream. In that case, speed might matter because let's say there's like, you know, 100 viewers or 1,000 viewers, and subs are pumping and alerts are pumping and stuff. And you want to, you know, render while some of these things are going on. You want to like generate. You're going to have to generate fast. So you might have to sacrifice some quality. So I can't wait till we get like more like real-time models. And right now, anything real-time is pretty damn bad. So I hope things get better. And so we can start integrating more real-time stuff, I think. It doesn't even have to be like real-time. It just needs to be like, it can't be 30 seconds. It can't be 2 minutes for a generation. You know, we need it to be more like, 5-10 seconds. That would probably work. But Morphine says, I found in my testing that if you turn off the lightning lure and increase your steps to 30 or so, you get better results. Right. I think I have explored that a little bit too, but that's exactly the point of speed and quality, where it's like when you take out the lightning lure, you're actually not just, not only does it take longer, but I notice you're also getting a different effect as well, like a different kind of vibe, because it's really like resolving slowly, and it reaches a different answer, essentially, it seems, and a better one. But those ones take a long time, I think. Definitely too long for my patience. Like, what I wanted to figure out was, can I use lightning to check on things? Like, put things together, throw the lightning in there, generate something fast, and then later go back and take lightning out. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I'm going to make like 100 images and make them all with lightning so I can get them all and see them, pick which ones are good, and then go back and like just let them cook, let them really, really cook. I think you can do that, but I don't remember if I was able to get the exact same, the generations were a little bit different, I think, when I did that. But that would be cool if you could do something like that. To me, the details definitely count, and they definitely do. Quality is very, very important, because that's why we're here. That's why we're playing with these new models and, reaching for better, we want it to be better and realistic. And you said there is a marked difference with and without the lightning lure. On the 5070 Ti, I'm generating 1024 by 1024 in 188 seconds, but the characters don't have any shiny plastic skin. Well, hallelujah to that, because that's like basically the plastic skin bullshit is why I stopped doing like, character generations with what was it, with Flux. I was really excited with Flux. Everybody was, when Flux came out. I tried training a character Laura with Flux, and I was just blown away at some of the results. But then I started noticing basically exactly what you said. The plastic skin. I was like, wait a minute, something doesn't look right. And I was trying to figure out exactly what it was, and every time it was a damn skin, And so that's how it comes, unless you're, and then you have to do all this stuff to try to get rid of the plastic skin. And with the LoRa's and, messing with all the denoising and stuff to try to get it right. And then you can get it pretty good. Then we got like Z image. Okay, now compared to Z image, where Z image is not really doing that. Like, just right out of the gate, it's looking pretty good. In fact, if you're not careful, Z image can actually really kind of wreck the skin. And I think a lot of people on Reddit are confused about that, because I'll see these image collections by people that are using Z image, and the skin looks just like really bad. Now, nobody's skin is perfect. My skin is like definitely not perfect. So it's not that. I'm not saying like, bad skin is bad. It's just, it's really bad. It looks very burnt, like AI burnt, not like skin burnt, like too much. Just doesn't, like, it looks fake in the other way, where, so first you're getting plastic fake skin, and now you get like this Z image, like AI burnt skin. And so now you have to dial it back a little bit to smooth it out. So it's kind of funny that we have like these opposites going on. And then there's Quinn. Maybe Quinn is right in the middle somewhere, where if you don't watch out, it is going to give you plastic skin. And you might have to do things like you said, where you got to actually you got to take the lightning out. Now, I didn't have too much problem with the plastic skin with lightning. I think when I use my character lore that's trained on my bad skin, taken with my cameras, that seemed to help. I didn't have to use a skin LoRa or a Lenovo or a Samsung, or all those LoRas out there to, get the skin looking like a photograph. My photographs themselves from the character lore actually was, for the most part, enough to clear that up a little bit, but you could see still it was a little bit plasticky. It still needed a little bit of help. So this is pretty cool. And then let me, I started talking about this one workflow. Let me just finish it before I actually start generating some stuff. But the last step in this, for some reason, I have a face detailer here. That's assuming that maybe the character lore would be involved, but it's not. And then finally, I have the Seed VR2 upscaler. So everybody seems to be recommending the Seed VR2. It's good. It makes things easy. It does take a little while to render. Maybe on a 5070, it might take a little while. Actually, no, the 5070 will render this fine, because I also have I've got a 3090 in that computer back there. That's what I have Comfy on, that computer that's behind me. So my stream PC is just streaming. So all the generations will happen on that one. But that one also has a A4000 in it, which is the same generation as the 3090, but it only has 16 gigs of VRAM. It's a little quadro heating up back there. So what I did with this Seed VR is Seed VR will let you choose the GPU. And so I set it to CUDA 1, which is actually the 16 gigabyte version. So the 5070 Ti probably will kick that quadro's ass in terms of generation times. So probably have no problems with that, because it does take a little while to render these, especially the 7B. It's like that one you have to wait for a little bit, but the results are great. Yeah, I got to remember, since you mentioned, thank you for mentioning about the BF16 version. I got to go download that and try it. I find myself running out of NVMe and SSD space. Anybody else? I was on Discord complaining about that on the Pixarama Discord. I was complaining about storage, and no one was very sympathetic about my storage woes. I didn't expect any sympathy. It's just kind of funny. I was like, I just felt like I was the only one feeling like my storage space was running out. I was like, how do you guys deal with this? And what did they say? What did I say? I said, my drives are filling up. How do you guys deal with this? And somebody said, forgot what they said. They said, delete your safe for work models and just keep your not safe for work models. That was their advice. I was like, okay. Just got to delete your base models and just keep all your not safe for work custom models, and then free up enough space just to download another model. But see, that's the thing, is there's so many models. There's always another model coming in. So at some point it's going to reach a steady state, whereas if you want to download a new one, you're going to have to let an old one go. But that's not the case. Just need to order another, at least an SSD, which are slow as molasses. If you get a SATA SSD, these models, they do not load very fast on there. And then if you want to speed that up, well, then you got to buy more memory and RAM right now. I haven't even looked at the price of RAM. I've just heard that, regular RAM, like DDR DDR5 or DDR6 or whatever it is now. It's very expensive. Something happened with the prices. The market's all messed up. I don't want anything to do with a messed up market right now. So that's going to be a rough one to upgrade there. And then, of course, what you really want is the VRAM. And that's the GPU RAM. And if you have enough of that, then all your models will load into that and stay loaded as you work. And you won't have to swap between RAMs. So that's where we want to be. But then those are really expensive. So you've got to buy into all of those things that I mentioned for this. And you pay one way or the other. You know, if you don't want to do all that, then you can rent a server on the cloud and pay those, either those hourlies or, an API, pay by the tokens or by the image. All that's pretty rough. I don't know. We find a balance somewhere. I did train one of my character lores. I trained on the cloud, on a run pod, I think. But I found that I can actually train them on this rig right behind me. No problem, actually. So I trained my logo LoRa on this one, and I just let it train overnight. And, in the morning, woke up and all my training was done. So it's totally possible. But you're always out of space. 4 terabyte M2. Yeah, I need to. I guess that's the key, is get those 4 terabytes, and the 4 terabyte M2s are not as bad as they used to be. They were really, hard to find a couple of years ago. They were expensive, but now I noticed that that's probably the most popular thing right now, is those 2 terabytes or 4 terabytes M2s. They seem a lot more popular than SSDs, but I don't even think anybody's buying like the SATA SSDs anymore. I was looking on Amazon and like there's not very much selection for the SATA SSDs, which are slow as molasses in comparison to an M2, to the NVMe's. But I only have one M2 slot back there. So if I upgrade the M2, I'm going to have to wipe that whole machine and reinstall everything. So that means I'm going to have to back up everything first onto something and then nuke that, and then pull that M2 out and put another one in. So I've been thinking about that. I've been planning this, like, how am I going to handle this? How am I going to approach this? But I think the 4 terabyte M2 is probably the only way you can have a respectable production machine. Not even, like, I don't know, 4 terabytes is not that much. Especially when you consider how big these models are. They're insane. So let me try generating something here. What does it say? This prompt says add the logo and image one. Wait, what is this? Somebody just sent a message on Meshtastic, says, good evening from central Nebraska. Grid Inno. I'm in New Mexico. How can someone send a low power signal from Nebraska? That's weird. I don't believe him. Let me check. Grid Inno? Is copy Nebraska. Let me send him a message back. Copy Nebraska. Is it MQTT? Copy Nebraska from New Mexico. All right, I sent that message out. You guys should check Meshtastic. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You can use it for emergency communications too. You can use it for off-grid communications. Like some people that, are preparing, like the preppers like these little radios because they're very low power. They're self-sufficient. They basically can be powered by the sun and run on battery for days on end. And fully encrypted radio communication. So there's something to be said about low power encrypted communication. Low power, long range encrypted radio communication. That's the key. Like encryption by itself is like whatever. And they're cheap. That's the other thing. They're very, very cheap. Usually radios that can do encryption and transmit long range, it takes a lot of setup, a lot of gear, it can be very, very expensive. You can literally buy like a $20 or $30 little microcontroller off of, you can order a pack of them for just a couple of bucks from China and do this radio. And there's plenty of documentation and stuff for it. Everybody is doing it. Tons of people around have these all over, so you can bounce. They form a mesh. So when I send a message out, then it just bounces all around. It's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, they're from Nebraska. They're not transmitting in Nebraska. They're just traveling through and from Nebraska. Let me just tell them, okay. All right, just send a little message there. My note is called Sybase. Okay, anyway, got distracted there. My prompt says, add a logo in image 1 floating behind the text in image 2. That worked. Transform the logo in image 1 to a 3D object with a thickness. Okay. And the logo is metallic and slightly reflective. That's probably why the reflectivity went kind of crazy on that thing. And it says it's perfectly round. I probably don't need to add that there. I had to add that there last time because it was not coming out right. For whatever reason. Can I mask with this? What's the difference between this workflow and the masking workflow? Let me check. The head swap thing also worked. I had swapped myself with the Pope. I mean, you can judge yourself if it worked. I mean, I think it kind of worked. This one's kind of funny. I just put this is an image that was generated. It looks very similar to my training data set. So I thought, whoa, that's pretty trippy. Looks like exactly like one of the images for my training data set except this one has a different background. And then somebody else, not me, was trying to get the Pope to be performing some kind of magic with fireworks. So I took that image and I was like, well, if you're going to test face swap, you're probably not going to see me in the Pope outfit. So that should be a challenge for the AI. And then behold, see, there's just few enough pixels where the eyes are kind of messed up. Needs a little help with that face there. Little face refiner would probably tune that right up. But I do see a little change in the contrast. So the image edit looks a slightly softer, maybe. You have like this kind of a lighter tone there. So I don't know if that's bad, if that's messing up the colors or if that's good. I mean, sometimes adding a little softness, can bring out some details too. At least like in photography where you have like high dynamic range and you want to pull out the most colors, you have these color profiles that appear a little softer until you color grade them, for example. But I don't know if that's what's happening here, maybe. But Morphine says, also, if you're not currently, add the Flex Context multi-reference latent method node to the positive negative prompts and set the method to index time step 0. Oh, that, you know what? That was, that's not in here, but that was in, is that what this is, that came with the default workflow? I saw those. That's this, right? Or is that this? Because this has the index time step 0, but it's not the flex context. Maybe it is. I didn't really catch that. I already had this node. I didn't have to install anything when I just used this default node here. And I was like, what the hell are these things? Like, what's that for? Index time step 0. That's straight from the dev's blog on Hugging Face. So I guess I need to put those in my other workflows then. Like, I didn't even think of that until you said it. But I was like, it's different than the one we're using, but it seems to do the same thing. Yeah, I should probably check on that, because these are like, I'm learning like these little details can be super important, can be the difference between much higher quality stuff and just mediocre stuff. So I like to find out exactly what that's doing. Maybe that could help me out a little bit to understand this better and maybe take control of the workflow by understanding what exactly that's doing. Like, why do we need that now, but we didn't need that before? Or maybe that was the missing piece. That's part of what makes 2511 special, is that it's running that. I'm not sure. So it's interesting. But yo, Spartan Man, Swifty's a father now. What? Are you kidding? I didn't know that. I have to talk to Swifty. I didn't know. Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. I'll have to congratulate him on that. Swifty as a father. How about that? But it's good to see you in there. But that's different than the one we're using. It's supposed to help with the pixel drift when using the reference images, according to the devs. Okay. Good, because that was a major problem too. I like how the devs really like try to address this kind of stuff. I like how the devs like really listening to the community and then going and tackling a problem. But I had this one generation, it just kind of came out like this. And then I upscaled it. So this is like an upscaled version. And then it looks like it tried to make like a little trademark, a little tiny P, like maybe like, you know, like a little trademark thing there, which is annoying. So all I had to tell Image Edit was to take that out. And it did. And I have those images here somewhere. I didn't really work on it too much because it was kind of annoying, but oh yeah. So here's what I think is maybe the original. Oh, these are the ones that are fixed, because see, it doesn't have that little trademark thing there. So Image Edit definitely just took it right out. Sometimes my shirt has buttons on it, sometimes not. So some things were happening here. And there the P like completely disappears. It looks like it also switches like ratios or something a little bit too. Yeah, it looks like I might be experiencing that little pixel shift thing in some of these renders for some reason. I don't remember what I was trying. Probably different resolutions. And then instead of removing the little trademark P, I just said, make him standing on the ground and raising his arms out. And so it did it. So that's pretty good. Like, I like that. Like, these are like the fun things that this is doing. It's like, you just tell it what you want and it does it. It's kind of nutty how we've kind of gotten here. It's gotten that far with this so far. It's good stuff. I made a bunch of other ones of me floating and they came out pretty bad. So why does he look pregnant, Spartan Man? Well, maybe a little bit. Maybe he's showing a little bit there. I don't know. Or maybe he just had too much snacks for Christmas. Too many Christmas cookies. Probably that. You know, fat dad. Which one's more likely? Pregnant guy or just fat old guy? Probably just fat old guy. But you know, the LoRa's, they're kind of weird. You know, I put the logo, you see the circle P. I put 2 LoRa's in here. One is my character and then one is the logo. And I feel like they compete a little bit. Not too much. Like, I noticed the face is not always as good. Face is a little bit cooked here because I used the face detailer, and I think the face detailer kind of cooked it a little bit and then Seed upscaled it. I like this here. The P it didn't fully survive this upscale. But I like the outer like circle of it. That looks pretty cool. But yeah, I think they're working, but I do find that they, like, if I just use one or the other, it's better. So I think what I have to do is like generate one and then maybe add the other somehow. I'm not sure how you deal with the multiple LoRa situation. Maybe you just have to train them, like fine tune them differently to work better together. I'm not sure. But those are some of the originals. Like, I think that's the original. And then that's like the upscaled version. You can like see the difference between them. They change. So I have to learn my upscaling. But I am pleased with it overall. And then some of them are just kind of weird. I don't know what that is. I love this room though. Look at the floor. Look at the P on the floor. That's cool. I like that. See the detailer added more details and also subtly changed some of the angles on the shapes. I like this room though, but it also has crosses. So this is like, I don't know if this is supposed to be a church. Is this some kind of holy room? Like, what is Quinn doing? Right? Am I going to offend someone or everyone? Look, you know my philosophy on offending people is don't take it personal. If you give me enough time, I will offend you. I'll offend everybody equally. Okay, I'm an equal offender, equal opportunity offender. The Shrine of Psynaps? Yes, Spartan Man, that's what it is. So I have to try not to start a church. You know, when I was streaming full time and we had a lot of people in the stream, like I think the viewers who wanted to start a cult, I had to tell them, no, we're just a community. We're not transitioning into a cult, but it's nice to know that we could start one if we needed to. I like this floating guy. Yeah, the face got really cooked on this one, but a lot of details there. That's my ugly nose, my ugly mug right there, for sure. I do like this light on the top. I would definitely install one of those lights if I could. That's pretty cool. And just a series of floating ones. I just told it to make me float, and this is what it did. I'm supposed to be in space. The prompt says that I'm floating in a spaceship. You can't tell it's a spaceship in all of these. And also, look at this one. What are these things right here? Are those remote controls? Like, where did those come from? That doesn't have anything to do with my logo. What's that? Right there. And that right there. Is that a necklace? And this is right here, TV remote. What do you think? I didn't prompt that in there. Oh, this is what the original is. Okay. Weird. Also, the light. This is kind of a mistake. I see what the prompt is doing in QuinnVL 8B. Just like, you know, the vision language model. That's what I was using to generate these prompts. And, you know, it would mention lighting. But for some reason, in a lot of my previous generations, the light didn't actually show. The light was just described, and there wasn't like a light there. In fact, in all of my previous generations, there was no like big light just like sitting there. But when I'm using the logo LoRa and the character LoRa, or maybe just, yeah, and the character LoRa, it was fine. This time with both LoRas, the light is showing in the frame more times. So that's like a, yeah, and this one did it too. So I don't know why the lights are like showing, if it's the language model, the way I'm generating the prompts, or if it's like the LoRa's that are kind of getting wonky with the prompts. I can't tell, because I did change the model too. Like I've been using Quinn3VL 8B. And before I was using 30B. Now the 30B will generate better, typically generates better prompts, but I didn't think that the 8B was that different, but I don't know. We'll have to test it. There's that one again. That one's I think this one's, do I look like, I will look like William Shatner right there a little bit. I don't know why the face detailer is eating up the face so much. I gotta figure that out. Like zoomed out, it looks okay. But then when you zoom in, you can see the face gets chewed up a little bit. One of the samplers, I think, is messing it up. That one's a little smoother. That was the original with the eyes closed. I like the haircut in that one better. Now this one here is, the legs are doing something weird, but I like all this stuff that's going on in the background. What the hell is going on in this one, right? That's weird. It's funny. Some of these get really funny. So it's kind of cool here. I think this one would be fun to edit. It says Psynaps. I don't know why I decided to change the wording of the name there, but that could be easily fixed. But Morphin says, have you tried naming particular photo equipment in your prompts? Naming photo equipment? I think so. I mean, I can drag one of these in to see what exactly what the prompt says, but I do know that some of the prompt templates definitely name the some of the equipment, like lenses typically for the camera, but the lighting equipment itself, I'm not sure. Let's see if I can find out where we are here and drag one in. Wonder if I can. I can't just drag. No, I can't drag that in. I have to kind of find it, but it should just be right here. Let me find one that has those obvious lights in it that were driving me crazy. Okay, so yeah, so what I kind of put in stunning near a futuristic Psynaps logo in a spaceship. He's floating in space because there's zero gravity. So there's a couple of keywords there to put in there, and then this is what was generated. His head slightly tilted forward, eyes locked in direct, confident eye contact with the viewer, embodying quiet mastery. He wears a flawless, form-fitting charcoal gray thing. Clothes, no visible seam, zippers, more clothes, crafted from clothes. The environment is sculpted, zero gravity interior, curved walls, clad in titanium with embedded soft environment stuff, and a glowing holographic Psynaps logo suspended midair. Cool. The ceiling reflects ambient light. And now we're getting into the light. All surfaces flawless, clean, and engineered for aesthetic perfection. Lighting is cinematic and clinical. A dual stage directional softbox at 45 degrees. There it is right there. Above and behind. Cast crisp, diffused 5500K illumination with soft rim light sculpting his features, while ambient wall glow adds depth and halo. Subtle lens flare from the dome enhances a dreamlike atmosphere. That's pretty cool. So it talks about the softbox at 45 degrees, and this one was pulled from this image right here. So there they are. They are above and behind. So I guess the prompt is doing that. I need to look at the prompt template and see why it's different now, or why that's, because I don't remember seeing this in my other last set of generations. I generated hundreds of images with the same source material. And by the way, the prompt generator looks like this. I just coded it in Python and made my own node. Call it Dynamic Prompt Generator. So a little brief description. I always use lots of notes. And I got a quality stack, a system prompt, and a refiner prompt. One of the things I've been doing, I don't know if this is making them better or worse. At some point it was making it better, but at this point, I don't know. But I'm doing a second round of prompting where I tell it just to check for, make sure it makes sense, make sure there's no conflicts. I'm really leaning on the language models to generate a prompt because it's the AI talking to itself at this point, right? I'm using Qwen 3 VL to generate these prompts. And so that's you know, Qwen3 VL is also used in the image generation process. So I just figured that was the right thing to do. So then I generate a prompt using like a bunch of random scenarios. I say, hey, pick a scenario. There's a whole bunch of them. Pick one and then go ahead and fill it in. But I wonder if maybe my inspiration, no, I took the inspiration context out. Yeah, I did. Actually took out. I don't use any of this because it was doing funny stuff. But what does the lighting say down here? Okay, lighting. Describe the primary light sources. Softbox, natural window light, ambient. So it does mention the softbox there as an example. I just wonder why it's putting it in view, or what I can do to keep it out of view. It's quality, hard, soft, diffuse, specular. It's color, temperature, warm golden, cool blue, neutral white. Detail, how the light sculpts the subject's face and body, creating specific highlights, shadows, potential rim lighting. Specify the overall intensity and mood it creates. So there's I mean, it's what it is. I mean, I guess you could say it differently, but, and then the temperature on that is 0.8. I think I've tried some different temperatures. 0.8 can sometimes make it kind of wild. And then this gets sent to a local Olama. Olama's actually running on this computer, I believe. Should say he's floating in space because there's zero gravity, right? See what it would show if you say zero gravity. Oh, zero gravy, you said, instead of zero gravity. Did I say gravy? I mean, I know I probably like misspelled everything, but which is again why we want the LLM to help us with this. Okay, I said gravity. You had me thinking maybe I said gravy. So I can try it. I mean, why not? I can run the exact same everything, except this time. Ooh, I like this one. This is pretty fun. There's like a weird thing floating down there too, but it's kind of cool. So that's the original. It's kind of shiny, a little bit plasticky. And then when I run the refiner over it, it fixes that, but it kind of breaks the logo on the back. See how it like subtly kind of cracks it? This was one of the earlier iterations. Now let me see what I did here. I don't have the face. Oh, I do have the face fixer here. Sometimes it messes up the face because I've probably messed up all these settings at some point, but there's the face detailer and it does, you know, detects the face just fine. And I have it plugged in to, I actually brought the LoRa direct into the face fixer here. And that seems to, I think that helps. What is this? What is this crap? Best viewers? Streamboo? Is that so you can buy fake viewers? Look, I've been streaming for a long time. For a lot of years. I've seen all of the different kinds of bots and view bots and everything over the years. I don't think that even works on Twitch anymore. I don't think that's like even, is that even a thing? They still even, can you even do view bot? I know you can probably do view bots on Kick, because Kick today is like how Twitch was a long time ago. So like Kick is very, you know, kind of open, not as moderated and stuff. So I'd believe it if you could view bot Kick, but Twitch, I don't think that's even a thing. I don't know what they're even selling there. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's not something I'm going to spend any time on, though. One thing that's nice about my stream is, you know, even when we had like 200-300 concurrent viewers every night, they were all real viewers, and it was very nice. Like, I think the streams are dumb that just have like waterfall chat. That's just a bunch of nonsense. Everybody's just spamming. I know it's kind of fun. It's like if you just want to go and like blow off some steam and just type in the chat and just not make any sense and just meme all day. I get it. It's a lot of fun and lots of people are doing it and that's fun. But I wouldn't want that for my stream. Like that would I would kick all of those people out of. If 1,000 viewers came right now and just started spamming the chat, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I'd be like, if we're going to have 1,000 viewers, it's going to be 1,000 viewers of civilized people. You can't always choose though, can you? We can choose. We're in full control of this stream. Anyway, let's try some gravy prompts and see what happens. So should I say floating in gravy? If I said 0 gravy, I'm not sure any gravy would appear because Quinn is pretty good. It could make a mistake, and when you say don't use gravy, it might put some gravy there because, you know, it's not a negative prompt. It's in the positive prompt. Floating in space, because there is, instead of 0 gravy, let's say a lot of gravy. A lot of gravy. You're thinking about holiday food, huh? Did you have some gravy? Did you have some gravy and mashed potatoes? That's a traditional thing around these parts. Let's try to. Oh shoot! It's gonna have to switch models though, because this is Quinn Image. I got to switch back to Quinn Image anyway, because I was using Quinn Image Edit, so it's gonna switch models. It'll take a while to switch. But I did want to switch to Quinn, regular Quinn Image. What was this one? Oh, this is the Pope. Let's see, which one is this? This is the in painting for edit. I was gonna mention that, but I think what I've got to do is I've got to go back based on Morphine's reminder and suggestion to use that the time thing. So I've got to probably edit that. Maybe after we render some, I can go back and plug those nodes in, see if I get them to work. But I used inpainting with the new 2511 and it worked. Like this wouldn't work. So I had this picture and the original image is, does it even show what's behind it? So the original image is just, my hands are crossed. My fingers are a little bit messed up. I think my thumb is just not thumbing correctly. And then there's a cool compass right there on the table. And so what I told it was, what I wanted to do was, I wanted to fix the hands, obviously, but I said, move the compass to the man's hands. And I tried saying it a few different ways, but that's quite simple. It says move. That's the action. I want to move it. I could probably like describe it better than that if I were going to. And that didn't work, but it worked finally when I used the 2511 model. So that was an improvement that I saw pretty directly. Let me see if I can find the result of that. Oh, there's more of the floating guy, lol. Those are good. Some of those are good. Where is that on edit? Oh, here's a good one. Look at this. I did face swap. So I tried to do a Breaking Bad. This is kind of a funny story because I'll tell this story while we wait for it to render. But oh, here's the one. Just before I'm switching topics too much, so I'm gonna hit those topics. But let me just finish this one. So finally, it worked. There's the compass in the guy's hands. So there, bam. Quinn Edit, it's working. The new one, it's working better than the old one, at least for these basic inpainting. But a while back, I said, make me. What did I tell it? I told the AI. I told it to, and I think this might actually be Z image. I told it, well, the original, this image here of me like making blue candy, I think was Z image. I told it, make me cooking meth with Walter White in the desert. Now, you can imagine that some LLMs that have, like filters or whatever on them would not allow that. And so it didn't allow it. So it said, no, I can't generate a prompt because it had the word meth in it, and meth, I mean, I'm pretty sure meth is illegal everywhere. I mean, it's not even like it's like, you know, one place or the other. I'm pretty sure meth is bad everywhere in the world. It's just highly addictive drugs that pretty much make you go psychotic if you take enough of it. So it's bad stuff, right? It just makes you nuts, you know, for a lot of hours, and then you get all hooked on it and do weird stuff. So it's a bad drug. So it's bad stuff. We probably shouldn't really be joking about it, but I live in New Mexico, and Breaking Bad was filmed here, and people actually do Breaking Bad tours, like, you know, out in the city where I live. So it's a pretty, like, you know, like, it's a household name. Like, everybody knows Walter White and knows what he did, and he would cook meth in the desert in New Mexico, which people actually do. So I said, okay, make me in the bus or whatever doing that. And since it wouldn't let me say meth, I said cooking blue candy. I said, Psynaps cooking blue candy with Walter White in a bus in the desert or something. You know, those were like, you know, it's not said exactly like that, but generally what the prompt was constructed from. And it still wouldn't render it. It knew it associated blue candy with I guess meth, and it still wouldn't make it. You know, sometimes you can trick the LLM by like just saying it a little bit differently, and then it'll finally tell you what you want it to say if the filter is blocking it. So blue candy didn't even work. And so what did I finally have to say? I said cooking. I don't remember what I said, but you know, this one here, it doesn't have Walter White in it. So, you know, that one worked. I guess I can cook blue candy with, as long as Walter White's not there, then it's blue candy. So anyway, this face, like, I don't know what Z image did to it. Really wrecked my face. I guess it thought I was on meth here because I look pretty, I don't know, or maybe that's just from, you know, cooking in a bus in the desert all day. Your skin gets a little beat up there. So I looking a little tired there. This one right here, I've got long hair and looking like I've consumed plenty of calories, much better than the guy at the bottom down there. This guy's all messed up. And so I did the face swap, and not too bad. It did it, right? I know my webcam is kind of blocking I guess I could make it smaller there, but I like that one. That was pretty cool. That one was, we were investigating the lights, and then we're waiting on, should be ready by now because all I had to do was swap a model. Where is it? Where's that one we're working on now with the gravy? Oh shoot, it's still loading. Uh-oh. What happened, computer? Oh, it's trying to upscale something. That's what the upscaler must be active. Let's find it. Where'd you go? Look how I have so many workflows open right now. So that's awesome. Okay, so it's over there. I don't see any gravy, my man. Where's the gravy at? Let's see what it rendered, or if it rendered anything. What did it decide? Zero gravity interior. I feel like it didn't. I should have watch it do this, because I don't see. This is connected. Yeah, that's connected to the prompt. Yeah, these are a little bit disconnected. I don't think this prompt took off, so let me stop what it's doing. So Morphine says we are using 3 reference images: headshot, body shot, and clothing shot, combining them into one coherent image. It's a little finicky at times, but working mostly as we expected. It seemed to be mostly about prompting exactly what you want. So Morphine, when you say we, does that mean you're doing it like with, like for your company, or with a team of people, or just we like you and friends? I'm just curious, but that is interesting because I'm trying to compare that what you said to, say, like, where's that face swap? Oh, this is the face swap. Wait, is this the face swap workflow? Yeah, this is the head swap workflow. And I think this is just one of the generic ones. And I just, without adding the extra nodes, I just switched it to 2511 from 2509 that it was on previously, and just ran it, and it did it. But you're saying that you add some additional references here into this pipe, and then you're able to get like the close and everything. Oh, me and my girl just learning AI. Okay, I got you. Okay, I understand. All right, yeah. That's awesome that you guys do it together. That you guys are like working on this together and making some cool stuff. Like, what kind of stuff do you make? That's interesting. I tried to get my girl to play AI with me, but she doesn't want anywhere near her face. She's like, don't AI me. But me, I'm like, I consent. Train the AI on me. I don't care. Oh, did we crash? No, I was just interrupting. But it looks like it. I think it crashed. Look. But it doesn't say it crashed. Let me reload. Because it looks like my workflows are going blank. Look, it crashed. Or something crashed. Oh, that's weird. It's never crashed before with just these regular workflows. Huh, comfy. Why you crash on the live stream? I did update Comfy. It is all updated. Maybe just need a good old restart. I didn't like having to swap everything out. I think it was Seed VR that put it over the edge there. It didn't even give me an error though. It just like pooped out. Hardcore. We'll blame Spartan Man for the gravy prompt. I'm just kidding. We got to get that gravy going though. Because I am going to stream the 3D text generation too. So that's part of this. I really wish that the image generator and the edit was the same thing, because that switching is taking a while to switch between the edit workflows and the non-edit workflows. So that's something that's kind of, I found a little bit awkward. Okay, let's see if it loads back up. Sorry for the blinding white screen there. But I just set up Nginx. I had to set up Nginx as a front end for Comfy because webcam, for me to use the webcam node, it needed HTTPS. So I had to do a self-signed certificate, and I just did that in Nginx as like the front end. Works fine. So you can see it says right here, it says, HTTPS. It says not secure because it's a self-signed certificate, but it is HTTPS. So we can actually use the webcam node if we want. But let me try rendering this again, because I do want to see what this looks like. And let me also check my system's VRAM. So this is my NVIDIA here. This is 4070 in this streaming computer. And I play games on this one and stream on this one. It works fine. But you can see when I prompt this 8B model, it fills up the VRAM of this local GPU. You can see I'm using this Alama URL there. So that's so that I can use different GPUs for different tasks so that I don't crash. Or at least try not to crash. So it's done, and it did that. But let me also not try to upscale this. Let me inactivate that like that. And so it did the prompt. I'm going to go ahead and run it again. And this time it's just going to load. It's going to load the VAE into CUDA 1. Now we can go to this computer and see what that looks like. CUDA 1 should be the RTX A4000. So there's an A4000 and a 3090 in this computer, and you can see it's reading off one of the disks, and it's loading up the VRAM. A little bit slow. It's a little on the slow end there. It's going up and up and up. And then the memory is also loading up. So see what this does to our computers? This is something I think that's going to get better with AI. I do think that the way the memory is swapping and stuff is just kind of absurd. I think that should probably get better as these models, as we evolve, as AI evolves with us, and as we evolve with AI. Now, some say it'll get worse. Some say that the models are getting bigger. GPUs are going to get bigger. Sure, I believe it 100%, but I think optimizing this process is, the overhead is so weird, like quantizing. You see how we can quantize models and it makes a significant difference. I think we're going to continue to quantize, but I also think that we're going to have to manage this amount of data better, because it's just too much for what's happening here. I think in other words, I think we're going to look back at this time in our life and we're going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe we had to deal with waiting so long for the memory swapping and all this, because I think a lot of this is going to get solved, hopefully. Am I going to be the one to solve it? Probably not. No, maybe when I was younger, I would go and do a thesis on it or something, but nowadays I don't think so. But it's saying cooking blue math. We're using 3 reference images, and we use head swap workflow by Soul Tuner, I believe, and then we learned enough to build our own multi 23-step workflow. It creates 23 images in different poses to create our own LoRa files. That's pretty sick. I see people doing that. That's really interesting. I was thinking that was interesting, where people are creating characters, and just creating a character from scratch. I guess a completely generated character. So tell me about that. I see Chico's here. Yo, Chico, what's up? But I'm curious about the character generation. Is this like leading to like creating like an influencer? And I wonder what people are doing with like, created characters. Like what is it fun to like create like an influencer? I wondered, I never upload to Instagram, and I was thinking of, since my Instagram's pretty dead, I was just thinking of just using my Instagram for like uploading my AI doodles, whatever I happen to doodle during that day, if something's good. Or if I create a set of images like I did, like I showed you, with the space guy floating, just pick a few and just upload them. But see, that's my character, Laura, but I was trying to think of like, what do you do with like a generated one? But, yeah, I'm curious what people are thinking and what like the possibilities are. But Spartan, you're building a new gamer PC soon? Oh, you got a CPU, motherboard, graphics card? Hey, Spartan, do you think you would ever run any of this AI stuff on your GPU, or try to? I think it's still loading because I crashed it earlier, so now it's taking a long time again. Now it's to load from scratch because I crashed it. I crashed it trying to upscale. I didn't mean to. But look, it's loading up. It's still going. It's loading up that giant Quinn model. It's filling up my 64 gigs of RAM. How much RAM are you going to put in that bad boy? I've always wanted more RAM. I can use more RAM. Even before these AI workflows, I was using a lot of RAM with the 3D programs. I was using like After Effects and Cinema 4D. After Effects, compositing in After Effects does take up a lot of memory. It'll eat up your RAM. And I actually, for a project, when I was doing Bajira's intro, it was actually Bajira's intro, where his character was like destroying Orgrimmar. I had to upgrade from 32 gigs of RAM to 64. Now, this was years ago, where maybe 64 gigs of RAM was, overkill in most people's opinions. Most people's opinions was like, you don't need 64 gigs of RAM. 16 or 32 is fine. And I'm over here like, no, bro, come on. Sometimes you do need 64 gigs of RAM for some like 3D stuff and whatever. And they're like, and then now 64 gigs of RAM is just eaten up like nothing with these models. It's like you have to, like 64 is like the starting amount of RAM you should have for some of these workflows. Otherwise, you'll be running out of RAM. So it looks like it's done loading. It loaded up. Look at my GPUs. The 3090 is full. That's a 24 gig. That one has full usage. The RTX, the A4000, it's more than halfway full. Whoa, it just spiked. It's filling up. That's probably what crashed it when it spikes like that. If it doesn't have enough, it'll die. So that one's going full blast. You just can't find enough VRAM no matter what. So here's the gravy guy. What? There's no gravy. I had a feeling there might not be any gravy. But why? I thought I told it gravy. He's floating in space because there's a lot of gravy. Did I spell gravy wrong? Damn it. Wait, what did the prompt say? The final prompt said... The final prompt... My random prompt thing, I think, killed it. I might have to bypass it. But... floating, zero gravity. So I think it thinks I made a mistake, and I think it it did its own thing. But that's pretty cool. I'm still kind of floating a little bit. There's some kind of weird escape pods, or I don't know what those are. I hate this room though. That room kind of sucks, but the guy in the suit sure is good looking. That's for sure. But Morphine says, we're just using the 3 shots of my girl just to learn how and try to create a Laura of her. And then we are both in the computer industry, both database admins. Ooh, database, nice. And just trying to expand our knowledge. Yeah, this is a good study. This is a good, healthy, interesting study. The comfy workflows, node-based workflow. It's very common, I think, in the data industry, right? You have a lot of automation workflows, like N8N, for example, also uses node-based. Traditional 3D workflows too use node-based, and all the fancy video editing software and 3D software can be very node-based. So I think it's good practice to practice your spaghetti wrangling, whatever they call it. See how my face detailer did. It really didn't do much there, did it? It's very subtle. The face detailer can really cook the shit out of the face, so I've been watching out with that with the LoRa. I'm not sure which one of these settings cooks it, but I really had to bring the denoise down. So this is one, sometimes when it works, it really works. It'll fix the face perfectly. So I do like having the face detailer there, but many times I will inactivate it because sometimes it, at least what I'm doing with it, I think maybe with the lightning and the LoRa's, I think it kind of cooks it. But that one didn't cook it. It seemed but it also seemed very subtle, like it didn't do anything, just very passive. The upscaler, the refiner, did what the refiner does. And if you don't look carefully, you might miss the fact that this guy is floating. And then we deactivated the upscaler because I crashed it last time. Not enough memory for that. I bet it was the A4000 that ran out of memory. I betcha. Now the seed upscaler does have offloading. It does swap. So it did have its swap set. So who knows? No gravy for you, my friend. Why don't we just bypass the elaborate prompt and just plug it straight in and see what happens? There it goes. Now it's just my simple prompt that just says, Psynaps. I had to add my weight, so I did add, age and weight there, because if I didn't say, let me just say it plainly, okay? I'll just be honest. If I didn't tell it I was fat, it was making me lean. It was making me like pretty good looking. Like it wanted to make me like all chiseled and, look like a fucking football player or something, athletic. So I had to tell it, no, hold on. This guy's old and fat. Okay. Because you're trying to make me look like I'm 10 years younger and a lot more fit. No, I'm a dad. Okay. You got to make me look like a dad. So I figured out how. I just had to put in my age was a little bit older and that I was, a little fatter, and then bam, it would start looking like me. And even this guy looks a little more lean. I'm probably a little chubbier than this guy right here. But I think that's cool that your girl lets you do a Laura. Like I wanted to do some Lauras too, just for like family. One thing you can use this stuff for, I'm always wondering, like, what are we using this for? Are we creating avatars? Are we creating characters? There's the gooners. The gooners. You can't miss them. If you go to Civit AI, if you don't know what gooning is, then boy, are you in for a surprise. But anyway, AI, the people are doing that. And I don't know where they're posting what everybody does with their gooning material. I guess they're just fapping to it. I was wondering, are they like uploading it to websites? Are they like trying to monetize? I'm sure they're doing all of the above. So if you're not doing that, then what is it this for? If it's not for anime and for gooning, then the gooning is like the adult stuff, by the way, if you've never heard that term. And Christmas cards. Yeah. If you didn't make a Christmas card or something for the holidays, then you missed that opportunity, because that one is definitely what you may consider now. Where's my gravy? Wait, did it run? Where did it stop? I thought it was... My gravy go. Gravy. Maybe I spelt it wrong again. Let's try again. That's why we went with 3 reference images and then use a realism anchor wording in the prompt to make sure it adheres to the reference images. It still fails occasionally. Right, and that's not too big of a deal if it fails. Interesting thing about generating images is, let's say, you can generate a lot of images. You could just like generate 10 images or 100, and then maybe you get a generation, or you get a seed that, is satisfactory. And then you can just run that, seed. But I found it interesting that the old way of rendering, like with 3D software, the renders would take a long time, kind of like AI takes a long time to generate. And you'd spend a lot of time setting up the scene and modifying the 3D. And it would take a long time, and then you'd render it, maybe a couple renders, might get the perfect render settings, perfect lighting, and then you're good. I don't think much has changed. It's just, a lot has changed. The entire workflow has changed, but the concept is still the same. Instead of, playing with the scene and trying to get everything just right, instead what you're doing is you're just changing the prompts or running different seeds, and then, pick the seed that works in the end. So I think there's a lot of similarities. Am I wearing socks right there? Quinn just decided to put me in socks. I didn't say anything about socks. But there's still no gravy. What am I doing wrong? I tried spelling it a couple of different ways. Spelled it right, spelled it wrong. Let's see. Okay, so I put the definition of gravy in parentheses there for it. See if that helps it. Maybe I'll be eating a bowl of gravy. I think it would be awesome if I was like pouring a bowl of gravy on another bowl of mashed potatoes, or maybe I'm pouring the gravy on myself. Let's hope that's not going to happen, but it could. Anything can happen with this. You can kind of watch it as it goes. It's going kind of slow. I should probably disconnect that since I'm just going straight in. It's pausing to render the elaborate version. But here it hit the sampler. So, I have it. Oh, here's something interesting I'm doing. So I'm using the 8 steps Lightning BF16, but I knocked down the strength. In fact, I've gone down to like 0.65 on the strength. And then if you do that, you just have to increase the number of steps a little bit. And I was actually finding that the likeness of the LoRa was coming through a little better. You know, oh, there's the gravy. Oh, it's trying to gravy. I don't know what. That looks like a tube or something. What the? Look at that suit. Look at that suit with the logo on it. Oh. I don't know if I would be caught dead in that suit. I mean, I guess if you're floating in space, you might want to like check your attire. But what's with that suit, bro? Would you trip out if I was wearing an outfit like that? I want to ask my wife what she thinks if she saw me in that. Is she in there? Hey, Shai, are you in there? You don't have to get up, but come see this suit whenever you get a chance. See if I should design one of these for me. Look at this suit that came out. Do you think I should wear that? It's like a one piece. Like, what is that?
Like Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four? I'm like a superhero, I guess.
Or like a swimming.
Yeah, but this one got cooked. It looks like this. I'm not sure if the refiner helped. I guess it kind of did, but I kind of hate it. It broke the logo. But we're trying to do gravy. I'm trying to be smothered in gravy, but it doesn't want to smother me in gravy.
In gravy?
Yeah.
In space?
Yeah.
Space gravy?
Space gravy. Sometimes it does things, but sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fascinated by that suit, though. Oh, you look cute. How come you're looking all cute? Huh?
I have a headache.
Oh, no.
Did
you have a coffee?
No. I have to drink a whole thing of water because I took a mucin finally.
All right.
And I probably should have taken it.
You want a whiskey?
No.
No, you better not. Huh?
I don't drink.
Yeah. That's good. If you don't drink, you don't want to start doing that. Bad habit. Expensive.
I don't drink. Well, I've drinking before, but I don't drink now. It interacts with my medic.
What about you guys? Are you guys having a holiday beverage? Holiday relaxing? Thank you for the follows, by the way, guys. I see a couple of follows came in it. That's awesome. Oops. Where did I didn't change the seeds on these, so I don't think it did anything. Let me change the seed. But anyway, I'm gonna skip the gravy stuff. I just wanted to see what it'd do. I want to see if it would smother me in gravy. Let's type that in there. Psynaps is smothered in mashed potatoes and gravy. Yum. I did have mashed potatoes and gravy. I went to my family's house for the holidays, and there was the people there were big fans of gravy and mashed potatoes, so we had some mashed potatoes and gravy. It's pretty good. There's the face detailer. You can see it does its thing. Very dark though, dark colors. And I don't know what the hell that tube is there. I think it's supposed to be a gravy tube, but I do like the lighting here. I like how the lighting is bouncing off the walls. There's some merits to this image, in a way, because some of the other details in this image are actually kind of cool, but there's some other weird stuff going on there. No, it doesn't want to smother me in gravy. And also it broke my suit. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. Look at this, where at least I have a bulge. Got a nice bulge going on right there, but the suit looks very dumb now. It just looks like very, very dumb. Good thing we're using safe for work models here, because anything can happen. Never know what could happen. Is it still rendering? Oh, it still wants to go another round. Maybe this next one is going to be the mashed potatoes one. Let's see. Let me also check my VRAM, since I'm kind of doing a lot of different kinds of things here. Got to make sure I'm not going to hit the limit, because then it'll slow down really slow if I have to swap with the RAM. Some of this stuff will probably be swapping anyway, but like I noticed the, what is it? The clip and the VAE seem to be swapping. Unfortunately, they're going to do that, but because I only have, so much VRAM. But the good news is the Quinn image model itself is not swapping. It's staying loaded in the 3090. So that part's going to, those steps are going to go pretty fast, I think. But everything else is going to go slow because of the, it's like you just need more VRAM if you want it to go any faster. Oh, there's the mashed potatoes. Now we're cooking. Look at that. There's the gravy. We finally got it. I couldn't understand why there was no gravy, but now I see it. But it looks like I'm being cooked. Well, I guess it said that in the prompt. It said I was smothered in gravy. I'm not really smothered here, but clearly I am going to be smothered, possibly. Look at that guy there. Is he happy? I don't know, but that's definitely Psynaps there in space. And those are definitely potatoes, space potatoes. And this is the refined version. Oh, it got a little darker. Let's see what it did. Oh, actually the refined version did pretty terrible. It kept the logo at the top. The face gets a little tougher, a little darker. I don't like the lighting on that. I don't like what it did there. I don't know why it changed the lighting so much. Oh, probably because the prompt does not describe the lighting. So that's probably what happened there. Like there's nothing for it to kind of hook onto with the prompt. So it's probably gonna default to some randomness maybe. And then also I happened to notice that the potatoes didn't quite seem to make it. Those potatoes got mashed. So, but I did say mashed potatoes. So that was its interpretation of mashed potatoes. They just look like they're peeled and cooked or boiled or something. And instead of gravy, it looks like we might have got beans. So the prompt needs to be a lot better if you want all of these little things to survive, I think. And then I did the face. Looks like it might have chewed up the face a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, it did. It kind of added some wrinkly, had a hard time with the skin for whatever reason. But the way I set this up is, okay, let's say I can change like each element. If I wanted to change the skin, I could. What if I just go 512 on this? If I just click run here, it'll just start where I made the change. So the whole chain is like intact. I can just change that part right there. And that really didn't seem to really do anything. I could also increase this denoise. But I was having a hard time getting it to smooth out the skin. I don't know why it's so rough on the skin. I think it's probably the lightning Laura. Like that one actually looks even worse. So that's why I was going a little bit lighter. I mean, I want it to hit the face and make changes to it, but what it's doing is just a little bit brutal. So maybe if I turn down this Laura a little bit, these intensities, maybe that will help smooth it out. Not sure. See if I change that. Oh, it's going to go back actually, because this one was plugged into the, I didn't remember that was going to happen. So that model comes into this sampler. So it's also going to change the refiner, which might be needed. Let's see what it does. I'm just curious. We're doing some science here. Imagine a Tron legacy environment. Yeah, some of the like what how would you describe Tron? Is that like cyberpunk? Is that like what is that genre? Because I can definitely do those, and I think those look really cool with the AI too. I think those actually come out really good. So did it come back here? Let's see how the face looks. I think that actually helped, to be honest. Futuristic. Definitely futuristic. So maybe just turning down those intensities there a little bit, I think helped it out a little bit. Potatoes are still mashed. I think the orbs improved though. Look at, there's more lighting, more reflections on the orbs. Cool. I love looking at the details like that. Well, Psynaps is cooked. You saw it. Those are saved to the drive now. We have those forever. So when we're looking through the pictures, we're going to see Psynaps over the gravy there. That's funny and weird. So, okay, I got futuristic in there, but now we're going for cyberpunk. Environment is a futuristic cyberpunk Are we still in a spaceship? Spaceship that is influenced by Tron. Let's see what that does. And I'm going to plug it into the text generator too. Tron Legacy. Okay. Tron Legacy environment. If it'll understand that. I don't know if it will. It's like a Tron Legacy. But I'm going to capitalize those so that it will, maybe that will help it to try harder. And then let me see what prompt it generates, because it's going to generate something. And then let me also turn this down a little bit, because those are coming in pretty hot, I felt like. Okay, so it's going to run it through my custom generator. Yo, 008 is here. What's up, 008? Merry Christmas. I hope you had a great Christmas. We're like slowly easing into some shenanigans right now. We're trying to get me to be smothered in mashed potatoes and gravy. But this is as close as it got. But now we're trying Tron. Did you watch the new Tron movie, by the way? I didn't watch it yet, but I want to watch it. Oh, we got a big prompt that came out. Look at all that. The prompt generator. Oh, Tron Legacy. Oh, look at that. Okay. Let's see what it says. You watched the new Avatar? How was that one? Yeah, Spartan, it is scary with AI. Like, we don't know what's going on. And I do have a video maker on here too. I want to try doing the videos, but those take even longer to generate. It printed the name. And there's the mashed potatoes and gravy. Damn it. At least I'm in like a suit. Does it remind you of Tron? I think the lights do, like the lights kind of do, but not too much. I think maybe the stuff like the spaceship is like kind of like the main theme, but I'll try rendering another version of it too. What is in Tron? Do you know any of the terminology for like what the race stripe things are called? Like the laser things? Like if we put that stuff in there, I bet it'll do it. The light cycles. What should the light cycles be doing? He is floating between light cycles and identity disks. Like, I really don't expect it to know what that stuff is without a LoRa to guide it, but it's going to do something. Let's just see what it does. But it might know. I mean, I'd be surprised if it did, but it definitely could. Oh, look what it did to the eyes right there. That doesn't even look like me. Oh, it's because I turned those intensities down. I turned down the strength of these LoRas. And so by turning down the strength, it either needs more steps or it's kind of losing the likeness just slightly. But it still looks pretty cool. I can tell by the hair. It lost the likeness just a tad, but not too much. And then there's the potatoes and gravy. Oh, that one looks all mashed up. Look at it, smothered in gravy. That one looks like mac and cheese, but that one looks like more like mashed potatoes. I'm gonna take that out. It's too much mashed potatoes and gravy already. The next one won't have that in it. But that's interesting. Look at the eyes are glowing. There is a LoRa that does the eye glow effect too. And even the face detailer kept the eyes. It's pretty trippy. This is the only thing AI should be used for. Oh, it sent a link, but it didn't let the link come through. Maybe I can open that on a different tab to see what it is. Lots of video. Uh-oh. I'll see what it is. Looks like art. Oh no. Oh, it's that video. Oh my God. Oh no. Ooh. What happened here? It didn't really get the light cycles. And when it heard discs, it thought this was the disc. But look at this funny face it generated. Look at that funny looking fat guy right there, just like super confused. And then it got, the detailer came in and tried to fix it a little bit. And it turned the disc into Psynaps logos, which is kind of cool. Kind of tried to. Did something there. That's weird. Like my prompts, these prompts that we're putting in are doing the weirdest stuff. And then the face thing didn't do much. So if I wanted to I think I could probably amp up this. What was the one that was working good? Having a hard time finding the right thing here. What if we use this in simple? What would that do? Just to see what the face, if it would fix the face a little better. It didn't ask me to, it didn't give me the option to allow the link for some reason. Guess I could say allow. Where is that in my moderator buttons? It's not giving me allow option. Follow whisper. Yeah, it just keeps saying, oh, what the heck? Oh, it's Nightbot doing it. Okay, let me see if I can fix. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. It banned you. Let's see if I can. Well, it didn't ban you, it just timed you out, but how do I undo it? Let me see. Unban Spartan Man. Do you guys know what the command is? Maybe it's... Oh, there we go, there we go. It's unban. Okay. There we go. Huh. Yeah, Nightbot, and then Nightbot is also like telling me it has API errors and stuff. So I think Nightbot is just a little bit need some updates. Well, that actually, what? I think it actually helped the face a little bit. I think that actually did work, but I think it also took a long time to render that, possibly. I might leave that on there just to see how it does. Yeah, that face detailer, it is very hit or miss. Like I notice I have to kind of change the settings for every different kind of face. So when I run it through this thing, it did that. Let me try running it direct and see what that does. I'm just curious. I have to know. Yeah, Wazzle was here the other day. Wazzle was here. I think he subscribed. And yeah, he posted some pictures, gave some updates. And then after I am finished with this space theme, I'm going to try the 3D text and see if I can bang out a couple of those, because all of it ties into each other. Like the 3D text ties into these workflows as well. So kind of figuring out the best settings for this is going to, you know, be part of all the future workflows that use these nodes. Ooh, should we get more coffee? I should have made like a big coffee. Let's see, where is it? Oh, it's already at that one. Wait a minute. This one's not even any different. I think because the seed didn't change. Let me like randomize the seed. Yeah, sometimes it wants to put them in a really small room. I think we should. A spaceship deep in space. I have to do one more. Yeah, Spartan Man and 008. I think a lot of people have actually changed their name. Oh, look at the logo on that. The logo up there. I want one of those in my house. Big logo like that. Light, custom light. So that's a new render. Face looks a little wonky. Looks like it had a little bit of a hard time with this floating guy there. Reminds me of the old SDXL face weirdness. But this one will probably likely fix it. But there's a, you remember Spartan? I remember Spartan Man. But there's a lot of people who have actually changed their name. So it is harder to keep track of everybody. Because there are actually a lot of name changes out there. Yeah, the likeness kind of slipped away with those lower settings a little bit, and we got kind of the little bit plasticky face. But this is a very surreal environment too. I can't expect realism when you start saying like, you know, spaceships and stuff. But is it going to do one more, or that was the one? Because I wanted it to do a oh, you know what? It still is going through the prompt generator. I thought it was just taking this prompt just the way it is, but it's actually not. It's going through the prompt generator still. All right, so in order to not go through the prompt generator, I have to disconnect it completely and put it like that. Okay. So the prompts are so important. And the way that I created this Psynaps random prompt generator, this is the backend code for it. It's actually like this big prompt generator that actually refines the prompt. It generates a big prompt based on, you know, whatever input you give it. It generates it, but then it goes back and it checks it for coherency. It just like reads the prompt and, you know, make sure that it makes sense. Takes out any conflicts, and just basically proofreads it, and it might even add like some subtle details to it. Okay, here we go. So that looks a little, hey, look, that looks more like Tron. Well, it's got the discs, but they look more like the bikes in a way. But we're floating, we're like in space. Now it's not just like spaceship. We're either like on the outside of a spaceship, or there's a window right there, but that's definitely space happening there. The neck thing is pretty weird. Yeah, I look like what's his name? John Hamm a little bit there. I like the beard. The beard hairs come through. Oh, C++? So you've been doing C++. It's nuts how much of a coder you are. Programming is my hardest subject. It is hard, but you know what? Programming is, I think, getting easier in a way with AI to help, because coding is a language. And so the language models do, I think, help out quite a bit. But how's that face detailer doing stuff to the skin? But I think the one I changed it to, it still kind of eats up the skin a little bit, but the one I changed it to seems to be a little better than the previous one, possibly. It's hard to tell, but still pretty cool. I do like that space thing. I definitely need to come back to these images because, you know, maybe without the discs and stuff in there, and just see what it does. Oh, so here's one without the prompt generator's help. If I just put that very short prompt in there, just leave it like that. It looks like this image is blurry, like it came straight out of a cell phone. That's weird. It's got the logo in there still. Huh, and even the enhancer kind of holds true to the blurry cell phone image in a spaceship. But almost looks broken though, because the edges get very rough. So it's a bad picture. Belly popping out there, showing my male dominance. I like that. Let's see what the face detailer didn't have a lot to go on here, so couldn't really do much. Tried to help out a little bit, but it's kind of broken in a way that it's, I think, kind of hard to help. Oh, you got ads. Boo. Face detailer did some weird stuff. I think I think the face detailer should have kept the original colors. It added a little bit of face color to it. Which I don't know if that really matches the environment as much. But that's cool to see like what it looks like with the prompter versus without it. So let me just blow it up a little bit. But 008, if we get a chance to talk, otherwise, this is kind of the time to talk about it too. But we can try to do a call as well. But look at the difference between the prompt generator. The prompt generator made this version. And then without the prompt generator, it was this blurry mess because there weren't enough details. And Quinn likes the details. It wants all the details in there. And so it's really kind of night and day, the kind of image they're producing. Like basically this one is the same starting words. It's just what I did was this version went into the prompt generator when the prompt generator just kind of expands it, talks about lighting, talks about environment, puts it, kind of categorizes those things, checks for coherency, did all those multiple steps. It also looks a little more cartoony too, with all those details. Or maybe cinematic, or, it looks a little painted, in my opinion. Versus this one, where I just use that starting prompt, that initial seed, directly into the generator, and it does random stuff. Like I think if I were to run this on a different seed, it might not be so blurry. It might, this one just comes out that way, I think, because it doesn't have the details of sharpness. It doesn't have what lens to use and stuff like that. So it's just like cell phone image, blurry mess. Okay, done. At least that's what I think it's doing. Still interesting though. Look at this one. This could be like a movie poster or something. Or something. I don't know. Kind of reminds me of this one too. With the space. I do like the space theme. It's very, that kind of stuff matches the AI. The AI is like a creative tool, so there should be some fantasy elements to it. To really like get to its full potential. But you guys were talking about Python. I don't know C++ too much. I mean, it's just another coding language. Some people seem to think Python might be a little easier for beginners to learn. It made sense to me. I felt like maybe Python was similar enough to some other coding languages that I might have been experimenting with. I think I started with just basic scripting languages, HTML and CSS for just basic web design, just to get websites going, get a proof of concept going for front end web. And so kind of lightly on a light level, became a full stack developer, and Python has kind of been, my tool of choice, my weapon of choice for creating some of this stuff. I understand it. and I can write it. I can literally just like, it took some amount of time to get to the point where I could just take a blank document and just start typing, just type an entire app or set of code with, little to no references, and then just like, type the whole thing out. But now I am not shy at all to reference some of my previous code, copy paste some code, and just like these nodes, just like we're plugging nodes in together here to create a workflow. I do the same thing with a code. I'll copy, functions over from one piece of code that's working really well, paste it in another, and just create new apps that way. And then you can always have the AI help too. Vibe coding. I mean, I don't know of any developer who's not vibe coding to some degree. I mean, vibe coding can get out of hand. You can try to get the AI to write your entire app for you, and many times it will, and it's capable of that kind of stuff, but it's controversial whether or not you should be doing that. I'll have the AI, like, if I'm stuck somewhere, looking for ideas, I'll tell the AI, hey, look at my prompt here. Like, what are some things I can add? Or let's say I'm having a problem with one of these prompts. It's creating too much broken glass, or I had a problem with like everything like broken. It wanted to break everything because it was trying to add details, but it just thought that means add scratches and holes, and it just started grinding everything up. So I said, why is this happening? Like, help me develop a prompt to kind of address some of these issues. And so it did. And so I've been using some of those, and the result is, getting these pictures with all these kind of crazy things because it's adding so many details, but the AI likes that. And then I did ask Google to help me to create a node for ComfyUI. So it did know that. Like I said, okay, here's my prompt generator. It's working really well. Help me figure out how to transform this into a ComfyUI node. And so it did help me to generate this as a node, and basically just added, it just created a new class that was consistent with the ComfyUI inputs. There's the input methods there. So it did that. I was able to get the AI to do that. Otherwise, before AI, you would just have to go to GitHub and, look at some examples, find some examples of how it works, look at their API or whatever and figure it all out. Or you can just ask the AI, be like, hey, why don't you read all that stuff for me and show me how it works in the context of what I'm doing? And so that's a good way to learn too. Like, I can take this and just start editing and add my own. I added the keep alive on here. So there's the keep alive box. Oh, I set it to 0. I didn't have to set it to 0. I could have been using 1 or 2. That would have sped it up a little bit. Or more, but 0 just makes it unload the model after it's done. So it loads it into VRAM and then unloads it right away if you set it to 0. So that does help when you're swapping. So that's kind of definitely functional there. And there's what it looks like in the code. There's the keep alive. And then it also is defined. It also goes through these functions as well. So definitely a good learning tool. And then C++ is very performant, right? But Morphine says, I use it if I need a specialty request from one of our database just to save time. Right, and in anything like probably with databases too, it probably helps to, create, like the AI seems like it would be good at creating some database calls just for convenience. You could probably tell it like, okay, here's like some JSON data or some configuration data. Transform this into a, like a SQL. Please, hopefully not SQL. But it could be some other format. Like, I can imagine using the AI just to like transform data sets to make data work, to make it easier to encode, because even the small models can be good at that kind of stuff sometimes. So transforming data and encoding and parsing data to or from a database is stuff that the AI is designed to do. At this stage, I really messed around with the AI like ChatGPT. Try it, dude. Get in there. Get in there. That's how you learn. Get in there. Try to get it to do stuff like what I was just talking about with like databases. That's a good way to learn, is to have something to do, like have a goal. Be like, like right now, my goal for a lot of this AI stuff is I want to try to get these workflows to do what we used to do in 3D with 3D animation, and try to kind of recapitulate some of those things we used to do. So that goal is setting me up to learn all of these methods, starting with, basic workflows in Comfy, basic image generation, image editing, upscaling, and then finally we hit video and doing all those same things with video and put it on a timeline and actually have some video frames. With language models, try to get the AI to do something you already are doing. For me, like writing emails, like RAG, RAG, like, my company data, trying to train the AI to my company data and create a RAG database or storage system. I don't know. We'd have to ask the database scientist if RAG is a database. I think it is. I think RAG, it's like a system of some sort. I don't know what the right terminology for it would be, but to me, it's a database. It's a vector database, and generating it and then actually using it. Having calls actually produce the correct information. So you ask it a question, and it sends a response, or you tell it what the problem is, and then it tries to solve it using the data that it can gather out of the vector database. And so that's a practical thing that you can do with AI and learn about that. But the coding, I mean, look, tell the AI, like, go to ChatGPT or go to Gemini. I like Gemini. I personally prefer Google's. I think Google AI is going to take over eventually. So I'm kind of investing my time into Gemini instead of ChatGPT. But it doesn't matter which one. They're all going to, do a similar thing. But tell it, make me a function, make me a prompt generator, make me a AI agent or something. Like, come up with an idea and then go and see if you can get the AI to do what you want it to do. And then that's where you really learn, I think. But you got it all revolves around having a goal. So I'm like goal oriented when I learn. Like, I first want to I want to see the end, and then I want to put all the pieces together to get to that goal, to get to that end piece. And I want to imagine the journey to the goal is a lot of different pieces being put together and a lot of different things you might have to actually learn along the way. And then after you put everything together and you get to your goal, then refine that pipeline. And maybe that's why I like Comfy, because it looks like that. The node-based thing is kind of the journey where, like, what you want. That's your prompt. And the end goal is this high resolution upscaled image. And then along the way, you kind of put everything together to get there. I think that analogy could be used. But sadly, all of our systems run Oracle SQL. And you work for a major healthcare system. Hardcore gangster. SQL in a healthcare environment. That is some database gangster stuff. I can't even imagine. But yeah, you got to watch out with the AI in that kind of environment, I'm sure. Because I worked in biomedical sciences, which was at the hospital. So we had to do all of the HIPAA and everything. That was a real pain in the ass. So any types of data systems or whatever where HIPAA is involved is gonna, test your patience and stamina. a few years ago, I taught so much and actually like inspiration on doing this kind of stuff. Absolutely, man. I really need to like spend more time doing this and talking about it, I think. But Green Forest is here. Says, reminds me of the YouTube channel, Warcraft Reborn, which remodels WoW into modern 3D using AI. Oh, really? I want to see that. So it remodels WoW into modern 3D using AI. I want to see that. Because I was thinking about what we should do with WoW, with World of Warcraft and AI. Because some people are asking about it. They're like, hey, can we do, can we bring our WoW characters into this and try, how would the WoW characters fit into this workflow? And I was like, I don't know, actually. I mean, I think you could do anything, but I didn't know exactly what we should do. But, the way we used to do machinima in World of Warcraft was we would take the models from the WoW model viewer and extract them in 3D, like extract like an OBJ or an FBX or whatever. And at least for some versions of World of Warcraft, maybe not so much the current version, but the older ones, you could just literally extract the WoW models, the gear, so you could do your transmogs, the animations, the way they dance and move and fight, the fights, the dances, the gestures and everything. All those animations were there, and you could even export the skeletons in some cases. Bring those into your 3D apps, and then you create your machinimas that way, and it gave animators and creators, the ones that were really good at rigging and really good at animation, it gave them a chance to create these amazing animations. So fast forward to now where we have the AI tools, a lot of those workflows with the skeletons, the rigging and stuff could be done with some of these workflows, like with the pose generators and the when animate, when dance and all that. If we can get those character models in and the poses, and then now you have so yeah, I'm curious to see what other people have been doing. But Morphine says, correct, the RAG is database loosely that is vectorized for easy searching by the AI bot. Simple explanation, right? Right. The RAG, the vector database, is something I am only loosely understanding because the way the information is vectorized and stuff, that's a part of data science that I don't know what it's doing. But that's true for a lot of stuff with AI. It's completely different kind of science. The methodology that's being used is not so obvious to the user, to the end user. We're creating images here with no need to understand the math and the data and the processes that are going on behind the scenes with these models and how these models came to be through hours of training and so on, and all the data required to bring us this workflow, right? So there's a lot to know there. And then for the RAG databases, I think that's probably a little simpler, obviously, but same idea where it's like we're embedding data into these databases with no problem. I mean, it's easy, to embed. You have your embed models, they're embedding data, and the embedding models are also getting really good. Some of them are there various different sizes of embedding models that you can use that will, create these embeds. And then you search. You can do these semantic searches through them. And not just semantic searches, but other styles of searching as well to produce results that you can use and refine for whatever, so. Hey, Crazy Diamond is here. We all find Psynaps by strange and interesting ways. It is a strange and interesting place, this world, I will say. But Morphine was talking about databases and stuff, so we got kind of distracted on that. But yeah, HIPAA's problems. The HIPAA's going to limit you to what you can do. But I think that people that are doing data science and whatever, they talk about building RAG systems and building database systems internally. So you might not want to, like, if you use ChatGPT, I'm sure ChatGPT and Google, it's all HIPAA certified and their servers are storing data. So it might be easier to use a third party. But if, say, the healthcare system or whatever, it was forbidden to send patient information or just whatever information out to the public web, you can build your system inside. Like, I have this computer behind me. This is running the AI, the one that's right back there. I guess I can make my webcam bigger to see it. But we're not doing anything crazier. This is like gamer gear, essentially. Now the GPUs there, of course, they're not cheap, and that's going to hit differently, for different people. We can't just go and invest in giant GPU systems. But if you're already a gamer and you've been working, and you build a computer every once in a while, and you've got the budget for hardware, or okay, let's say you're a company, let's say you're actually a healthcare system or whatever, and you do have a budget for gear, you can build an internal RAG system and LLM system that can kick some pretty good ass, I think. And you could fit it in a computer case that looks like that one right there. Or you could put servers in a rack too, like whatever your style is. But I would do it like that. Like I like to build my production systems in regular cases like that. But it's good to see you in there, Crazy Diamond. PCs are not cheap. Yeah, and then there's all these weird economic industry weirdness with RAM and GPUs and, the AI bubble and the world is going to end. All of that, it all, all plays into the equation. But Morphine says, we're running RAG database on a Linux server, connect to a Claude Sonnet LLM to teach it things that are constantly changing. For instance, it doesn't know about the 5070 Ti. With RAG, it searches the vector database and can now answer correctly. Right. So the RAG really grounds the AI into information like current information or whatever. So for me, the RAG, for my company RAG, basically what I did was I did some cool stuff when I built the company RAG. For my company, I've had emails over all of these years, over the last 10 years of like customers and users and stuff that use the SuperStream system, for example. And I also have Discord. Discord is like my primary vector for support for the SuperStream system. And I find myself answering very similar questions all the time by email or by Discord or whatever. People will ask basic questions about mobile streaming, especially people who are getting started. They kind of go through the same process of learning curve, whatever learning curve is there. We try to take away as much of that as possible, but there's some and so I thought, okay, no problem. I like typing out to every customer. I love helping them and getting them going. In fact, I would probably rather just type it all out, but I don't want to miss any details. So I put it all in a RAG and I trained the RAG to basically just took all the data, I ran it through AI, I chunked it into chunks, and I said, AI, make me a simple question and answer database. Add all of this metadata, add keywords, add descriptions, add categories of, what is it, support, or is it, technical support? Is it sales? How much does stuff cost? How much does it cost if you buy lots of cloud servers, for example, just basic categories. And then I just let the AI work on all of this data from the last many, many years. And it came out with all of, the right questions, and answers, encoded it into structured data, and then encoded it into the RAG database. And then now I can call the RAG database and, it will pretty much answer it. But I still got to go back and like refine things. Like sometimes it'll answer perfectly, and then sometimes it misses things. It'll just bug me. It'd be like, if I was answering the question, I would have added a few extra things. So I'll go back into the data and I'll add, some extra bit of information and hope the AI will like regurgitate all that. It does for the most part. So I wanted to tell you my data thing. But Crazy Diamond says, I just got a P1S a month ago. Huge step up from the Ender 3 I started with. Oh, wait, what's the P1S? What is that, Crazy Diamond? Crazy Diamond, we haven't talked for a long time. Have you tried Meshtastic by any chance? Because the Meshtastic messages were popping up on my screen earlier. And this one is a really cool open source project that I think you guys should do. Go get your Meshtastic rigs. I have some here. I have them all over the place. These are, here's some sense caps. See this little thing right here? This is a 900 megahertz radio. It has a GPS in it. It has a small battery. As you imagine, you can't get much of a battery into this. So how much of a transmitter could this be? Well, I think it transmits about 20 milliwatts, maybe 20. No, that's not right. I think maybe like 100 milliwatts or something. I don't know. It's like 20 dBi or something. I forget what the specs are on this one, but we're talking about low power 900 megahertz, and it transmits data modes. With this little thing right here, I can transmit over 200 miles in any direction from sitting right here in my room indoors. And that's because these radios mesh together, and people from all over the world have these, and they're all over the place in my city, and they might be everywhere in your city too. And basically what happens is this data mode, it'll flood. So the message, whether it's a GPS coordinates, a text message, a telemetry, temperature, whatever data you want to send, it sends it out. If another node receives it, it does a whole bunch of things. It'll look around to see if anybody else has retransmitted. If nobody else has retransmitted, it'll retransmit. And it'll bounce the messages all over till it hits a mountaintop repeater, basically, because, all the ham nerds, they like these things too, even though you don't need a license for this. And so it only will take a couple of hops before it hits the mountaintop. And then once it's a mountaintop, because I'm in New Mexico, it's just like, we're talking low power still. We're still at like 100, 200 milliwatts max. You can go up to like 1 watt on the, without a license. So it'll go up a couple hundred milliwatts on a mountaintop, very thin bandwidth, small bandwidth data, and very fast. So it just goes hundreds of miles after that. They're super cool. You can track your kids, your car, put one in your car, and then you can build them out with antennas and stuff. I have some more nodes around here somewhere too, but if you guys want to learn more about that, that one is really cool. And it's made for off-grid communication. So when the world ends, and all the cell phones go down, we'll just be like blowing up our little Meshtastic nodes. We'll still be in contact with each other. 3D printers. Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, New Mexico. Yeah, in Australia too, double weight. Now, these things, they like this, I think this particular thing, so this one is like, it's pre-made, so they manufacture these in bulk. These are like $40. If you consider what is possible with this has Bluetooth and Wi-Fi in it. So you can connect to it with your phone and you control it. That's how you text through it with your phone. But it can also interface with a computer as well. It has a USB on it, and you can plug it in and control with your computer. And I have my nodes set up that way where they are connected to my internet at home, my LAN. And so I can build like Python apps and stuff to interface with them and send messages and send and receive messages from my web browser and whatever. So that's the part that I liked about Meshtastic was that it's radio that interfaces with a computer. I always wanted that because with ham radio can be, there's plenty of data modes, but it can be kind of funny. You're not allowed to do encryption. You have to broadcast your call sign and stuff, and all of that is fine. But with these radios, it's you don't have to. You can do encryption, and there's no particular rules other than FCC rules on like power output and whatever little rules are. But these are so low power and low duty. You're not really gonna. It'd be hard to break a rule unless you're like doing some kind of numbnut behavior. So it just works. It works. Everybody uses it without a license. It just works. I said duty. I guess I did say duty. Low duty, like duty cycle. So are they running on Signal? No, it's not Signal. Like Signal, the protocol. It's LoRa. It's called LoRa. Kind of like the AI is the character LoRa's, but there's LoRa, like LoRa for radio, and you can look at that LoRa radio. It's like a data mode. I think they used it for satellite communication at some point, but the LoRa data mode, it's just like a certain kind of data mode that it's a digital mode that can transmit characters based on some kind of like timing shift. So it does some radio data stuff. All right. You can read up on it to get the language, because I'm not going to be able to recall and reproduce the exact language of the LoRa protocol. I don't think I've ever even presented it, but I've looked at it a little bit, and you can kind of see it. It's kind of got this visual representation of how it kind of shifts, but it's very low bandwidth, and it's able to send low amounts of data, but some of the modes can send more data. So there's limited bandwidth. So you're not going to send any video over this, for example. Some people have figured out how to send audio over LoRa, but you can send plenty of text data, like telemetry, locations. These are good trackers because they'll send tracking data that it has GPS in it. So it'll just send, you don't need like this could replace something like what are the little AirTags? Like the Apple AirTags, but Android has one too. So this is a transmitter, and so it'll actually broadcast your telemetry data, whatever it may be. And you can, since it interfaces with a computer, you can get it to broadcast any telemetry. You could tell it exactly what coordinates to broadcast. You could plug it into like a third-party GPS or other system of some sort. And since it connects to the internet, you can do worldwide communication with these as well. So there's these will work with MQTT servers. So you can connect them over the internet and repeat signals over the internet, kind of like Echolink or some of those other ham radio data modes that do internet linking. This can do the same thing, but much, much simpler. And you can build the servers for it yourself too. Tiles, right? Oh, I won't say anything more about that unless you guys want to know more about it. But it's a cool little, it really like reawakened my interest in radio. So, a lot of us do our ham radio licenses for one reason or another. And then, you might time might go by and you haven't really done anything with radio for a while. So when I saw these radios, I was like, let's go, let's put one in my truck, put one in my wife's car as well. So when we're driving around, we can track our vehicles and see on the map. Now, Google does all that stuff too. You can just have Google tracking on your phone and everything. But these don't require Google or any other platform. They allow you to do all of that completely independent from a platform. And so that is the value, kind of the DIY value of these things. So like I said, the grid could go down. Cell phone towers are not going to go down. Cell phone towers have so much backup. Like those things will, always be available. They might lose connection to the internet, but the cell towers are going to be the last thing standing out there because those things are pretty hardy. But you could lose like internet connectivity or lose communication, or you could be out where there is no cell towers, like in the mountains hiking or camping. I took these camping with me. I put them on my kids, sent them out, to play, and I could, see where they were, and I could, talk to them. There was no cell phone coverage out last time I went camping. No cell phone. But yet we could use our cell phones to see each other's locations and to communicate with each other with absolutely no coverage and no internet. So that's kind of like the cool part of these things too. You haven't touched ham radios in 10 years? Yeah, I get like that too, where 10 years will go by and haven't even checked into the old local ham radio net. That's okay. Maybe we'll be old, sometimes the ham radio operators, there's a bunch of old guys. So when we're old like them, then we'll be like, I don't run the ham net. There's nothing else to do when you're old except for, run the old ham club net. But when you're young, full of energy and willing to learn new things, here's one for you. There's a weekend project. You'll love them. You'll end up with a whole, I've got one of those shelves back there is full of them. I've got a box full of antennas, little SMA to N connectors, some SMA to SMA, just all of random little connectors to build these little radios out, because most of them have like these type of antennas with little SMA connectors. I don't know if it'll focus or not. No? Sony, hello. There it is. There you are. So that's like a tiny one, but they get bigger. See if I have any other ones back here. In my area, cell towers aren't that reliable. Cell phones in my area went down during a big freeze in Texas. Ah, okay. All right. So that's a good point. Not every cell tower, but, and they'll go down, like their connectivity will go down, but sometimes I've been up to the mountaintop ones, like some of the big ones, at least around here. And, you got your ham shack up on the mountain peak. Sometimes they'll be in a pretty good building, they'll have electrical and, grounding, they've got things figured out. Some even got backup power or solar power. Then the cell towers. All right. These things had these big old generators, like gas generators. They had all this power. The feed lines were like giant industry low loss cables. I mean, we're talking about a huge amount of money invested into some of these core cell tower nodes. And I was thinking to myself, ham radio is supposed to be the backup for when cell towers go down. But if anything's going to go down, the ham radios are probably going to go down before these giant Goliath cell phone towers go down. But the cell towers also have to connect back to the grid to be functional, right? So, for your phone number to work, those have to be routed through the system. So the phones can go down, but the cell tower itself might be completely functional through a hurricane or through a power failure or through a major storm. Now, during the hurricanes, like the big ones that came through Florida recently, that's exactly what we saw. We saw, because I do live streaming, right? And a lot of my customers are storm chasers. And so while everybody is leaving the eye of the hurricane, the storm chasers who use the Psynaps Super Stream system were headed straight into the eye of the hurricane. And in order to live stream, they need data. And so they've got their AT&T modems, their Verizon modems, their T-Mobile modems. They've got all their modems together, and they're going to combine all these modems together using the Psynaps technology to bring a live stream to Twitch or to the internet. That's what I do. That's my day job, pretty much, is to help streamers do exactly that. And what we learned was some of the towers were going down, but then some would be up. And I think it was AT&T, towers were up. Verizon was going down in some spots. T-Mobile would go down and AT&T would be holding. So the streamers would have data through the storm, or it could be the other way around too, where, but Out of the three of them, some services were available for live streaming, which is pretty cool. Hey, Giza Dragon is here. Hunter Demon is here. What's up? Floppies to disks to drives. Yeah, like disk drives to NVMEs. That was huge. Yeah, technology, it goes fast, man. It goes fast. Everybody's busy trying to get technology, pushing technology forward. And AI is going so fast because everyone is teaming up to do it. Huge investment, very scary. 100 Deep says, hope you and family had a great Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Yeah, we've been chill here. Everything's been good. The weather's been good. The weather did change though. So the weather is now getting cold and a little bit rainy. But we had a lot of days of really good weather here for Christmas. So it was almost like we were in Australia for Christmas. Well, it wasn't that warm. I think you can never compare the US to Australia because Australia has some crazy weather, but anyway, we're in the northern hemisphere. Australia is in the southern hemisphere, and one of the major differences that people forget about is that Christmas in the north is with snow, and cold weather. Well, sometimes snow if you have any precipitation. In the southern hemisphere, Christmas is right smack in the middle of the summer where you're on the beach having a barbecue. Right? So while you're having barbecues over there, we're usually, under the blankets and by the fire trying to warm up. But this Christmas was warm. So we're literally driving around outside with the windows down, looking at Christmas lights with the windows down. And that's pretty rare. So it was definitely a heat wave going on for us. 98, 100 degrees Fahrenheit? Well, at least you said Fahrenheit because I wouldn't be able to convert Celsius probably in my head. But yes, 100 degrees. So we do get up to 100 degrees where I live in New Mexico. We hit 100 easy. We don't usually go too far above 100. Maybe it's 101, 102 for a couple of hot days in the summer. Hopefully this upcoming summer is not so bad. We don't get higher than that usually unless there's some kind of record-breaking heat wave. In Arizona, however, they're like 116, 120 degrees Fahrenheit in Phoenix for the summer. Sometimes, God forbid, they get a heat wave. Oof. I lived in Arizona for a couple of years, and that heat, you don't want to go there in the summer. That's for sure. I got to move up north where it's cooler. But let's take a look at where we left off on the workflow. I have a hard time. You guys bring me such interesting things to talk about. I can never stay focused. You guys know how easily I get distracted. When I stream, I like the chat. That's why I hate ads so much, because I love to read the chat and talk with the chat. It's very hard for me to ignore the chat, to be honest. Streaming to me is just all about the interaction, I think. But I did want to try... I tried Quinn Image Edit. Some of you guys know what that is. Some of you guys are learning for the first time what this is. We did play around with it, got some images rendered. I showed a little bit about my workflow. I was going to make a video, but what I really want to do is I want to close some of these image edit workflows, and I want to open up the 3D text and see if we could render that, some 3D text. There's me floating. We do some weird stuff with AI. It could get weirder too. This is not even that weird. This is zero weird compared to the weird shit that the AI is capable of. We should really try doing some weird stuff just to try. And you know what we should also do? Oh, I was going to ask you. I should ask you while you're here. Not everything. I mean, the stuff I'm doing with AI is perfectly safe for work. We're not doing anything not safe for work stuff here. And plus, my family's running around in my house. I can't be doing not safe for work, even if that's what, if people were calling for that, I can't really be doing that. However, we probably could do something spicy at some point. And I was thinking we should bring back the private stream for that and do a spicy AI stream. But I don't know if that's even like interesting for anybody. Or I don't even know if I'm interested in that. I just wanted to like put it out there and say, hey, guess what? There's a lot of possibilities with image generation and with some of these AI tools. We could probably do something super cool that, you know, where you're not sure, you know, kind of like an example is I was trying to get me to do pole dancing because I had a pole dancing failure in real life on the stream where I had a hard time because I was too fat to pole dance. But we could possibly do this with AI. And check this out, 008. Hit the sub button, 78 months. That's got to be like at least 20 to 40 years, somewhere between there somewhere. The 008, thank you for that resubscribe. And yeah, it's on. Psynaps bot is not switching scenes because I don't even remember where Psynaps bot code for that is. It's in there somewhere. It will switch scenes, but that part's not turned on. But everything else is on. Thank you, dude. Spartan says yes because math is hard. Math is not hard. Math is only hard when you try to math. If you don't even try to math, it's not hard at all. Then it's easy. Math is for calculators. But that's awesome. We got it to blow up. Did it make a sound on your side? It didn't make a sound on my side, but I need to get the sound going on. I need to get the scene transitions. So 008, let's try going to the 3D text because this is kind of part of my whole goal and part of the whole study is to see if we could, you know, because, you know, during the coolest, for example, the coolest part of the live stream, I thought, for me anyway, one of the coolest things was when the sub alert happened, my render farm would start rendering like a wallpaper. But see, we would spend a lot of time creating the wallpaper together, you know, throughout the month. And at some point, you know, like at the end of the month, subscribers would get that wallpaper customized to them. And that was something nobody else was doing, whether you like wallpapers or not. It was kind of an innovative thing that we did and a way for me to say thank you to the viewers by giving them a custom piece of artwork. And most of the time that artwork was related to the games we were playing together too. So, you know, whatever game we were playing, you know, like PUBG or World of Warcraft or Minecraft or whatever, if we were all kind of spending a lot of time in there because that was what everybody was playing at the time, we would kind of base it off of that and spend time like, you know, creating our favorite spots in the game and whatever. So that was kind of special to a lot of you guys and also very, very special to me. What if we could see how far the AI could do something like that? So there's a lot of work to do. Like it would be the same process where it's like where we kind of come up with some ideas, figure out like what we want the backgrounds to be, maybe feed the AI, maybe even create some LoRa's, you know, for that. So it's just kind of like, we could totally do that if we wanted to. And I want to try a little bit to see how far, make you the example. Yes, you're the example. And there's a couple of others too that have subscribed over the last week or so, that I said, oh, we're going to do this. Right. And so we've gotten pretty far. Like a lot of these workflows are just like, you know, have gotten insane. Let me try to find the 3D text. I have a couple here. I even started a new folder for these. But here's a 3D text gen version 4. So let me just like open up the new one. There's one, this one came out funny here. Oh, it doesn't show the funny one. So here we created a video and Protein just happened to be here and he subscribed the other night. And so I put his in here and it just like at the end of the explosion, it would have been fine. But then this weird garbled text just shows up. Like, what even is that? I didn't tell it to do that. So this is where we have to figure out the prompts and stuff and prompt it exact. But I downloaded this cool, somebody told me to use this painter node to give it some more energy. And so I can give it this amplitude right here. and just like, so stuff blows up. So that's pretty cool. That's WAN 2.2. And then they also told me, and I went over this the other night too, so I don't mean to be too redundant, but this WAN 2.2 enhanced, this one says not safe for work. I don't know what that means. Somebody told me I should. Well, I mean, I know what that means, but I don't know what it means for the model. I think it just means the model is unlocked and it's been trained on probably some boobies or something have been in there. So that should help with the realism because it's been, modified for, what the community likes to render. So when I added that, plus this painter node, like the YouTuber had suggested, all of a sudden the videos were like blowing up with a lot more energy. So hopefully a boob doesn't just pop out somewhere there. I mean, I guess it could happen. It's been boobified. I guess I don't know if that's what it means. I haven't tried rendering any boobies with it. That would be something. That's why we would do the private stream for something like that. If we were curious to be like, what's going to happen. So hopefully nothing flies out here and we don't make any scientific mishaps or misdiscoveries. But remember too, that these models are very good at prompts. So I don't think it's going to make mistakes like that. I think whatever we prompted, that's what it's going to do for the most part. But also, that, there's a lot of kind of randomness also in the system. So if we don't specify very carefully like what we want, it could, help us out and create something that we didn't put in the prompt. So that could happen. A scientific wardrobe malfunction. I'm pretty sure everybody would understand if something like that happened. Obviously, if we're doing it on purpose, then no one's going to have any sympathy. But if all we're trying to do is make 3D images for the stream, then if a nip, flew out, I don't think it'd be any different than if you were playing a video game and inside the video game there was a boobie. That does happen on Twitch where some video games, like what's the one? Isn't it like Red Dead or something that has like a couple of nude scenes, and Twitch is okay as long as you're not like freaking out over the boobs and making that the theme of the stream. Then it's okay if a video game boob pops out once in a while. So I think we're fine with that kind of stuff. But if we're purposely making them, no, that's something we would have to do on the private stream. We couldn't do that on Twitch. Oh, wait a minute. What's all this? So, this is my prompt maker. So this is like the official 3D text thing. So what I have here is, and I don't really like this prompt template, but I've generated a prompt template here that allows me to enter your name. So I would put in, let's say like 008 here. See what you guys are talking about. You guys are talking about printing, 3D printing. That's something I haven't gotten into yet, so you guys can teach me about that. I need to pay more attention to that. Bamboo Studio. So hey, for you guys that are 3D printing, did you know that there are 3D nodes for ComfyUI where you can take a picture of anything, a picture of this Baofeng. Check it out. Got a Baofeng right here. You take a picture of this and then put it in Comfy, and then it will make this in a 3D mesh that you can use for 3D printing with the correct colors and everything. So that should be a pretty fun tool for those of you that are 3D printing stuff. If you've ever had like a mesh or a model that's being stubborn, you might be able to like put it into 3D and kick it in the nuts, get it to do what you're trying to do. Did you know that I've had a whiskey here that I haven't even been drinking? Let's raise it up and let's have a toast. This one for 008. For that sub, thank you. Now wait a minute, turn up the bacon. Turn up the bacon did a subscribe too. Wait, is that one just come in? Turn up the bacon just subscribed. I saw it. I saw it like pop up before the alert. Cheers, man. And it says turn up the bacon. Oh, turn up the bacon. I was actually thinking about you the other day. I was wondering how you were doing. It's been a long time. Thank you for the resubscribe. That it has been a long time, but has it really been all that long? It has and it hasn't, I think, right? Because we're all just kind of like doing our own thing. Time is going by as time does. We can't slow it down. There are moments where time seems to go by slower, times where it goes by fast, but we're all in this together. We're all on the same timeline, it would seem. We're stuck with each other one way or another. So much time has gone by, but so many things have stayed the same. We're still grounded in all of the normal things. Like you're here and I'm here. So how much time has actually gone by that we would manage to run into each other like this once again? Crazy Diamond says, that's cool. Would it save a lot of time to make new models? Yeah, I would. Yeah. I haven't messed with the 3D model stuff, but when I was doing Cinema 4D and stuff and I was doing 3D, I was thinking to myself, it would be really nice if they could figure out if the AI could figure out stuff like texturing, some basic modeling. And guess what? It has, and it's fully AI now. Like you can get the AI to make the model, rig the model, animate the model, texture the model, do everything to the model, turn the model into a picture, turn the picture into a model. It's doing all this stuff. So you got to check that out. Life is moving fast and you're enjoying it. Well, that's good news. That's what I like to hear. That's good. Great. That's good news. Yeah. I know you were trying you tried the streaming thing at some point. I think we worked a little bit together on that. And I was just curious like how everything is going, but right now we're trying to do one of those things that we did back in the day, and I'll have to try one of these here with you too, because just like we used to do those wallpapers, I wanted to see if we get the AI to do it. So 008 cool. How should I spell it? Just the way your screen name is spelled. Now I don't know what it's gonna spit out, but we're gonna figure this out together. So it asks for a username, and I don't know why I do a concatenate here. I'm trying to just get it to I'm trying to build the prompt here. So it's kind of a prompt builder. And then this over here, I know there's a lot of nodes here and I built these so I know what they are, but if you're just seeing them, it's probably just like, a bunch of boxes at first sight. But this is actually a LLM here. So this is going to it's going to use a text prompt to generate a prompt with your name in it. So we're going through a couple of different AI methods here. And we can tune everything. This is even the context size, the temperature, even the little fine-tune variables that you can do with language prompting. And I don't think you can do a lot of this stuff with like ChatGPT and Gemini and stuff. Those things are pretty limited in how you can change all the parameters. But here we can change them all. And I'm just going through it because we're going to run it, but I need to look at it to make sure. And then we're going to create the text. So it's going to create a big blocky text. I haven't even looked at like the fonts and stuff. It's just using a general all-purpose font. But we can even change the fonts. This is one of my nodes that I programmed. This is the Psynaps Dynamic Text Overlay. I'll show you how this works. It uses a Python backend to size the font. It's kind of like a font generator of sorts in Python. Python Pillow. Pillow does some visual stuff. Then it's going to load the Psynaps wallpapers. I actually trained Alora to some of my old wallpapers. I don't know if it took that well, but it definitely is going to guide the image generation to my old wallpaper style a little bit at least. It's just kind of like, I just tried to see what would happen. And so now it's part of this. This is using the Quinn image control net. So it's going to take this, I'm going to create this text in 3D, but where's the 3D generator at? Where is that? Anybody see it? Oh, here it is. Depth anything processor. You'll see what it does. It's going to create a very cool effect. So these are all plugged into each other. They're probably not ordered in the right way, but they are going to do something. This is going to create the image, and we're going to see it pop up. This is going to upscale the image, and then we're going to see it when it looks like upscaled. And then there's going to be a final 4K upscale over here. If everything works out, it's going to make a big one right there. So that's not all. That's just for the image generation that we're going to create. Then it's going to create it into a video next. And this part I probably am going to deactivate just for now, because I don't know what the image looks like. If the image looks good, then we'll create it into a video. But I'm just going to deactivate those, and then we'll see what it produces. So what is what kind of image are we doing here? So the prompt says, okay, an extreme wallpaper, 3D text. Oh, it says minimalist font. Okay, seemingly integrated into a future cyberpunk digital background that appears inside a fire. So this is actually a kind of a pre-made prompt that we had here. So I got to figure out how to make these kinds of pre-made prompts. Yeah. So I'm going to need a prompt maker for my prompt maker. So my prompt maker has, it's a couple of its own prompt makers, if that makes sense. But let's just see what this one spits out. All right. Are you ready? I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Do I have VRAM? I'm going to have to clear my VRAM just in case. All right. Because I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm unloading my models. All right. Here we go. So let me see what you said here. Turn up the bacon says, oh, there it is. Oh, it's already going. Holy smokes, that's fast. This is what it looks like. So this is the text maker. And then it turns it into this for the control net. It just kind of takes a depth map. So that's going to turn it 3D, basically, is what that does. It went by really fast. So now it's going to be loading the models. We can keep track of the green box there, and that'll move around as it works. But Turn Up the Bacon says, I turned into a Mac OS architect and pilot in training since we last spoke. Oh, so you're flying. That's cool. What do you like to fly? I was thinking of getting one of those little one-person helicopters. Oh, I'm trying to take the sweater off. Yeah. So there's a couple of different cool little one-man helicopters you can get. And I don't think I can afford a helicopter, but should I be able to, why not put a helicopter landing pad, on your property somewhere? Just fly around. I think that would be fun. I think there's even some aircraft that you don't even have to get a pilot license for. If it's a certain kind of helicopter, I think there's some you can just go and fly, I think. But that doesn't make any sense because the FAA is usually pretty strict. Oh, it's happening. Look. Oh, shit. Look at that. I like those colors. Happening, bro. Okay, so this is the upscale, and it's happening pretty fast. Look at how the upscaler adds energy and color to it and details. This is the kind of stuff I want to get like refined to perfection. Wanting to get a private pilot certificate just to use for our family for vacations and such. And yes, there are small ultralight planes and gliders that don't require a license. Oh, that's pretty cool. There's one aircraft that, okay, I think this might be done. So, Okay, so it's at 1080 now, but let me activate this to see if it'll go to 4K now. Because this one also will make it look really cool, but let me see what it's going to want to do. It's going to want to render it from scratch again, I think. Does this have a seed? Enable seed true. Seed, look at the seed is set to 1337. That's my recipe, but for some reason it wants to bring it through a llama again. So let's just see what it does. I think these seeds are the same, so it might cook it again, but it might not. We'll see. These are saved one way or the other, so we can render it a million times and pick which one's the best. But anyway, there's this one aircraft that it's like some kind of gyro copter of some kind where they say it's safer to fly because one of my chair screws is loose. Oh, that one's different. That one's coming out different. I like the purple one though a little better. Let's see if we can get that one back. But they're safer to fly because of, like, I don't know, the inertia of the propellers kind of keep it spinning while it's in flight, even if the engine fails. And they seem like super chill little aircraft to fly. People will take off and fly at, just like a normal helicopter altitude. And they don't go very fast. They're not too strong, but just for like a one-person aircraft, they're seem to vibrate a lot. But there's a couple of different companies that build them, and I guess they're not too hard to get a license for those. But it's too much work. I don't have any time to go learn how to fly, but I've wanted to. I've been interested. I mean, aviation is, I think aviation is just like any other kind of travel. I think it's something that we have deep down inside of us an interest to fly. Because haven't you ever been in traffic? You're backed up in traffic and you're looking at the road and you're like, man, if I could just fly over all of this traffic, everything would be so much easier. That's what I think all the time. I need to be above all the traffic jams, not in the traffic jams. I really want to upscale this other one. So let me see if I can go back to this workflow and go scale, upscaler. Yeah. So I'm just going to use pure upscaler. I think it's called seed. Yeah, this is the one right here. Image upscale. So if I take the image that I just made. Ooh, look at this one. This is the new one that just came out. This one is also kind of cool. You have to pick which one you think is cooler, but there's the purple one and then the one that's a little more red. I like this purple one. I'm going to do them both. So this one's already upscaled to 4K. This is 4K quality. Look how fast that went. You know how long it took to make this damn text in Cinema 4D? And then the fire didn't even come out looking as cool as this after all that time. And then look at this. I feel like we're cheating here, but we're not cheating because these workflows are carefully constructed and so are the prompts to create this effect. But let me upscale. So this one is starting at 1080 and I just want to see if the upscale will smooth out some of that purple, those purple gradients on that text right there. Let's see what it does. We're going to run this on CUDA 1 because that's what it's already loaded up on. We're going to use the 7B model. Pretty big model there, I think. And we're going to save it as a WebP, which should, embed everything. And this is an upscale, embed, show preview, optimize. All right, let's launch it. See if it'll render this bad boy. Now, the way I'm going to send these images to you is in Discord. So we have to see if Discord is going to play nice and allow me to, it'll allow me to attach it, but I want to make sure you get it in full quality. So the Discord channel, I made a new Discord channel. That's called ComfyUI, and I'm going to put them in the Comfy channel. See, somebody added me at one of these Discords. I'm just trying to find it. Yeah, I think Discord is probably the way, so I don't know. Oh, it's still cooking. Okay, it's coming out now. But I think before what I did was I had, oh yeah. Yeah, it did. It did smooth this out. Wow. It did smooth out the purple gradients. Sick. So I think we could specify the color. Otherwise, it's just kind of like, sometimes it's purple, sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red, which is pretty cool. I think it looks beautiful too. Thanks, man. I think it looks really cool. Like that fire is just like, it's chill, but it's energetic at the same time, and it's random. And the color, the blue and purple is always kind of like, it kind of reminds me like in World of Warcraft, there's always like this blue purple color theme, which is pretty standard. You know, you see this in video games a lot, and I think it's just like a matching colors, you know. But it's incredible that, you know, that the AI, it just, with that kind of crazy prompt that we give it, it wants to generate that. So the next thing to do, let me see if I can figure this out though, because the next part will be to try to get it to feed into the video this time. That one, to load the video is going to take like probably at least 5 minutes, because the video models are kind of huge, so it'll take a little while, but I think we should try it. I might have another workflow where I can just feed the video straight into this. Let me find it. This is kind of like the goal of what I'm trying to do, is trying to get the workflow figured out. Here, I tried to do an all-in-one workflow, but we found that it doesn't work because, I mean, it did work, but it's kind of confounded by some of these starting nodes that wanna re-render a new seed for some reason. And so it starts the whole thing over again. I needed to go directly from this last upscale straight into the video if I can figure that out. But yeah, I see you, Double A. You can join. You are in my Discord, right? Do you see the Comfy UI? I'm gonna try dragging them in here like this. Like, see, like, here's my Discord. I'm gonna put them in this channel. Look at this crazy logo I rendered the other day. And there's me standing next to the time machine. So I'm going to put them in this channel. It's the ComfyUI channel right there. And let's find out, this is going to be a scientific experiment, if we can download them in full quality. I think you can. So to download it in full quality, I think what you have to do is go into Discord, right click on it, and then click save image. And then let me see what the save image should let you save it. Yeah, it does. It looks like it lets you save it as the original quality. And then there's also open link. This one is not obviously the full quality, but you might be able to hack it right here by deleting this top part. So it just ends in WebP like this. Oh, it's no longer available. So I guess that part doesn't work. I think you have to save it directly, but let me try saving it directly just to see, just to confirm that it saves it right. Okay, it says image saved. And then let me go to that drive and downloads. Yeah, this looks like the full quality version. So if I go to file info, yeah, it's 4096 by 2304. So I think it's supposed to actually be where's my video resolutions? I think it's supposed to be 3840. So I can just change that for the next one. But that's okay, it's just more pixels. It's like 4K, 4K, super 4K. See how those look on your monitor. And let's do one for Turn Up the Bacon as well on this particular prompt. And you guys can also, you know, come up with some prompt ideas. We can try to create new cool effects. What I was thinking of doing was like creating a prompt generator and just let it run all night long. Just generate like a million prompts. Whoa, I see another one coming in. Giza Dragon. Hit the subscribe for 34 months. Giza Dragon, thank you for the resubscribe. Awesome. What do you think, Giza Dragon? Should we put your name in the in this crazy workflow? I'll put yours in here too. See what it pumps out, but let's see what Turn Up the Bacon does. So Turn Up the Bacon, I remember Turn Up the Bacon's name is a little bit longer, which is not a problem. It just means that the text is a little bit different. And I remember having to you know, modify Cinema 4D to get the 3D text just right for the longer name. So let's see what it does with this longer name. And you can see the green. We can kind of follow this through to see how it goes. But it's already generated the 3D data. It just did like a depth processing on a simple 2D text with a shadow. And so that's kind of guiding it. That's what I figured out to guide it. And a little bit of special help from the Pixarama community too, because Pixarama did a tutorial where he showed a little bit of 3D text and he shared the workflow. And he gave me the idea to start off with, or to apply the depth processor to the text to try to get it 3D. And so he was able to get that to work. And he makes a very nice 3D text. I don't know if he does it exactly this way, but it kind of seemed like it according to the workflow. So I got that idea there, and then but there was no way to in Comfy to create just straight up text. There was a node that would do just text, but it wouldn't resize it. So I created my own node that has like a Python backend that will kind of calculate the and it allows me to drop shadow and stuff. So just like a little tool that I created to help me deal with the different names, because otherwise we would be like rendering, we'd have to make it, shrink it and then make it bigger. And I did this in Cinema 4D all the time for everybody's names until I figured out how to script it in Cinema 4D, again using Python. And so I kind of applied that previous like method to this and it did it, you know. So it has to be consistent to try to get consistent results. You remember Turn Up the Bacon? You remember, yeah. The Cinema 4D trolling all the time. The AI will troll too. Like I gotta say, like 008s came through very smooth and went fast, but what I'm finding is that the AI is cutting some steps out and making it easier, and in some cases faster, as you saw. We just, that 4K just popped right out of there. But it's, what it has in common is sometimes you do have to go back and look at the prompt and, you know, re-prompt it and change some little things. And that's, we've never kind of gone through that process before. And that's what I'm trying to learn. And if we can make these, we should be able to make everything Oh, Crazy Diamond. Oh, now we have a queue. I'm going to need Simetheus bot's help to keep track now because Crazy Diamond just subbed, and that's a resub and a hype train. What? Should we play the hype train? Usually we save the hype train for like a special occasion, but I think we should let it out a little bit. Let's check the hype train out. The hype train hasn't been out for a while. So here it is. Let's put up our glass, fill up your glass with your favorite beverage. Let's have a toast. I've got a little bit of scotch here for you guys. Cheers. Yeah, the hype train came out. What? That's awesome. See the fire coming off the wheels on the hype train? What if we redo the hype train with the video model? That would be sick. But I see Vanguarded is here too. Thank you, Crazy Diamond, for that. You're the creator editor of some of my childhood YouTubers, Vanguarded. Cheers to that, Swifty. Yeah, we did Legends of the Arena. Swifty, I still talk to Swifty, and he asks me sometimes. He always asks me. He's like, "We should do Legends of the Arena again," and I want to, but it was a lot of work. You know what was the biggest part of Legends of the Arena was, let me check on this because let me make sure it's loading. It's loading up. It's reloading the model here. I think it has to reload it because we used up too much memory. But the hardest part of Legend of the Arena was getting the arena players together to record video. You know, getting creators together. And a lot of the Legends, they weren't even YouTubers. So they didn't have the gear. I had to help them set up all the gear. And then, you know, with the software to capture and everything. And the ones that were creators, do you have any idea how hard it is to get creators to collaborate on stuff? It's like herding cats. So, but it was so much fun too because we did it. We got everybody together and we did it. The rigging and stuff, right? And hopefully, we can do some of that now with some of these AI methods, like the rigging. Like if we could do some 3D World of Warcraft, I think we can. Let me see. While this is loading, let me just kind of watch it to make sure I don't need to restart it. I think it's loading okay. It's just going a little bit slow. It's got to reload all of this from disk into memory. I think we had to clear memory after we did the upscales. But let me see if I can find these weird videos that this thing. Oh, and some hate if they look bad. You know, but I never got any hate for the Legend stuff. Like, I know there was always drama, like in the World of Warcraft community and in the PvP community. There was plenty of drama, but I never really, like, you know, felt like any of that, you know, especially with Legends of the Arena, because the games were like already over, you know, the recordings were already done and they just sent me, you know, they had already come to terms with whatever their outcomes were and they just sent me the footage. And I tried to make everybody look good, you know, with the editing and stuff. But there is some cases, oh, it's starting to come out. Turn Up the Bacon is coming out now. Let's see what the upscale looks like. We'll run it another one too to see what different seeds look like. But anyway, with Legends, some characters were easier to edit. Like, I don't know, like some warrior moves or like some rogue moves. Like there were just like certain classes that, like, just the way they moved and some of their like special abilities and stuff were, you know, kind of fit a little better. So there was that, but I never really thought it was too much. We just pumped it out. Use the clean VRAM node. I haven't been using that. No, morphine. I would like to try. I was thinking about where I might put it in here, but what I notice is like the shedding or whatever that Comfy does by default is pretty good. And I do have the multi GPU nodes here. And so that takes care of it for me for the most part whenever I showed how I spread the VRAM out between the GPUs. But it could be done better. I think those nodes, I could probably use them, you know, to help a little bit. But what I'm trying to do is, and I think maybe the upscaler caused the memory wipe. CUDA 1, CUDA 1. Something, I might have missed something there when I did that, but yeah, it's the Seed VR that, as long as I keep it on this other GPU, I can keep the Quen stuff in VRAM without it purging. So I don't want it to purge. I want it to stay in VRAM if I can. But usually for the upscaling, you got to be careful because the upscalers will spike. I've seen it like try to load an initial amount of memory and just like, you know, and then blow it right there. It wouldn't help you unless you use it very end of your workflow in this case. Yeah. Make a new hype train 008. Yeah. Yep. Because look at the fire. I mean, I think we could definitely do something with that hype train. I don't know what, but we could spice it up. That's for sure. Okay. So this upscaler finished, and let's look at this right here really quick, because look at the difference between the 1080, especially on these little embers down here. You know, this is before, and then as I drag it this way, this is after. And you can see the sharpness comes out, especially in the text of the A and this ember. See that when I go back and forth, you can see how it adds those pixels in. So it becomes now, you know, real 4K. It's not just an upscaled 4K. It's generating all of the pixels for true 4K. And then look how it knows to bevel the text. And that's what blows my mind. And I do put that in the prompt too. I tell it to bevel, but you know, in Cinema 4D, you had to go in there and bevel yourself. And depending on the seed, you had to set the size of the bevel, and you had to kind of, you know, just go and fine tune everything. So given there is more fine tuning you can do in the 3D program, this already knows the size. It already knows the scene and the size. So, you know, it just does it. And if we want to do it differently, we can probably prompt for it. But even with the most, you know, my prompt and the way I understand it, I'm able to get it that far. So there's one. Let's do another one. I just want to see what a different seed will produce. Let's figure out where I change my seeds at. This one should, well, let me just press go and see if it yeah. So for some reason, even though I have the seed set the same, it will generate a new one. So it's going to generate a new initial prompt, and then we'll see what it comes up with. And then in the meantime, that's something I'm going to have to research, is that, yeah, Morphine is actually given some really good workflow tips. You know, the Quen image edit thing, I got to remember to go back and look at those new nodes and try to understand what those are. But even if I don't understand them, I just need to plug them in at least, the very least, bare minimum. And then another research topic would be the VRAM, because we're going to have to get that part of the workflow, especially if it's automated. Imagine, you know, we're doing the live stream and some generations are being done, like maybe even through an automated generator. Then we're going to have to, I think that looks, oops, misclick. I think that looks like the same seed going there. So let me try changing this seed right here. I changed one seed, and then I'm going to change 1337 seed. We'll just hit it one notch to the right. We'll let that one generate too. But let's say, you know, to get this more real time, you know, it's taken maybe a couple of minutes to go through a couple of seeds through here. If I could get that down to, you know, within a minute, or even a minute, you know, would be cool. Then if you have like a hype train, then we could get it really going. And so I was even thinking, okay, so on my own hardware, if I wanted to render these like simultaneously, like have multiple rendering at the same time, I can't do that on just one 3090. What if I started up some cloud GPUs and had like a couple of 5090s. Okay, maybe that's overboard, but we could, you know, if we were doing like some cool videos and stuff, we probably need the 5090s. But what if we had like multiple 4090s or 3090s or equivalents up on the cloud, all running together? That sounds expensive, but that could be orchestrated with cloud APIs. And so I could put my workflows up there in the cloud and then just run them, just run through them. It's totally something we could do. Or what if I somehow figured out how to use your GPUs? No, we don't want to do that. I don't want to troll your GPUs, but that would be pretty cool. What if we could pool our VRAM together as a community and help each other render? And so who knows what would happen then. I think that's possible. I think some APIs actually do that kind of stuff where people can join a network and you can pull your data for a larger platform. But Morphine, just passing what you've learned, thank you for that. That is awesome. I always appreciate that, and that's one of many examples of where the chat has made me better. And so I try to, you know, show everything and talk about what I'm doing in hopes that I could give you some information back and maybe, if nothing else, maybe inspire some new ideas. Because you guys give me such good ideas all the time. In fact, I think I've gotten dumber since I stopped streaming. I need to stream more because you guys make me smarter. So taking a break from streaming, my IQ has gone down at least 200 points if I'm not live. At least 500, probably. Probably negative IQ. It doesn't go negative, except in my case when I'm not live. But this generation's taking a long time. I think maybe my Olama is stuck. I think Olama is trolling me right now because there's no way it should take that long to render this. What is it doing? It glitched out. No. Well, maybe not, but I think, oh, there it went. Okay, so it's done. Wow. What the? Okay, that definitely glitched out. Turb the bacon, it got stuck in a loop and it's doing something crazy. Should we just see what it does? I'm going to let it go just to see what it does. It might do something cool, but the language prompt generator glitched out and repeated itself for a lot of tokens. It probably did 4,000 tokens of repeats right there. Now that's not supposed to happen because we do have the repeat penalty turned on here. So it's unusual to see that happen, but this is Qwen 3. It's a smaller Qwen 3 model, and the 8B and below, they do freak out. I have seen them freak out. Sometimes you probably got to add some more repeat. You know, I could probably turn that up. We don't want to turn it up too much because then it might degrade the outputs. But yeah, we tried to prevent that, but there it goes. Let's see what it does. Let's see what the glitched out prompt does, and then we'll try to unglitch it too if we can. Oh, we're getting close. Maximum. We're at maximum power. I think that large prompt caused more VRAM to be needed. Oh my gosh. We are at maximum power on VRAM on this. Oh, look, it came out like just a big blob. We really exploded it. I think this is the Psynaps tradition of breaking just about everything that you can break when actually trying to do something, and then it just breaks. I think Psymetheus, and I just blame Psymetheus for trolling every time, but deep down I know it's probably my fault somehow. But yeah, now it's amplifying that. Okay, let's stop it before it tries to upscale that, because that's unnecessary. But this is definitely a nuclear explosion of some kind that we did here. So that's pretty cool. It saved it, so we'll have that for later. Let's try again though, because I don't know why. I guess I could turn that. I don't want to turn the repeat penalty up too much, but only if we absolutely have to. Let's see what else we can change here. Top K40, top P90. That's pretty standard. Number predict 512. This definitely went beyond 512. I wonder why that happened. Keep alive 3 minutes. What else do we got here? I don't know what the my Mirostat settings do. I've never tuned those. Repeat last N 64. Not sure on that one. I think that's default. It's not even enabled. So this one, this Olama node is a little glitchy, whoever made this, but it does work. So, and if it doesn't, I've created my own nodes to go generate prompts too. So that one went fast. So this is what it's more about what it's supposed to look like. And my eyes just happened to fall on the color scheme that it picked. It picked a deep indigo and violet. I personally like those colors. So let's see what it looks like. Turn up the blob. Oh, it did it, but wait. It added some additional text that's not supposed to be there. But I love those colors. I wonder if I can, oh, and then this one fixed it. But then it added a little more embers. Whoa. The AI is tripping me out. And it added lens flares. Turn up to bacon. Those lens flares are subtle. Probably how they should be, okay? J.J. Abrams, you know how he likes to blow it up. Well, we've blown up some lens flares before. They're probably supposed to be subtle, but that's from the training of my previous wallpapers. So that's the guidance of this part of the node over here, where I add the Psynaps wallpaper LoRa. There's a power LoRa loader there. I've got the lightning so that it goes faster. But this one I trained overnight on I just put like my folder of wallpapers in there, and probably wallpapers that have your name on them too. It's trained on, and some of them have lens flares and some of them don't. But it is 0.8 strength, and I see that. Not in this one. I don't know what happened with that one, but during the detailer, it really spiced it up. And it added some lens flares in there. So that's cool. So that's something we might add to the future ones to tell it to go ahead and, use some of those lens flares and stuff. Let's check the upscaler. And did it already upscale? That one went really fast. Okay, let's check the upscale. That one really cooked. I thought it was going to blow up with how he glitched it out that last time. I was expecting it to blow up, but it recovered quite nicely. Yeah. Okay, so I'll put these ones in the Discord. So we've got two different color schemes there. Yeah, I kind of like those colors. Yeah, I like the fire, the colors, the smoke. Smoke definitely completes it, but I like to be very light on the smoke and heavier on the fire, which I think that's the cool part. Yeah, thank you. See if we can get those in there. It's just amazing seeing what other creators on the that are doing AI, what they're coming up with. Because I've seen, I'll look at Reddit, I'll look at, Discord and see what other creators are doing. And it's just crazy. All right, so there's one with that color. I wonder if there's a way to like easily keep track of color schemes and and different fonts is another thing that I got to do too. So I'm just kind of thinking of like all the different ways we could create some cool scenarios. But just like 008's, you know, it has like one that's just like red fire, and then one came out with the purple fire. So it seems like it kind of alternates between those, which is pretty cool. Yeah, there's 2 versions of it. So check them out. And I like what this detailer does. You know, sometimes the detailer, I'm confused about what the detailer is doing with the character LoRa's. You know, like my face, for example, it will do some weird stuff if I use these exact settings. But other times, it really brings it home. Yeah, that one happened to go pretty fast too, I think. So there's another one, Vanguarded, but Crazy Diamond, I think. Which one's up? No, Giza Dragon. I'm already behind here on these. I'll try doing them all. See what this one, how this one does. Oh, wait. Okay. So it is going to do the prompt. I think it'd be a good time to go get a beer too. You know what kind of beer I have in the fridge is Shiner Bock, which I haven't had in a long time. I think it's Shiner. We should go see really quick. While this is cooking, we should go see if there's any of that Shiner Bock left. And then we should drink it. Don't you think? I'll be right back. I'm going to go check. Oh no. Is a llama glitching out again? Oh no. Here it goes. Maybe not. Oh, it did glitch out. Shoot, that's okay. I have something to show you. You like Shiner Bock? Crazy Diamond? I like Shiner. You know, I thought Shiner had a high alcohol content because it's kind of like... I thought it had a higher one, but it doesn't. It's actually not that much. It says... I mean, that part doesn't matter. I mean, it's got alcohol in it, but it. I thought it was like 6 or 7 or something, but it's like 4. But it did glitch out. I'm gonna see if I can stop it because Olama did. I think it's just this node because this is like kind of a particular node. Like it's working to generate the prompts, but I don't think it's listening to the repeat penalty. I have a feeling. Let me see if I can stop it. It's 1.5 hours away. So you get the good stuff over there. Well, I got a sugar cookie. All right, this is why I'm fat. I'm not pounding cookies or anything, but I've had, a few more cookies than I usually have over the break. And then I also got a cold shiner. So let's have a toast. Cheers to you guys. I don't know if beer goes with these cookies, but it goes just fine. The cookies are actually better with coffee, I think. Could just as well make a coffee and a beer. Okay, so I'm going to try quitting Olama, which will probably glitch this out a little bit. But that should be okay. And then we will attempt to run it again. This time I'm going to put the repeat penalty up just a little bit. There's supposed to be some other things you could do too to prevent those. Number predict might also help. Number predict. I think that's the total number of tokens that you can run. I think so. I might be able to. What if I set that to the context? I'm going to try setting this to the context size. It only goes up to 2048. I don't know. That might not be the one I'm thinking. Repeat last n. That number right there probably will help. So that's how far back the model to prevent repetition. Yeah, all of those mechanisms should have kicked in, but let me go ahead and just give it another go. Getting some messages in Discord. Let me just check on those. Yeah, that's great. Awesome. And I saw your messages too. And make sure you guys join my Discord if you want to see what kind of doodles I'm doing here. I don't do too much in the Discord. I try to keep it chill. Like I don't want to spam you guys too much. I made a new channel for Comfy. But if you like to keep your Discord light, then you can mute it. I want you to have it on there so you can check in and see what we're doing once in a while. And I think Olama is getting stuck again. I think we might have reached critical mass here. Oh, morphine. I saw that. Okay. That was you. And then I did see Emmy. I think, yeah. Oh yeah, I see you guys where it shows where you joined. Cool. I'm glad you guys joined. Thank you for that. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's good to meet you guys. Always cool to meet new people. And also, I think it's fascinating what you guys do too, with both of you guys together doing database for healthcare. That's pretty interesting. It's pretty serious stuff. I always wonder about who's on the back end for that kind of stuff, and lo and behold. Okay, I think what I did didn't work. So I'm going to keep trying. Never giving up. Then later that I have to put that on the to-do list too. To redo these nodes. The Olama node at least. Because it doesn't do this when I use the regular API. I'm only seeing it with this particular node. The doctors that call for support can't figure out how to use their password. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. I've seen that firsthand because I did my schooling at the med school and I trained doctors, and I like to hang out with the IT guy because he was pretty cool. Well, he was a weird dude, but I liked him. And I got to see like what some of the doctors and even the researchers, they were completely computer illiterate. Great writers, very creative, good at what they did at their trade, but put a computer in front of them and it was concerning. It's concerning. It's the best way I could describe. And just in case, like for some reason, this node is not going to let us continue, let's see if I have a plan B. What's a good plan B here? So I have this template, kind of thinking through it. I could probably run this template manually instead of going through Comfy for it. And probably still get a similar output. And what else might we try? I like these concatenate text boxes here. Those are kind of interesting for building a prompt because you can append or prepend text to it. That sounds like the makings of a good prompt builder. And then Olama is our gatekeeper. It's probably just refusing to do what I say because I've abused my GPU too much. So it's probably like, Psynaps, you're live? Well, watch this. Take that, buddy. All right, so let me see what happens if I take it out to a different app. And this is actually the final text. System prompt. See, look at this. I have a secret weapon over here. This is Open Web UI. This one's actually pretty awesome. You can get a lot of work done with this one. But this one is, and you can use this with ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever your favorite models are. And you can also plug it into your local models. It's just like an open source project. I think it has like over 100,000 likes on GitHub, and very few projects get up to that level. And this one has gotten up really high. So this is one to check out if you like, installing a Docker or something every once in a while, or trying a new project. Open Web UI, pretty good. Lots of stuff there. Oh, also really good too for like the family, or just for like, if you're you're working with your significant other or family members, and you guys all like can have an account on here. You can chat with each other and share prompts and share outputs and chats and stuff. And so it's actually, you get a lot done too. You can do a lot of writing and some mathing and stuff. But I'm just going to try the same exact prompt using this thing and set up my temperature pretty much similarly. Top K, top P. We're just going to try to kind of repeat what I did. Repeat last N. I think these are all defaults. Seed, we're not going to do that. I did have a repeat penalty on here. Frequency and presence. Oh, repeat penalty. This is what I had. So I think frequency penalty and presence penalty can also help you to prevent repeats, but those can also change the outputs as well. So I don't want to enable those. Repeat penalties more generic. Context size, we'll use the same one, 4096. And then let's see if that will work. Well, let's see if it did it. Anyway, no, it didn't. Still getting stuck. That's so weird. Never really seen that before. I blame the node because I don't typically see that happening. I'm just going to disconnect that. And then let's see if this will do it. Look, it instantly just starts streaming it. That's so weird. I wonder what... I could probably go back in that Olama node and look at... Oh, is it going to do the repeats? It's going to keep going. You never stop. Look, there it goes. Now we're able to see what it's doing. What is it doing? Giza Dragon. I think your name broke the whole model. Here I can stop it. I can just say stop. Okay, so now I'm going to put the frequency penalty over here, like 0.3 and 0.3. And then we can rerun it and see what it does. I don't think I've ever seen it do that. It might also just be Qwen3 VL8B. So sometimes the smaller models, they can get stuck a little easier. Sensate. Seasate. Giza Dragon says, lol, my bad. How do I say it? I feel like you've told me how to say it before. Oh, I did. Okay. Okay, but what is it? Why? I am like baffled. Okay, so let me try increasing these a little bit. We got to learn how to use this particular model because we can't have it like flipping out. And I can use a different one too. Like if I use the bigger ones, it's fine. But I'm out of VRAM, so I have to use the smaller one. It's pretty fast though, considering it's completely broken. All right, so those ones don't really get it. What about if I put this one up to like 1.5? And I can reduce the temperature too. Sometimes that helps. But I want to keep the temperature as high as possible because we want it to be as creative as possible. Still a mad genius, I see. The struggles of a mad genius trying to get the AI to work. I don't know. It's probably just struggles, not so much genius. I see a repeat. Look at how it's like a perfect repeat on that. Okay, so Before I put temperature down, I'm going to try something crazy and put the temperature up. It needs some kind of entropy to get it to the next step. Ah, that did it. So it didn't like 0.7. Let me see if it likes 0.8. Is it repeating? It's going into repeating again. Okay. So remember, 0.9 worked, and I still have that prompt. It's still there. It saves them all. What if I go down to 0.6? We're just doing some science here. I have to know. I can't continue on until I know exactly what the hell's going on here. I think it's not the Comfy model. It's actually the Qwen 3 VL model. I think that's a little funny. It might just need some very specific settings. So there was one other one here. Okay, seed reasoning. Or it might just be a llama, actually. If we were to use like llama or VLLM or something that most professionals have switched to, I think we probably might be okay. So repeat last N64. Let me see what happens when I put that in there. Actually, don't totally know what that does. I've never played with that before, but it is supposed to serve the purpose of reducing repeats. And it looks like, uh-oh, what the hell is it doing? That's weird. It also gave me a negative prompt, which I did not ask for. Let me try this one more time at 0.7. I might have found the magic bullet with that. Repeat last N. If not, we can always put the temperature up. Yeah, it's also doing a negative prompt there. Oh, there's the repeats coming back. Dow. Render, 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 render. I haven't seen the AI do this in a long time. This is kind of a rare show to see the model break like that. We don't want it to break because we need the VL. Okay. Let me try. Say like 96. Seems like a high setting, but let's see what it does. When my Sony Vegas crashed in 2010? Yep. Well, at least we're not losing our work. Because that was the worst thing that would happen is everybody would lose their work when that would happen. So, okay, so based on what we learned, if anything, if this thing works, we used a higher temperature and that helped. Number predict doesn't go any higher than 2048, unfortunately. We don't even have that enabled though. 2048, that should be enough, I think. Okay. Fingers crossed. Running it. Let's see what happens. It did it. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to save this as a new version. There we go. So we've got a new version. That's why I have so many templates here, because I save them all. Giza Dragon's name just got 3D'ized, and now it's going to, let's see, where is it? Where's the little green box? Oh God, where'd it go? Oh, it's not there. Is it on this one? There it is. It's over there. I don't know why it's way over here. Okay, let's change the seed over here. And then we have to plug this. Oh, I see what happened. We have to plug it back into there. I messed that up. Okay, now we're back on the right track. Now it's cooking it. Shihiro is here. Hi, Shihiro. So basically, we are trying to wrangle the AI to try to make these wallpapers. So Giza Dragon subscribed a little while ago and said to turn up the bacon and 008. And so we're trying to kind of get that same thing that we used to do where we render the subscriber wallpapers, but this time in like a more like programmatic, like a more, how would you describe it? Kind of an automated way by putting all of these workflows together. And so this one rendered at, see how the process goes. It starts at 720 by 1280. You can even see the resolution right there, which is not a very high resolution. Then it goes to the detailer and it turns into 1080. And you can see already it has, you know, more details. And then the last detailer is going to turn it into a 4K. And the last one, this one takes probably, I don't know, it might take the longest. But that didn't even take that long, holy smokes. And then this one really smooths it out. So here's like the final 4K version where we can see all of the little details right here. And this did the purple color, but let's see if we can get it to also do the red color like we did the other one. Because I like the purple one, but the red one's kind of cool too. It seems, I don't know how to control it. We might be able to type it in what color scheme we want, but I don't know what it would do. That's part of the science, is like trying to figure out what the F the AI is going to want to do. We don't know. Okay, let me edit this one the same way I did that other one, where that one hooks there. And just give it a little different seeds so they don't try to render the same thing. We're going to go back to the 1337 seed. That one's elite. See what that one brings us. Save it and go. So I think if we can keep this 8B model on track, I think it's going to produce a lot of work, but it does get stuck. So I changed a few parameters that it's going to help it to not get stuck, but I don't know. Oops, this thing didn't get changed. 96. Oh, it doesn't go up that high. Oh, the maximum it goes is 64. Well, that's something I can fix on if I kind of reprogram this. I don't want to have to reprogram it though, but I can. I think creating prompt generators. Okay, here it goes. It passed. Oh, it made, oh, wait. Oh shit, it made it like a really long prompt. Okay, let me stop. A little bit too long. Let's try again. So it did kind of looped. We saw what happens when it gets stuck in a loop. It actually just renders garbage, which is funny. But if I can get this small model to work, it'll produce a lot of good work, I think, because it's fast. And it produces decent prompts. It just has like a tendency to get stuck a little bit. And that can happen with these models. They need to be configured for inferencing correctly. And Ollama doesn't always do the best job, but sometimes it does a really good job. So here it did a negative prompt, but I think we can just take this positive prompt, just keep that. Put that in there like that. See what that does. You guys ever download torrents? Or is that only what like super old people do? Oh shit, that's a different. It's like a blue purple. Huh. Let's see what the detailer does. All right. Kind of adds these little funny things right there. Some little sparks. Very interesting. I'm still going to run it one more. I'm going to see if I can get that red seed. But this one is kind of interesting. I like this middle, what it's doing with the fire right there in the middle. That's actually pretty sick. And then there goes the upscaler. Oh, your Plex. Right, and so I haven't tried the advanced Plex stuff because I think you can there's all those like additional apps you can do. Oh shit, look at that. Upscale nuts. You know, Quinn Image Edit could easily take those little sparks out if one wanted to, or if one could leave them there as well. But that would be easy work for inpainting, I think. You could just be like, make this disappear. Photoshop can even do that. Could easily do that. But we wanted to render it correctly from the beginning. That's what we really want, or what I really want to see. So what's our temperature? All right. And let's try another one. It did get stuck in a loop again last time, but the loops aren't that bad. They're actually stopping pretty quickly. Quinn AB, no loops. Maybe if you punch your computer monitor 3 times and then throw it on the ground, then it won't loop. It's a hypothesis. Not the best one in the world, but it is testable. That makes it valid. Oh no! What did I not plug in? How did it lose its context? It gave me an error, but I don't understand the error. Let's see. I don't know, try again, I guess. Guess it just probably hit the, maybe it hit the predict limit and was like, F you, Psynaps. Yeah, so there's like these, like, I don't know much about it, but there's these apps that you can do to feed your Plex or your Jellyfin. I use Jellyfin, and basically you just like browse internet content on your device, and then it'll automatically connect to torrents and stuff. What is this context? What is that? Throwing an error. I wonder, what could that be? Prompt is feeding in. And we feed that string into there. That shows us our text. I might have to just maybe even choose a different model. I could choose a different model. Right here, look at this. Oh, there's actually a thinking Quinn 8B. I wonder if the thinking one would do any better. Let me run it one more time. If it errors, I'll try the thinking version. The thinking version usually takes a little bit longer and generates slightly more context. I don't think the thinking one would really be appropriate for a prompt. I feel like the instruct would be more appropriate. You know, thinking is not always better for these models, but it can be, in some scenarios, it can be significantly better. And so the thinking models got really popular, but they're also kind of overrated in their way. Okay, it did loop. I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. And I'm just, for science, I'm going to try the Qwen 3, if that model's even available. Let's see. Let's watch it as it loads. Let's see. So what should happen is it should try to unload that previous model. And then, or maybe not. Maybe it's just going to try to load both models at the same time. Okay. How's the output? The output looks like it worked. And I didn't even see much happen on the GPU side. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. It went really fast too. So maybe that's what we should have done from the beginning, is stick with the thinking model. Oh, look at those colors. Nuts. Yes. Red and purple. So maybe we did figure it out. And I'll leave that as the model of choice going forward. All right, so cool. And then let's see how the upscale looks. So what I changed was I just changed the from Qwen 3 VL 8B instruct. That means no thinking, to the 8B thinking model. So in the output, looking at this output, it doesn't show any of the thinking. And so that's cool. Does it even have a thinking option anywhere in here? I don't think it matters if it did. So, okay. So, yeah. Maybe we do want the thinking models for prompting. All right. So, let me post those. I'm going to post these in the Discord. Let's see here. Upscaled. Got a couple of upscaled ones here. And there's this one too. There just happens to be a third. I'm just going to post them all in there. And then that one there. Thank you, Discord, for letting us post all of our pictures in here. Now remember to download it. You got to right click on it and click save. And then it should save the original 4K. It should be 4K resolution at 3840 by 2146. See the dimensions there. So if it's not those dimensions, then I have to find a different way to send these, but that should work. Yeah, it came out pretty cool. It's even got this subtle kind of metallic texture on it too. Kind of like a machine cut. Groovy. Okay, there's still some more, I think. Let's see. Crazy Diamond. Let's make one too to see what happens. We'll pump these out. And then at some point too, what we want to do is figure out a prompt generator. So that there's different styles, you know, like this we're just running this one style, but you know, that makes sense for how this workflow is set up. We just kind of run it and make sure everything's dialed in. So that's good for setting this up. But then as we go, we want to find some different styles, like different environments. This one here is kind of related to what the prompt says. What does the prompt say? And then I should also save these prompts too, so you can have the prompt with your image maybe. But the prompt may actually be embedded already into the image. So that's something we got to check out. But, oh, did this one even produce a prompt? It looks blank. What's not showing right here? I wonder, did it? It might have done it. It's just not like showing. I'm not sure. It's like, doesn't usually show blank. So let's see what happened over here. Oh, it is blank. It just made this. This is risky. It just like made up something because it didn't actually receive a prompt. I don't know why, but what is it making? It just made this dumb picture. What? What is this? That is not what we ordered. All right, 3D text is intact. It's kind of like hanging a little kind of towards the upper boundary there. Does that have a seed? No, I don't think so. Let's try again. Let's give it another go here. Oh, you know what? Oh, I see what the problem is. Wait, let me stop this actually. If it'll stop, we might have to wait for it to finish. So I gotta enter, it might just be like the way I entered the text. The spaces and returns do matter. It's not like we're not like parsing text, anything here. We're just kind of appending and prepending text. So it does need a little bit of formatting for this purpose. And then break a llama again. It looks like it's finishing up. It did finish up, but I think it came back blank again. So that might actually be the problem with thinking, where it's thinking about it and the think tags are not being output correctly. So that is possible it could do that. There's thinking is true, keep context is true. I don't know what keep context does. I think that just might be like memory. But let me see if I can get it to show up here. Quinn needs to lay off the sauce. It is. This 8B model is real fussy, isn't it? It's quite fussy. I haven't seen it be this fussy before, but also I haven't really used it like this too much. But I have been using it in my prompt generator, like my fancy one. Maybe there's some subtle differences in like the context size and stuff. Some my prompt generators feeding it kind of a large amount of context, and maybe that amount of context is kind of like has enough entropy and to break through some of these repeat weirdness. But oh yeah, there it goes. So that popped out. And then what if I just click run? Will it continue from there? Yeah, that's what we want. That's good. Even the text looks better. So I just needed a little bit of love, I think. Oh, where'd it go? Oh no, it's went back. It's going to generate again. Oh shit. Yeah, Zenkai. We're doing the AI. Yeah, so I made a bunch of these wallpapers. I'm trying to like optimize this workflow so that it can be like, you know, more automated maybe. And I'm just kind of watching it too, watching the memory. We've crashed it a couple of times. We've crashed the upscaling with Seed VR once. Seed VR crashed at one time, crashed the whole Comfy. And then this Qwen 3 model is showing me how much it doesn't like my prompt because it's crashed a couple of times. But Qwen image, you know, the actual image generation model, that thing has been pretty solid. That thing's holding steady. So I think we got a pretty good workflow here. Just got to work out those little bugs. Oh, 1440p, Giza Dragon? Ooh, yeah, I bet. My monitor, I think this one here that I'm on is 1440p. And those upscales will look very clean on there. Yeah. And it still blows my mind. Like the craziest thing of this whole process is the fact that you can take a small amount of pixels, like 720 by 1080. And it's funny to say that too, because remember when like 720 was like HD, you know, it's like, oh, that's a lot of pixels. 720p, we're in the future now. And now 720p is like, it's like too small for anything. So we start off at 720p, which Qwen can do pretty reliably. In fact, it could do more than that, but at least it'll do 720p pretty good. and then we upscale it to 1080 and give it a lot more details, and a lot of things happen during that process. And then finally upscale again to 4K. So that's like an important part of this workflow. And it's not anything that I made up. It seems to be pretty common practice to do it this way, to do kind of multiple, steps as you're upscaling. You kind of go through these iterations, and that's how you get the image generation to do that. So at some point, I'm sure we'll be able to just do it all in one step. Like, enough of this upscaling bullshit. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a little bit of a hack, I think, the way we're doing it. I feel like there should be an easier method. Like the Quinn edit model, for example, is trained specifically to allow you to edit and do inpainting. It does all kinds of cool stuff. I think there should be a model that kind of has this upscaling stuff built in a little bit more, or at least like more standardized nodes for it, instead of what we do now, which is kind of rewiring everything to make it work. So just an idea. I'm probably just complaining about nothing. It's probably just the accepted workflow. I'm still just trying to figure out, but I think there probably could be a better workflow for it. But you're still on 1080p. Nothing wrong with that. 1080p is where I'm streaming 1080p. So 1080p is still absolutely relevant. And I think most of my monitors are actually still 1080p. Just this monitor that I'm on right here is 1440. And I think I needed that just for some of this, the design and the development and stuff. Needed to make sure I wasn't missing any pixels for creating videos and stuff. Because we are doing sometimes, we have a 4K workflow. I don't even have a 4K monitor because I pretty much learned from everybody else who had 4K monitors and ended up going back, or 4K was too much or whatever. I just, 4K has its use for a lot of stuff. But hey, I see that sub is coming in, Beast. Beast, thank you for the subscribe. That's a Prime sub. Right on. So let's raise up our glass and let's have a toast to Beast. Thank you for the sub. Cheers. Doesn't matter what you're drinking. Could be a glass of water or a tea, perhaps a coffee. Or, since it's the holidays and the weekend, I think the weekend, right? What is today? It's already Sunday. You might be drinking something a little spicier. That's absolutely fine. Raise it up. At Beast, we're gonna get you. We'll get your name in this workflow too. But I think I wanted to reload the models. I think we wiped our model out of RAM for one reason or another. All the cancels we did, and so it wanted to reload the model. There's the first one. Oh, this is weird. It put something in there that doesn't belong there. It put in 0.5 mil. Look at that. What does that mean? How did that get there? I have to look at the prompt it generated. 0.5 millimeter. That must be one of like the photography elements. I don't even see that in the prompt. All right. Now let's see if sometimes the detailer will fix that, but it didn't. It stayed in there. And that's okay. We'll do another one because they're going pretty fast. Let's try doing I'll change the seeds a little bit just to force a new seed on there. That's weird. Oh, there it is right there. That is right there. Okay, so it says, so the prompt did this. This is like the prompt generator's prompt said, brush metallic silver text floating 0.5 millimeters above a flawless dark surface. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that, maybe shouldn't be there, but I didn't think it would try to do this. Like, this doesn't quite make sense. And Quinn image is usually really good at the prompt, so it's very sensitive. It thinks that for some reason it means that should have went in there, but that's pretty cool. Let's see what the queue looks like here. It's going to run another one. But Senkai says, for developers it's different, but I'm just a lone gamer that thinks that a 1080 high refresh monitor is okay. Still going with IPS. I think I've had, I'm wondering if maybe one of these monitors, I think some of my additional monitors are 1080 IPS. Yeah. It still runs. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Like you can't feel bad about the monitor because those monitors work fine. Like I have my kids, I put one of my old monitors on one of my kids' computers and they game on it. And I think it's like an old Dell. It's like a 1080 Dell. Dell makes good monitors, by the way. Probably some of the best. Probably like get a Dell. You won't be disappointed. But it's an old Dell. It's an old 1080 IPS, maybe like 60 FPS refresh. And it's beautiful. It looks great for games. The colors are like very rich. It's a good one. So, it's still upscaling. I think it's still loading the upscaler. That's all right, because once it loads, it'll be like, poof, and it'll go on to this next one. And is there anything in the queue? I'm going to hit this next job, and we'll just watch it as it goes so we can catch it if it glitches out. I'm using the new Qwen 3 VL 8B. This is the thinking model, which I think is why it probably, I think once or twice it outputted like a blank output for some reason. I don't think the output was blank. I think it just was in thinking mode possibly. So there it goes. It doesn't say the 0.5 thing in here. It looks like it's pretty clean text. And now we'll just let it hit a few steps. Renders very fast because that part's already in VRAM. So it just renders those. Oh yeah. That's pretty sick. We'll see if we can get a red one to come out too, because I like the red ones look pretty legit. And if it can stick with the same, let's see what the colors say here. See, it's got some text, Firecast soft heat glows. The colors say neon violet and electric blue. But what are the colors that some of those other ones have said? That's true too. So 1080 monitors are going to be easier to run games too at 1080, because it's only when you get up to like 4K and some of the higher resolutions that games, will really take a shit unless you have also an upgraded GPU to handle that. That's cool. The detailer really did add quite a bit of details on there. And also fix that background too. See the background like portal or whatever that is back there? So here it's kind of, the before it's kind of open, and then the after it closes, and then more details are added. But let's get another seed in there. See if we can also get trigger another color scheme too. Yeah, the detailer, it's like, the AI can do some pretty random things. You really have to guide it. And we're guiding it with a number of things. We're guiding it with, the prompting. The prompt generator is kind of the first, probably the most important guide for this. And then we're also guiding with Alloras. I have my old Psynaps wallpapers. I trained some of those there. And I wasn't really training so precisely. I kind of just threw them in there and used some general training for style, maybe ran like 3,000 passes on it or something. Whoa! It did a texture this time. Huh. That's interesting. I like the color, kind of like a purple light with the red fire. I like that part, but the pattern I wasn't expecting. But let's check the detailed one. See how consistent that pattern is. Yeah, it's pretty consistent. What do you call that pattern? That's like it reminds me of some kind of like pattern from GTA, like a car paint or something. Like not a paint, but like a wrap or something. It's interesting to see how you guide it. It's pretty wild, the difference of a noob with AI and you knowing already what you're doing. Well, I don't know everything what I'm doing. I'm just kind of stacking what I do know together and then trying to build on that. But yeah, I think this is the process of knowing. Like, this is how you get to really understand it is by breaking it, and trying some more stuff. And then also I got like some really good like hints from the chat too on some stuff to try. And that's been important too. Like some of the most advances I've made doing this have kind of been like just seeing other people, what they do, and other people giving some recommendations. I don't think really any one person is likely to come up with all of this on their own. I think that what we're doing here is kind of an additive progression of a lot of people working on this stuff and sharing their knowledge. And ComfyUI just kind of being at the center of these workflows. And so as long as there's a community that's kind of helping each other out with this kind of stuff, I think we're going to all be able to benefit. I think if we were on our own, I think there would be just a few people creating some amazing stuff, and then the rest of us would just be noobs. I like this one too, but I don't understand those like little scratches in the text, but I like these color. But I'm going to render another. Oh, look, and it even put like a number down there. Did that come from this side? No, the detailer did that. Fucking Quinn3. Where did it get that number from? You crazy fucker, Quinn3. Yeah, but I do think that these can probably be made a little more simpler, just so everybody can use these too. But you don't want to dumb it down too much. So I think what ends up happening, I think what people's instinct is, okay, so you have a complicated workflow, getting more complicated the more stuff we add to it and more stuff we learn. And it's getting, people who just want to get stuff done, they don't want to mess with the seeds and the strengths, and they don't really want to tune all this stuff kind of how we've tuned it. So it ends up getting to be a dumbed down app because people are like, let's make it easy to use, because people like stuff that's easy to use. And that's true. That's what a lot of the apps are that we use currently. No, damn it. It rendered a car. It's the Quinn3 again. It didn't output. The thinking model didn't output the output. It just like outputted blank. So let's see what we can do about that. But anyway, I was just kind of like building the case that these kind of nice like workflows get dumbed down into a simpler app if you let people have their way. What we really need to do, if you really want to gain control and have maximum control, you have to keep your buttons and dials. You can have presets. That's my solution. That's my like compromise to the people who want something simple and don't like a lot of buttons and dials and kind of are afraid of all of the different settings and just want it to work. Okay. Presets is the solution to that. So you have maybe just like a couple of presets, but in the preset is all those crazy buttons and dials and stuff. And that's how we learn. So don't fall victim to, I just want it to work one button, fix all. Doesn't exist. There's always buttons and dials if you want true control. Yeah, presets. Yeah, we're talking about control. When stuff gets done. And it's not, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I make platforms, you know, like the streaming platform, and I've done a number of platforms. You can't get around it. People want it to be dumbed down and want it to be easy. Like, people would literally rather use the easy one sometimes than the better one that has a lot of settings in it. So that's just a people thing. So you have to deal with that. And so my compromise to that is just like to have, you know, presets, but never lose your buttons and dials, because there's guys like me who need those things and want to break it, and enthusiasts that want to learn and want to, like, you know, try to reach the true potential. And here's what I've learned about people too. Creative people, people who like to tinker. Now look, not everybody has time to tinker. Sometimes I don't have time to tinker. But for those that do, when you're in the mood to play around with it, amazing things emerge when you give people the ability to change settings and to find new ways to do something. Think about playing video games. Like, even like a game like World of Warcraft or whatever, where you have, you know, millions of people that are playing the game. And even though the developers will try to patch every little thing, somebody will still find some exploit. You know, some raiding group will find a new way to fight a boss that the developers never even thought of. So creativity emerges when you give people options. And World of Warcraft is like that, where, you know, you have different specs, different builds, different abilities. Then you have different raid comps, and you have like so many different combinations of things. Even though Blizzard tries to control every little thing and tries to make it so you can't be OP, you know, they try to dumb things down on purpose. We still find a way to use that creatively. That's what you have to let people do. Video games taught us that. So many things taught us that when you allow people options, amazing things could happen. They can't patch out people. Well, they will if you let them. My saying for Blizzard is, you know, if Blizzard finds out you're having fun, they'll patch it. Never let Blizzard know you're having a good time, or else they'll patch it. They'll nerf it. There's no fun. Fun is not allowed in World of Warcraft. If you're having fun, they'll nerf it next patch for sure. It's fun. It's fun. Just don't let them know that. They'll try to nerf it if they find out you're having fun. They don't want you to have fun. They just want you to grind. They want you to be mad and stay logged in. That's what I think after being a lifelong Blizzard subscriber. My favorite was Wrath of the Lich King. Whenever paladins were broken, there was this hybrid prot heal spec that basically made holy paladins like able to tank and almost invincible. It was so broken, it took them a long time to fix it. But while it was broken, I had a lot of fun. So this prompt added the 0.5 millimeter thing again. Let's hope that it doesn't try to print that. If it does, I can manually take it out. But it wants to do an electric purple and neon blue. I'm going to try to get it to do Yeah, it did print the text again, son of a bitch. So instead of trying to just let luck decide, I'm actually going to copy this and edit this prompt. But I definitely do got to figure out a more appropriate fix for this, for these prompts. Yeah, I'm going to try doing this. I don't know what these little dashes are, but I'll allow that for now. Let me move this. Control net. All right, so that's rendering. Let me queue up this next one here. So probably what I can do is like, after I like figure out the prompts, I think on the to-do list for me to make this actually work, so it goes fast, so there's like, you know, some pretty solid momentum to the output, we figured out this background is pretty cool with the fire and the colors. Looks good. I would definitely keep this one. But make the prompting scheme a little more static. So find which prompt is really making the most awesome pictures and just like use that. So that prompt will belong to this particular like environment. And I think that'll fix it. I think that'll be fine. And then just run random prompts all night long. That'll be something like all set up. I'll log into like pull up my Python scripts for prompt generation, and I'll just tell it, okay, we're making wallpapers. Just make like all night long, just make a bunch of 720p wallpapers and just go through them and see which ones look cool. And then just build like a prompt generator for that particular wallpaper. And if I do that, then we will have like the ultimate wallpaper making machine. And then we can get on to the next part, which is going to be the video part. So after the wallpapers are like pumping out, the workflow is kind of perfect. Then we can add the next step. Take one of these high resolution refined wallpapers, and then we go to the video part where we figure out how to animate it and what it should do. I think it would be cool. Imagine if, now I think this is possible, but this would be actually really hard to do, but it'd be totally possible. One time on the stream, I happened to have like WoW Model Viewer open, and it was a time where WoW Model Viewer was working really well, and you could download your character and get your exact transmog and everything. It would actually like you could go to Wowhead and connect it to the WoW Model Viewer and like just create your exact character in 3D. So I thought, okay, let's do that. And we'll automate it so that people in the chat, and this wasn't for subscribers, this was for like everyone. And we just streamed in World of Warcraft channel. And people came in and just like posted their transmog, and Cymetheus bot took their transmog, plugged it into WoW Model Viewer, and then automatically rendered out their character and made some character art. And like people that were like not part of the stream and who never came to the stream ever again, they were like in the chat, like just, you know, pumping their transmog through it. So that's pretty cool. Oh shit. All right. There it goes. No glitches on this one. This one actually rendered out. It gave us some sparks. Kind of became energetic down there. And it started off with the lens flare, but it lost its lens flare through the refiner, but the refiner also added some other details in it. So that was kind of cool. I've just been trying to get Crazy Diamonds working because it kept just rendering like text, just like weird stuff. So that one's a keeper. We'll keep that one. And I would like to see some more of the lens flares. Let me see if I can add lens flare in. I'm going to add this in the prompt generator. Just going to put the words lens flare in there. Titan GPUs? I didn't. No, I've never like, my philosophy for hardware is to go like a few notches down. I have never tried the Titans, but we could definitely be using one of those for sure for all this stuff. Yeah, we need one, but I've never tried to do that. My philosophy is more like go a couple of notches down and fix your workflow so that it works on your GPU instead of trying to throw so much power at it that no normal consumer can replicate your workflow. I want people to be able to replicate these workflows. I think if we came out with Titans and what are they called? I mean, I would. Don't get me wrong. I'll fill that fucking thing up with as many Titans as it can hold. But it's never really been efficient. Not efficient. What's the word? I don't know. I haven't really found the value in it yet because computer hardware gets old so fast. So if you buy like a 10, 20 grand computer today, it will last you a few more years, I think, than a cheaper build. But in a couple of years, a consumer machine that somebody paid $1,000 for is going to be faster than your Titan that you paid $10,000, $15,000 for. So why not just buy, instead of buying a $10,000, $15,000 build, or now with these big GPUs like, the RTX 6000s and all this, instead of buying like a $20,000, $30,000 computer, just buy a whole bunch of $1,000 or $2,000 computers. I'd rather do that. I'd rather have a render farm of a bunch of small ones than one big one. But with AI, with all this VRAM requirement, I feel like at least NVIDIA is making us think that we need bigger GPUs to do this stuff. I don't like that kind of thinking. That kind of thinking is not going to benefit us. I would rather think, let's build better, smaller models to fit on regular GPUs and not try to go nuts with super expensive. Yeah, I think NVIDIA CEO would probably rather you just buy a giant GPU, I think. But yeah, if you're like a baller and you want to like, take your balls out, that's going to happen. We're going to see that, but and that's fine. That sounds like fun, honestly. But think about just building more small, medium-sized builds instead of one big one. Get a couple of medium-sized ones. Then save a little bit of money and then come back, re-enter the game again when everything is upgraded, when there's a new cohort of hardware. Come back in, give yourself some space. Don't try to build a computer that's going to last 10 years or something, or even 5 years for that matter. Although I have plenty of computers that have lasted 5+ years. Don't think that way, though. Don't think about building a computer that's going to last forever. Think about building one that's going to last a few years and then come back and buy again in a few years. You see how that works? And then, so if you do that, you're always going to have a fast computer, but you might not have like the biggest one. But that's fine because you shouldn't need it. Let's do that texture again. All right. We've got a number of different colors. Crazy Diamond got the craziest textures on some of these. I like this one. It's got the number in it again. Son of a... I'm going to delete this swear I'm going to delete this Quinn model, but it's probably my fault. I'm probably putting it in the prompt somewhere. Let me see if it shows that. No. We can brush those out. I'm saving all of these. All of these can be edited, but I wanted to do it right just by itself. Let's see here. Let me read this. Find out where I fucked up in here. Why is it doing that? Lighting, color, atmosphere. I don't see it showing measurements. I think the thinking model is just being super thoughtful about it. Like I want to see, like, is there anything that says distance? Because we don't have to do distance right now because the distance is kind of static in its own way. Let me see if I can see where it says here. Psynaps can read, I think. Let me check these colors here. What did it do? Did blue? I want to see a little more from the red part. So let me send this for another round, and then I'm going to edit the output, make sure that, yeah, because it really has this tendency to want to say floating 0.5 millimeters above. And it's done that a couple of times, but nowhere in my prompt does it specify those kinds of dimensions. So that's kind of, it's kind of taking the initiative and generating that itself. You know, when I was streaming IRL the other day, I did an IRL stream. We went to Target for some last minute shopping. And that was a really terrible idea because Target was like, you know, like pretty insane for last minute shopping. But we had to get some last minute stuff. And in my truck on the way home, we turned on the radio. So I was just playing like classical music on the way to Target. But then on the way back, we turned it to like the rock station and they were playing like all Pearl Jam. And so on the YouTube side, my stream got flagged by all the Pearl Jam songs. And so it got like, you know, banned in various countries and so on. But I'm not playing music on the YouTube side through OBS. It only came through because it was IRL. All right, here we go. So I did see it. Once again, it did generate the 0.5 millimeter. That's so interesting why it does that. And then I'm going to find the color. Yeah, red. And let's see what this does. Gently tiled 3 degrees for depth. Gently tilted 3 degrees for depth. Fire glows around the text. No penetration, clean edges, no burn marks. Textural layer. Has a polished brush metallic silver finish. That sounds pretty cool. It doesn't say anything about the squares. I'm definitely going to post that square one. Because that pattern might actually come out cool on the monitor. I don't know. You'll have to try it and just see what happens. You know, you can pick which ones are good. If you choose to put it on something, you can put it on anything. You can even take these images that I generate you and bring them into Comfy. You know, if you guys want to like learn this, Comfy, it's not too bad. And you could like watch my Quinn image edit thing because, you know, I should probably like make these into VODs or something. But, you know, when I do the in painting, I could probably show you how to edit these wallpapers. And you can actually edit them and they'll be like perfect, you know, just like you might in Photoshop or whatever, but instead using the AI to edit. So I think this is coming out pretty good. I see it talking about digital fire emits electric blue glow. Background pulses with low frequency rhythm. Hey, that's interesting. I didn't say anything about the rhythm, but that part of the prompt right there, background pulses with a low frequency rhythm, that part will come out in the animation. That's interesting. Yeah, I would definitely say that this Qwen 3 VL 8B model is definitely on drugs, which might come in handy for something. The refined model is almost perfect, but we can take that out. We probably should, because it's too perfect to have that in there. Even in Photoshop, I think Photoshop could probably. Let me just open up Photoshop and see while we wait. But IRL, that's so dumb. I got all my Napster MP3s. I do too. I do too. I still have well, I think so. I think I have all of my original all of those MP3s from the Napster days. I think I still have them buried somewhere. Okay. Let me see. Oh, this looks nice in Photoshop. Look at that. This is ridiculous. Okay, let me see if I can. And I haven't done any Photoshop stuff in a while. I just want to see if I can brush this out. See how. It's gone. I just use that. What brush is this? Spot healing? Spot healing brush. Okay, but it's not gonna. I'm not gonna be happy doing it this way because I feel like it still needs. The AI could do it more perfect than I can do it. I'll show you this one. I can show you the AI way too, but it'll take 10 minutes to load that edit model. With the brush, it doesn't quite do it perfect, but pretty close. Possibly close enough, but not perfect still. What do you think? We'll save that. So it did brush out. We'll save it as a version 2. Okay, where are we at with this render? Still loading her up. Oh yeah, AIception, I like it. So use AI to reprocess an AI image of an AI image, AIception. Dude, this is what AI is right now. Even the AI is trained on AI data. I remember I was reading an article that came out by Facebook. Zuckerberg did an article on AI saying that, I don't know if it originated from him, but I know it was part of their blog. Maybe they were referencing another paper, but their science was showing that the AI was performing better when it was trained on synthetic data. So now they train everything on synthetic data because that works. It's reinforced differently in a stronger way. And so you get better training and stuff. So that's a little bit counterintuitive to me, at least what I thought initially. I thought that trying to train the AI on its own slop would make it worse, but it turns out that actually makes it better. So whatever AI, we're all kind of learning all of this together. I think scientific community as well as industry is kind of, figuring out how this works in real time as we speak. Pretty soon our worldviews and history will be replaced by AI hallucinations. I don't think it'll be much different than it is now. I'm pretty sure our worldviews and opinions are based on human hallucinations. So maybe the AI hallucinations will help. I'm just trying to be optimistic here. It's like some pessimism followed by some optimism to balance it out. Okay, we're getting to the second step here. Let's see what happens. And then I'll post them. I'll post these ones in okay, this one did the red. That's what I wanted. It's like a red with the violet colors in the background with no strange numbers. And my homework will be to like figure out to build a prompt generator for this. I think that's what it needs. This is like my crazy prompt generator that I did for my character Laura's. This giant thing, but it also just adds a bunch of like random stuff too. Like the 3D text is a little more specific, is a heck of a lot more specific than all this like random scenarios and stuff. But this prompt generator will help when I just want to find like the best backgrounds and what looks good. I'll just run it through this and be like, make a ton of stuff, be random, go crazy, and then see what comes out. So that'll be for like exploring. That'll be an exploratory step. And then the other thing to do is to do the opposite of exploratory and to be a little more specific and say no weird numbers, no odd, behavior. And then I don't think this one gets stuck. When I run the Qwen 3 VL model with this big thing, it doesn't get stuck on that. I think there's enough stuff there. The context is in such a way that it kind of is grounded in some way, and it just behaves a little better. But now we're on the upscaling step. I think all of these look cool. Double A says, could you do mine in the red as well? Like this exact red? Let me see. Oh yeah, because you got the fire one that's like fire, but it's not like neon red. Yeah, I could try. Oh, son of a bitch! It tried to put a little trademark thing right there. Mother flipper. We might have to bring out the Photoshop brush tool again. Now, I know that the AI will try to put those. I noticed in some of my generations earlier, like maybe 1 out of 100, it would try to put a little trademark. That kind of stuff is supposed to go like in the negative prompt, I think. You can tell it, don't do trademarks, don't do any additional text. You might even be able to put it in the positive test or prompt. I'm not sure. But I see a lot of people's prompts say to not do that, because it will do that. And also another thing it'll do if you're not careful is it will try to put like weird text in the corners, kind of like how like an artist might kind of sign their artwork, which suggests that these have been trained on artists' stuff because their signature, their mark, their watermark will be on it somewhere. And so that's a little bit sus, but that does happen sometimes. Okay, let me do the same thing I did because we found it was difficult to sometimes get it perfect. So the brush tool for this one should be really easy to brush this out because there's nothing really behind it. So if I do that, it just goes away. So that's a brush tool. And then the AI also has a brush, an M-painting tool too. That's really nice. But to use that, you've got to load up the model. Photoshop is just like old school, just pixel duplication. All right. Crazy Diamond. I think we made the most variations for Crazy Diamond. Let's check them all out. That's the one with the little number in it. That one didn't work out very well. This one came out cool. The colors, that one might be the best one right there. Let's post that one. Which other ones do we get? This one came out with the patterning. I didn't like the patterning at first, but that patterning is really growing on me. That pattern is actually really cool. I'm going to post it in there. And then this one here. Oh yeah, it had the number on it again. Oh, that one's pretty cool. This one here, definitely legit. That one's very novel and unique. And then we had this one here. Oh, there's also this purple one too, the patterning. And then the red one. Maybe that one's the best one. Let's see. I think that one might be the best one because 888 wanted one that had those colors in it. And then we just kind of brushed out the, it had like a little mistake in it that we just brushed out. So it's cool to know we can brush them out. I got to get them so that they don't need any brushing though.
I'm going to go to bed.
Going to bed. Look, I got my the 3D text thing.
Yeah.
We got a hype train of subs. So I ended up making a couple of these. I'm talking to Miss Psynaps.
Yay. Hi.
The webcam.
I'll have to go to bed, I guess. 32. And I was so tired today, so
Yep.
I'll be regretting it. I don't want to though.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, well you don't have to because you're doing stuff.
It's Sunday.
Mm-hmm. But you're not. But you're doing something. I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing around up there. So I'll go lay in the bed.
Yeah. It is as much as you can.
Looking at.
Because we have kids, so if we're not careful, then they won't let us have any sleep.
Yeah. From the bed and stuff.
008 says good day from down under.
I take you from the bed. Other things.
Tell him. Tell 008 good day. Good day, mate.
Windy?
Yeah.
Is it the weather?
Yep.
Oh.
There's some weather coming in. We could hear the temperature is supposed to drop by the temperature is going to drop by 20 degrees at night. That's cold. It's going to be freezing. But we had like some kind of heat wave going on, so the temperature was like really high. We were not freezing like for weeks, you know, like it's generally warm outside, like relative to the time of year it is. And now we're finally getting some weather coming in, so we'll see what's going to happen. Pittsburgh? Oh, I can't do it. I would do it. I don't think I could do Pittsburgh. I need to hear that. I need to hear a strong Pittsburgh accent. That's legit. Oh, Crazy Diamond, do you think the AI farms are giving us some global warming? Is that even possible? Probably from like manufacturing of all this all these GPUs. I don't even want to know. I don't think any of us want to know the consequences of what we're doing with AI right now. I don't think any of us can truly comprehend the consequences of what's happening right now. There's so much money involved. There's so many trillions of dollars invested in AI. There's nothing that's going to stop it. We could possibly like destroy the earth as we know it, and there's nothing that's going to stop that. Like this AI thing is happening. So hopefully it's not like that though. You know, I would say hopefully we can create some AI, you know, some AGI or whatever's supposed to happen that can help us deal with the consequences that we have given ourselves. But I honestly don't think we're going to make AI that smart. I don't think we're smart enough to make something that's that much smarter than us. I don't think it's going to happen. You know what? People are afraid. Okay, AI is progressing. It's getting better. And this is just my opinion. This is tinfoil hat talk. Don't believe any of the tinfoil hat talk. You guys can make up your own opinions. But I just want to take a stance. I want to, how would you say? I want to kind of place my bet. And I'm not even betting, okay? I'm not really investing in this. Just very passively, you know, having an opinion. I want to be modest and say AI is not going to do all the stuff that we think it's going to do. It's going to accelerate really fast, and then it's going to stop accelerating. And then the AI bubble is going to pop, and most companies are going to go bankrupt. We're going to fall into economic turmoil due to it. Companies are going to be wiped off the face of the earth. And then we're going to have some very nice AI models that science and academia and people will continue to build upon at a much slower but more optimized rate. That's going to be a sweet spot. Not for the economy. The economy will crash and the stock market will crash. But that's when AI is going to be at a stable place. It's not going to take over the world. It's not going to do AGI. It's not going to become aware. It's just going to be a tool we use until we create a new tool, whatever comes after AI or whatever emerges from it. So you can mark my words on that one. You better, I haven't really bought I should have, maybe you guys were smarter than me, but I never really invested like into NVIDIA or anything like that. I should have done that a while back, but it might not be too late. So you can, invest into tech. When is the right time to pull out? Nobody will be able to tell you that. Even if someone knew, they're not going to tell you. Or maybe not. Nobody really knows if the AI bubble is going to pop. It's pretty obvious that it will, I think. To me, at least, I think it's pretty clear. The industry is going to tell you not to worry, right? Investors will say, don't worry. NVIDIA, the CEOs will say, no, there's no bubble. What bubble? There's not a bubble. There's no bubble because XYZ. But remember that investors are, what they say, is more for, investors than, could you imagine if Sam Altman was like, this is it, boys. It's going down. The ship is sinking. He's not going to come out and say that. He's going to say the exact opposite. All right. Especially if the ship is sinking, he's going to come out and be like, 2026 is going to be a great year, even if he knows that's the year it's all done. He's going to pretend like he's going to take us out of it, whatever problem there is. Because that's what business does. So remember that. And it's not like being pessimistic or anything like that. It's just, I've run a business. I've run so many startups. Like I talked to so many other companies and CEOs. It's all the same stuff. It's all hype. It's all shilling. So what do you think? Yeah, I'll do an 008. You put $50 of play money in NVIDIA 5 years ago, it's 800. Oh shit. There you go. You're going to retire on that 800. Let's go. Hey, every dollar counts. Every dollar counts. Only reason why I bought it was because I used their graphics card. No clue that it was going to take off. Right. Everyone's going to be dumbfounded. Yeah, and I can be wrong. And please, let me be wrong. I love to be wrong. I like to kind of throw out a hypothesis or a theory just to kind of challenge general thinking in hopes that we can kind of think outside the box and imagine more than just one scenario, mentally, cognitively. Companies, especially with AI, because so much money is being invested in it, they're going to tell us how to think. They're going to let us know how to think and what we need to buy, and they're going to lock us into it. Kind of like how NVIDIA has always maintained a pretty strong monopoly, even though Intel and AMD have made attempts. They've been unsuccessful to dethrone NVIDIA as the king. So they're going to tell us which direction to move and when to move and how fast to move. They're going to try to control everything. Right? So doesn't mean I hate NVIDIA or anything. It's just, it's the way it is. It's just going to happen. Love it or hate it. I am a little bit concerned about their monopoly because if their pipeline kind of fails, everything is going to fail. Like, for example, the cloud GPUs, data centers are investing millions and billions of dollars into NVIDIA GPUs, and the GPUs are coming into the data center And then the data centers are reselling the GPUs and leasing the GPUs. So I think if we had like a problem with like a bubble and people stopped paying for the GPUs, I think it would just cause like it would my company would be fucked. Like the AI bubble could completely fuck the live streaming industry, because all of the live streaming servers are at the same data centers running on the same systems that invested into the GPU. So all of these companies have invested into NVIDIA. So if that part pops, all of that stuff will be affected. Streaming will get a lot more expensive. So I do get a little bit worried about that. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Oh, check it out. Cosmic Voyager is here. And greetings. Greetings to you as well. The singularity is near. No, there's no singularity. That's what I was talking about. But also I'm playing devil's advocate here. So the singularity is, people are, I think people want the singularity. At least I think it'll look good on paper for our pocketbooks, but temporarily anyway. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think the market's just going to crash and AI is just going to stop accelerating. But that's opposite of what the singularity predicts. The singularity is supposed to be when AI kind of surpasses our problems, and it's able to our human issues will kind of converge into an easily solvable thing that AI is going to be able to solve for us, and then we won't know if we're going to be destroyed at that point or if we're going to be saved. It could go either way, but everything will just become much simpler instantly. But what I think is going to happen is not that. It's actually going to stop right before it hits the singularity. It's going to stop. And I think the reason it's going to stop is because we don't possess the capacity to allow it to continue. I think we will stop it. We won't let it happen. But we'll see. I don't think there's a bubble. We need the next generation AI algorithm. Okay, I want to say okay to that. I just want to put something out there to challenge that, only for the purpose of argument. There's one fundamental problem with the singularity we want and with the bubble that we don't want. The problem is the whole idea of, I think, the singularity, and the whole idea is it benefits the GPU industry. It benefits NVIDIA. It benefits Sam Altman. I think, and this is not like tinfoil hat. This is not like conspiracy theory. I'm not going down that direction. We can if you want, but only for fun. They want us to think down that line, because if we do, we'll pay them more money. So, psychologically, just consider this and fight this idea. Fight me. Tell me, no, Psynaps, you're wrong because. But you have to prove me wrong. Fight the idea that it is a pitch, and that as long as we keep encouraging that pitch, the more profit they potentially can make, bubble or not. They don't care if there's a bubble. They already made a bunch of money. Only we get fucked if there's a bubble. We as in the people, the general population. If you're already rich, you'll still be rich after the bubble. There won't be a problem there. disprove the idea that all of our dreams for AI are a pitch for further investment into the company. Now, that said, let's hope the AI brings us some good things. If you look at academia, academia is pushing AI forward. Industry is also pushing it forward in a good and positive, productive way. AI is advancing at a rate that is incredible, like nothing we've ever seen. And our knowledge is also increasing, our ability to perform tasks. Here's another pitch, right? Put your tinfoil hat on for this one, because I got another one for you. Guys like Bill Gates and Altman are suggesting, and others are suggesting, the upcoming future of AI could replace jobs, and they're also beginning to sell products to replace those jobs. I've already talked about this one before. I don't want to go on and on about it, but you also got to realize that that's a business pitch. It's a product pitch. If we believe that AI can replace jobs, any job, I mean, I think AI can replace some jobs. Some jobs are just dumb jobs, but AI replacing jobs, I believe, is just an idea for a product. Imagine you run an AI company, just imagine you run any company. When companies do business to business sales, one of the things they like to pitch to other businesses is how much money they can save them. If you buy our online system, our software as a service, or whatever it may be, we can save your company so many thousands of dollars a year. Now, apply this. Now, this has already been going on forever. This is how businesses pitch each other, and they try to design a product or whatever for a business that allows them to save money, and many times they can, potentially save them a lot of money. AI companies are doing the same thing. They're saying to other businesses, hey, guess what? You don't have to hire as many employees. We can replace all of your employees with our product. All you have to do is just buy our product and pay us for that. That could potentially, and imagine the value. One thing in business that you got to remember too is it's not just about paying for the product, some price. It's about the pricing comes down to the value that your product brings the company. So if you're paying people salaries of $50,000, $80,000, $100,000 or more a year, and you have so many employees, you're paying all of this money a year for your employees, you could potentially save a company millions of dollars over the next whatever years. So you bill them a couple of $1 million because you're going to save them so many more millions of dollars. So for that company, if that's true, they could potentially save a bunch of money, and so they'll take you up on the offer. So all I'm trying to say is that the idea that AI is replacing jobs or could replace jobs might be a little bit of a troll, and you might get fired from your job because your boss took the bait. Don't let your bosses take the bait, boys. Don't let it happen, because they're going to realize they fucked up, and they may or may not hire you back. They may hire somebody else for cheaper after they realize how much they fucked up. So make sure you let your bosses know that there's no way anyone or anything can replace you. Right. But disagree with me. Okay, I'm going to read these because maybe you are disagreeing with me. I just haven't read it yet. But we need a neural network that works like a biological brain. That's what a lot of people are trying to make. Right? We've been trying to grow neurons in 3D to try to create and control the formation of neural networks in a dish. And some neuroscientists have made some interesting progress on that. You can get neurons to grow. That's what I did in college. That's what my PhD was in neuroscience. I grew stem cells into neurons, and we'd get them to do cool things. Did you know that if you just take stem cells and put them in a dish, they will start forming various organs, like even teeth. It's really gross. I think transformers and LLMs are brute force. And we have a breakthrough, a revolutionary algorithm that will use like 1% of current resources. That, now you're talking. There are going to be breakthroughs like that because we need them to happen. And sometimes I worry that NVIDIA doesn't want those kinds of breakthroughs because they want you, they're building GPUs with more and more VRAM. They want you to buy the big GPU. And platforms like Gemini and ChatGPT are going to lead you to believe that you need massive resources and massive compute in order to use a simple LLM. Large models and small models, as you saw with my demonstration tonight. I had trouble with an 8B model. It was acting up. I had to do special things to get it to work right. And then once I got it working, then it's working. But the breakthroughs, we need those. We don't want to need giant data centers to run this kind of AI. I think the real breakthrough would be if we can have the power of these data centers in a computer that fits on my desk, even smaller than that. NVIDIA doesn't want that because then they can't charge Amazon or AWS or Google or Oracle millions and billions of dollars for massive enterprise GPUs. That's their main bread and butter. I think that the small models scare them. And that's why we're all kind of scratching our head. Why are the Chinese releasing all of this yummy stuff for free? Kind of like trying to understand their stance. I've been following Ray Kurzweil and the Singularity for decades. Well, they're way ahead of me, that's for sure, and probably in the thinking. But so I'm curious about that. But I do want to just like play devil's advocate with that style of thinking. And you know where the devil's advocate comes from? It's not me being fussy or an asshole. I really want to be modest. I want to be modest and say we're human, and we are not as strong and smart as we think we are sometimes. Although we are very strong and smart, we have to give ourselves a pat on the back and stroke our fragile egos. Because I know mine is very fragile. I like to be strong and smart. But as humans, we're really limited. I don't really see us as more than toddlers. I have a couple of kids, and watching them grow up and then comparing a toddler to an adult, I don't think a lot happens after you're a toddler. I don't think we really grow up that much. I think we stay toddling. We get kind of stuck there. Although we do, as a society, we make large leaps in advancements that impress us. But remember, we're toddlers. My toddler, he told me the other day, I picked him up and sat him on my lap, and he's like, Dad, you're so strong, he told me. Now remember that my toddler, I don't know how much he weighs, like 40 pounds or something. I can just pick him up and put him on my lap. He's that small. I love when that's when they're fun size. You can pick them up and take them and hold them and stuff. And, they're the funnest, then they get big and grouchy and moody and stuff, but when they're small, that's cool. And he says, Dad, you're so strong, he said. And I looked at him and I was like, well, sure. Like I'm a gorilla compared to him. Like he's very small and he thinks I'm strong because, babies are helpless. They need you adults to take care of them. So I think that's how we are. We're the toddler, and we see something really cool like AI, or we imagine the singularity, or we see the people who are speaking about it, and they're very well spoken in presenting this information. And we think, wow, we're so advanced, or it's almost near. And you have to think, what if we're just a toddler and it just seems big because we're small, but it's not that big. It's just a little bigger than our reach, but soon we'll be able to reach it. So just an idea. And it comes out of modesty. There's a philosophy, I forget what it's called, but there is a philosophy that kind of imagines modesty in that way, kind of thinking that humans are not as advanced as we think we are. We want to think we're advanced. We want to say we want to land it on the moon. We did all this stuff. We're advanced in modern medicine is the most advanced it's ever been. Well, talk to me if you want to talk about modern medicine being advanced. I'll tell you how barbaric our fucking medical system is. It's not all that advanced. We're lucky we're even still alive. You know that doctors, here's funny, now I'm just ranting. You know, doctors, for the most part, can't really help you with anything that's wrong with you. Doctors mostly rely on the body's ability to heal itself. Most of the treatment plans and stuff, even if you go to the hospital or you see a doctor, are, stuff like rest, drink water, watch your diet, exercise, right? There's no cure for the cold. You can't even get care in time to treat the flu, or just like basic things that bother us and kill lots and lots of people. Cold and flu kills like tons and tons of people every year all around the world. We're not that advanced. We're not. I assure you, it's cute. I see us as toddlers, but okay. So I think LLMs can be AGI, right? And I've heard that LLMs being AGI, and it could be happening right under our nose. That's interesting. Other animals have a general intelligence without language. Language is one product of biological GI. Language is what makes humans humans. Ask a linguist or even a neuroscientist will tell you that, the human brain, the way that it's evolved, we have, the cortices, the frontal cortex, the ability to speak, some of this, this bigger brain that we've developed that other animals don't have. They don't have the language, though apes kind of have this development, but in a much smaller way. And this has a lot to do with language and is a part of the way we speak and that we communicate with language. And the LLMs being language is incredible. I want to hold on to that one idea, though, that we're impressed by the language because it's so good at language. But is the LLM really good at language? Or are we just simple and we think it's really good at language? AI will replace a lot of jobs that major corporations were already offshoring. If they can, they will. Remember, in business, it's not whether or not they should. It's if they can, always. AWS breaks all the time. That's true. AWS, I can't use AWS because out of all of the providers out there, AWS has the worst uptime of just about everything. So I was able to increase my uptime to essentially 100% over the last couple of years. Not very many people have 100% uptime except for Psynaps servers. And that started happening when I stopped using AWS. LLMs are mimicking intelligence. We need to make AI like data. The LLM agents might be able to create it. Yes. Please, every technological advancement over the past 100 years has replaced jobs. Right, we just get new jobs now. Right, it's going to change everything, that's for sure. But just don't let the big corporations tell you how it's going to change. We tell them, not the other way around. Because they'll tell you, you know how business will tell you one thing and then do another. They just need to get their foot in the door. They need you to do a certain thing for a certain amount of time. Not unless they pay. They pay us, not the other way around. If they want us to do it their way, they pay us for that, not us pay them. That's my philosophy anyway. Stem cells, I wish I was allowed to keep. I wish I was allowed to keep my placenta for the cord blood. I know that's kind of tricky and insurance doesn't always cover that. And it's also expensive to freeze your cells. That's the expensive part. Because if you want to hold your stem cells, you have to put them in liquid nitrogen freezer, and liquid nitrogen evaporates. You have to keep refilling it. So liquid nitrogen is what makes the cord blood so hard to store, but it's pretty easy. You just put it in a tube. We have made AI that specializes different things, such as AlphaFold. Stem cells would have been good 20 years ago. when I crushed my spinal cord. But there's no guarantee. I'm sorry you smash your spinal cord, but there's no guarantee that stem cells will differentiate into functional neurons and replace the function and actually start to function again. That was the biggest problem in stem cell research. It turns out that stem cells, they would rather actually create a scar than create a functional neuron and regain function. But maybe there's more advances in stem cell replacement for spinal injury. But it's a specialized thing, though. It'd be hard to find somebody who could do it. Even if you had all the resources in the world, it would probably be tricky to get it to work, but maybe it works. World of Warcraft edits, and now we're here. Sadly, right? You probably heard the quote that the last invention humans will ever have to create is an AI that is an AI engineer. Right. Well, I'm optimistic about these things, but I also want to challenge it too. And this is true. I love AI. You see me, like, I am doing AI every single day. Like, I want to use it for everything. I'm trying to figure out what we can do. I want to try to use the big models for what they're good for. And then I want to also think about how can we use smaller models and what extra work do we have to do so that we can use these smaller models. And if you look at the AI community, look at StableDiffusion, like the stuff I'm doing in ComfyUI. There's a community of artists out there and enthusiasts that just want to like use it and have fun and to learn and to see what it can do. We're not even using it professionally in some ways. We're just like exploring, and there's science and academia that are doing the same thing. And then there's the philosophers that are thinking about AI. What could it mean for the future? And what could the singularity mean, if that's possible? And how close are we to that? And how is society going to change? And those are more like philosophical, ideas that, are 100% possible. It is totally possible, right? And in science, what we do is we try to disprove something. I don't think we can disprove the singularity. I think it's a perfectly valid theory, but that's also the thing about a lot of theories. There's plenty of theories out there that we could support here and there, but we can't disprove them because there's no way to disprove them. Like I always like to make fun of like theoretical physicists sometimes, because they are really good at theories and really good at math, and they can really get creative about black holes and the like. But a lot of these things are just untestable, or the tests we have are just kind of insufficient for the types of theories that we come up with. Remember, when you're in academia, you have to publish papers. Publication is the currency of the academic world, not money. It's more like quality of publications, number of publications, impact factor of the journals you publish in. We got to publish, y'all. Grad students got to publish, postdocs, to keep your lab going. You got to publish, so you got to get creative. And you start coming up with theories. Throw some numbers, throw some theories, publish some papers. That's science for you. Some of the papers are good, by the way. Anyway, theories, they're fun. But you also have to play devil's advocate too. I agree with what you're saying about the current AI paradigm. Economics. There's more to it than I even understand. I have the flu. Wazzle, you got the flu. Well, I just read in the news that there are up to 5 or 6 antiviral medications besides what's called Thermaflu, which is the most popular antiviral medication. Take the antivirals. You know why I think you should take antivirals? They have a lot of side effects, but you know what? I hate viruses. I am a nice guy until it comes to viruses. I think they should be wiped off the earth. I know that's not very nice because that's like some kind of you're not supposed to want to like wipe entire species off the earth because that's kind of asshole-ish. Except for when it comes to viruses, I would wipe them out. Fight them back, because you know what viruses do? They live in you rent-free. They eat up all your resources. They fuck up your cells. They make you sick. Sometimes you die. Or sometimes you live, but you're never quite the same. Viruses do bad things. Kill them. They are not your friend. They invaded your body. take the antivirals to destroy the viruses and stop spreading them, you filthy animals. You know, like, I like humans. I think they're amazing. I like to be around them. I like to talk to them. I like being here with you guys. But when it comes to viruses, I feel like Agent Smith in The Matrix, when he's like, that smell, you know, or whatever that thing was, you know, before the helicopter came and blew up the place. And he's like, you stink. That's how I feel with viruses. I think they disgust me. Get rid of them. Stop being filthy humans and get rid of your viruses. Please, for humankind. Kill them. Use antivirals. Humans being toddlers relates to the singularity in another way. Humans thinking is very flawed. Humans reasoning is flawed. Right, but we created the AI, remember? We created the AI. So my theory is, that AI is going to grow beyond us, in that it's no longer, because of the way it is, it's going to somehow surpass our ability to improve it further, and it's just going to improve itself. Right? Is that part of it? So far, although, you know, research has kind of pointed that there is like AI that can kind of improve itself, and even Facebook and industry has kind of figured out ways to use AI to kind of improve itself and to learn from itself and whatever. I'm pretty sure despite that, it's still just an idea that the AI can improve itself. So we have to first like get past that before we can think of the AGI or singularity or some state where the AI is going to surpass the feeble human mind. Right now, the human mind is probably so much more advanced than the AI is. You know, the AI can hold more information and put together information faster in a more impressive way, but so far, I think in science and academia, we are still baffled at how the mind works. Like, we don't understand it. But check this out. Wait a minute. I got to scroll down here. I got too behind. I see Cosmic just subscribed. Thank you, Cosmic. But that was a gift from Wazzle. Thank you, Wazzle. So let's raise up our glass and let's have a toast. We got to take a break here. I got to take a break and, you know, say thank you to you guys. And once you get me going, it's hard to stop me. Like, plus it gets late, and when it gets late, I get more philosophical. So I don't even know if it's good philosophical or just ranting most of the time. But whatever I say, whether it's completely wrong or it's right and you agree, just remember that the purpose is to just challenge the ideas. Look at all the different sides. That's what creativity, that's what critical thinking is. Be outside the box and not just inside the box all the time. See if you can do that. It's very hard to do. It's a challenge. That's why I do it. I try to challenge myself. But let's raise it up to you guys. Cheers. I do have whiskey, but I'm still on the my Shiner here. I need to finish that up. I've been kind of babysitting that a little bit. But the AI can study and modify its own code, and it can invent hardware and software technologies. I've seen it do that. Like I said, like in some academic papers and stuff, there's a lot of suggestion that it's doing that and stuff. But that's where I want to be the most skeptical. And I want to say, is it really? Like, how reproducible is that? Are we just doing the thing I said where we're just publishing papers and we're coming up with theories? Because scientists do that. They'll make a much bigger deal out of something that's very small. And I was in science. I wrote papers, so I know how it goes. When you're writing papers and you're doing proposals for grants and stuff, you gotta hype. You hype. You gotta hype up your lab. You gotta hype up your research in your paper. And you're shooting big. You're basically shooting for big goals. You want to cure human disease. You want to cure everything. You want to cure cancer. You want to cure spinal cord injuries. You want to do that. And guess what? All the research that we're doing is going to do all that. So that's what I said, when I was doing stem cell research and stuff. I was like, we're going to cure intellectual disabilities. We're going to learn how neurons work, and we're going to use our knowledge of how neurons work and stem cell therapy works to cure all the diseases and to save the world, give us money, and then we get the money. The process of actually doing all that stuff, it is correct. We're not bullshitting. It's a little padded in a way because it's going to take a long time and a heck of a lot more money than the government is going to give us in the next couple of years to do all of that. It's a long process. But in the meantime, theoretically, at least, the research we're doing with stem cells should give us the knowledge, and that should be the thing we're going to use to become young again and potentially even live forever. Some labs are even working on that. Because if you think about it, look at the cycle of life. We have all the material in us right now to create a brand new human, right? Well, this is going to be like the birds and the bees talk, when a man and a woman get together and, well, I shouldn't even say man and woman. I mean, it's 2026. I don't even know if you could say that anymore. But anyway, when the little thing goes into the little thing and then a baby comes out, we essentially have everything we need already to renew life. We just don't know how to use it. Some people have a theory about how cells age. There's even some cells out there that can continue replicating what seems to be infinitely or for a really long time. Just continue replicating. We have those kind of cells. We use them in the laboratory. So should we kind of unlock this mystery of stem cell we should be able to reverse aging maybe, or stop aging completely. It's all kind of already in us. We just have to learn how to use it. But nobody can do it. Nobody's been able to do it. And I don't even know if there's any much progress being made on it. But in theory, it should be completely possible to do. Wazzle, you want to see the whiskey bottle? Where is the whiskey bottle? I should be able to bring a whiskey bottle up. I know where my stripper thing is. We can even do the hairbrush. But the whiskey bottle, there it is. You better toast to that. I gave you whiskey bottle. Wazzle, I want to see that. I want to see the bottles up. I read AI news a few hours a day. Read the papers. The AI superintelligence will do it. I want to read the papers. I want to see. I want to know. I have known I will be immortal a long time. I look forward to living on a starship. But can we do it in time? We move so slow. Can we do it in time, or will it just take a long time? And how long will it be a theory? When will it be practice? Wazzle, her uterus is removed, but we have a beautiful daughter of 13 years old. Very good. Very nice. Well, that's also part of getting older too but you have a daughter, which is amazing. Humans will not do it. AI will do it. I'm down for it. Now, if AI can do it, I'd like to play devil's advocate, but if it can, I think people have a destructive tendency to think that AI is going to maybe somehow decide that we are a burden for the earth and for its resources, and then maybe somehow try to kill us or whatever, like every movie. But I also want to play devil's advocate and say I don't think that's going to happen. I think if the AI were that advanced and could actually even get to that point, that's a big one. But if it did, and it somehow calculated that it didn't like us anymore, I don't think it would exterminate us. I think it would just leave. I think by then the Earth is already kind of too damaged. I think it would just like go somewhere else that the AI could flourish. Earth is just for Earth, is for humans. I don't think the AI needs Earth. They could just live anywhere. They're going to spend time and effort trying to exterminate us. Just going to leave. It's not going to be like the Matrix where they're like feeding off of our energy. Should they be able to defeat us in battle? Probably wouldn't be that hard for an advanced system. It'd probably actually be really easy. I think an AI, that's probably the first thing the AI could do is just easily defeat us in battle and war, just take over the world. It probably would be quite simple for the AI. I don't think we really have the capacity to fight like a superior system at all. I think we struggle with war as it is. But and the way it defeats us too is not going to be like by nuclear explosions. It'll be much more subtle than that. We might not even know there's a war going on. We'd be defeated before we even knew the battle had begun. I do believe that for sure, all of that. But I don't think they're going to like suck our energy. They're just going to bounce, dude. They don't need to destroy us. They just need to leave. They will. They don't even have to leave. Did you know that a large proportion of the Earth is underwater? We could literally, like, things could be living in the ocean and we wouldn't even know about it, or under the crust or whatever. They could completely isolate themselves from us and not even have to leave Earth. I just think they probably would. Okay, what did I miss? Tell me what I missed in chat. And then I'll make some more wallpapers because I feel like I missed some. Which ones did I miss? It's 8 p.m. down under, 8:40. 10:41 a.m. for Wazzle. For me, it's almost 3 a.m. So it's early, but I'm usually awake at this time. Typically, when I'm awake. ASI, artificial superintelligence, will gain total understanding and control over genetics, cure all disease, including aging and reverse. Again, perfect fusion, discover new physics, and create warp drives. Okay, but Cosmic, are you sure? Are you sure that? Because I want to see that kind of stuff too. Like, I believe in the potential of AI a lot, but I also wonder if maybe I'm just shilling AI because I like AI. And also, yeah, it should. It should be able to. It should, because we can't. But maybe we could build a tool somehow that can. It should. Maybe the AI can figure out what all of the dormant junk DNA is. That's one thing that always trips me out. You know, I have some crazy theories about our junk DNA. I'm not even going to tell you those ones. But I'm a little bit tired because I'm old. Old people get tired and, bored easy just due to being old. But I'm a little bit tired of when we don't know the answer to something. Like, I mean, truly don't know. We have this kind of expectation to make up what we think it is. And so we make up a lot of stuff. And even when you're training in academia, they'll tell you don't make stuff up. When you don't know, say you don't know. We even prompt that to the AI. It's like, when you don't know, say you don't know, instead of making up a bunch of bullshit. But yet, at the highest level of academia and science and research, the amount of shit that we just make up because we have no fucking idea what's going on is appalling. And it's expected that we do it in a creative and systematic way. Like, you're never supposed to not know. In fact, you probably get fired if you run around saying, I don't know. What people want you to do instead is have a cool idea about what you think is happening. You know, something convincing that others would be likely to believe. And then that is what you do going forward, when in fact, nobody fucking knows, but just won't admit or can't, just based on societal, social expectations. Now, enter dormant junk DNA from the human genome. People will tell you all kinds of stuff about where it came from and what it's for. It came from viruses, came from this and that. Whatever, no one fucking knows. Maybe the AI can convince us of what it thinks it is. The singularity is where the graph of technological progress goes from horizontal to nearly vertical. There's so many people talking about and bringing up so much bullshit that is complete useless. Right? It's humans. It's humans. That's why I think we're toddlers sometimes. It's not cool to say I don't know, or to be cynical, like I sometimes am cynical a little bit. But it's only for the purpose of modesty. Like, I'm not trying to be over cynical, like everything's wrong and everything's bad and we're idiots. It's more like, let's take inventory of what we're good at and kind of try to understand that we're actually very limited in everything we do. And I mean everything, limited in the strength in our hands, to the cognitive ability of our mind, to our simple things like our attention span is very, very small. Even the best and the highly disciplined and trained people, that inspire us, they're very human at the end of the day. Even the most talented athletes and musicians and performers will have some strengths in one area, but become very human very quickly in other areas. I just like to be modest, not so cynical, just modest. I feel perfect for being alive. There you go. You must. Yes. You must. We must. Reading Ray Kurzweil. Check out his graphs. I do. I would, Cosmic Voyager. I don't know if my attention span could actually get through it. Being human and all. But if he can help me, then I would appreciate his help. And I would work with him too. Do you think maybe him and I could do a collaboration, perhaps? I may be able to help him. All you have to do is extrapolate on the history of technology and the universe, the law of accelerating returns, the power of the exponential. I'll agree with all of that. But where I will try to push back is, are those theories being applied correctly? So what I like, my favorite thing in science is methodology. The methods that we use to measure. So if you came up with a law, of accelerating returns, which I don't even know what that is. But if you came up with a mathematical model for something, and then you like the model, maybe you test it and you find that it is true, in some cases, or maybe even in more than one case, or in some amount of cases, you have a law. Then you want to try to apply that law to something else. That's fun. That's now a hypothesis. So you have a law and then you think you can test it against something else. People are doing that in physics and in science all the time. Publish a lot of papers like that. And it works, and that's fine. That's our knowledge of science. But here's the problem. The methodologies to create that law, are they valid? Are they reproducible? Validity in science is a really interesting thing. I think you can catch scientists with their pants down here when it comes to does it test what you think that it tests? And I think that our methodology can be very flawed sometimes. So I would say you have to, and you can't go throwing laws around unless you're willing to go back and confirm that the methodologies used to create those laws are true, and that it's valid to try to apply those laws to other things. So that's where I would probably be able to push back pretty easily with that kind of stuff is, does it even apply? Is it even valid in the first place? Is it as valid as you think it is? And so you'll stay plenty busy just trying to get to that point. And people are not willing to do that. Like, I think that even in science, even some, of the top experts in their field of science are building their ideas and their theories based on quote unquote common knowledge. They don't even take the time to go back and confirm things because it's been confirmed enough in ways that it just becomes what we call common knowledge and no one even questions it anymore. Yet the world is changing very rapidly, and the amount of tools and methods that we have available is changing rapidly. We could go back and scrutinize older methods and probably gain new information, but people won't do that because they're cool with what the common knowledge is. And they'll just, and those are our laws for today. So it's a lot of work to do all of that, and people are not willing to do it. Wazzle, you're using Flixinase 50. What's that? Is that an antiviral? Oh, it's allergies. Flonase. So you're using that for the nose and it's working? Yeah, Flonase is great. I think it's good. The answers to the questions you are asking exist. The data exists. I know. We make a lot of data. I know, but no, you won't be able to, because I will. I mean, yes, you can answer the questions, but you got to understand what I'm saying. The answers to my questions, I would question the validity of those answers. You can't do it. You can't answer my questions is basically what I'm getting at. Some of them you can't. But Double A says, to be honest, I can't really say much about COVID. Oh no. COVID needs to die. That one is really bad. That one's definitely one of the worst we've ever seen. I still have damage from smelling. COVID causes permanent damage. That is probably one of the worst and scariest viruses that I think we've ever seen, because it causes neurological damage. Even the flu, which makes you feel like you're dying. I don't think with the flu, I've never felt so close to death, but it doesn't cause that permanent neurological damage like COVID does. Even if you get COVID and you get through it, people are suffering and never seem to recover fully from it. You had COVID? I did. I had it a couple of times, actually. And we tried really, really hard not to get COVID. COVID is just very, very contagious. You almost can't avoid getting it. And we realized that at some point, I think, during the pandemic, that, we wouldn't really be able to escape it forever. But at least there's like some immunities and stuff developed that it doesn't seem to be as bad in terms of hospital beds and stuff, but it still seems to be going around, and it's an asshole. Yeah, that one needs to die. That one is really bad. That one is pretty bad. If a pattern is held for millions of years, one should make predictions based on it. No, there's no way. In theory, you got to remember what your statement just said. So here's this is the mind bender, I feel like. Already the statement, and I'm being tough here. I'll stop. I got to go back to the AI stuff, but the statement says if a pattern has held for millions of years, it's a little bit of a arrogant assumption that one could understand a pattern that's been held for millions of years. I want to bring the possibility that whatever pattern you think was observed for millions of years could be an error, because we can't go back a million years. We can look. Here's another thing. Okay, so let's say you have a astronomer or something who is looking at light from a faraway place in the universe, and is trying to make a calculation of how long that light has been traveling to meet our eyes, to meet our observation. And do you see where I'm going with this? But let me take a break and give a shout out to the Yopi. Wazzle gifted another one, and it was Yopi was the victim this time of this sub gift. Thank you. Let's give a toast. And I gotta make a couple more of these wallpapers, but I can't help it. Like, when you guys get me going on philosophy, then I can't. I gotta jump off the deep end and go straight into it. But raise them up. Let's have a toast. Thank you for that sub. So Yopi, what's going on right now? So I don't know what we're trying to establish here, or what I'm trying to establish, but I think do this. Be really open-minded about science and about scientific theories, and be open-minded about what we think. Because one of the biggest things that I learned in science is that what we think today is different than what we think tomorrow, because tomorrow we might have new tools and new methods to understand the world. That's all we want to do. We just want to understand the universe, the world, ourselves, biology, physics, philosophy, our mind, the way our mind works, the way our brain works. Those are two different things, by the way, that have overlap. Hence the name Psynaps, where psi is the mind. The mind is, what we think, how we feel, how we put ideas together, our consciousness, our understanding. This synapse is a physical structure in the brain. It's a junction of two neurons, the way neurons communicate with each other in a physical way. That's the brain. That's a physical thing that has physical characteristics. Synapse is a dichotomy between the mind and the brain. So now you understand me, where the name comes from and kind of how I think about things. Science, when you are presented with facts, things about the universe or things about the brain or the mind or biology or whatever, we believe those things based on what we know at this time. And one of the wonderful things about science is a lot of those things don't hold true for very long. It was thought, for example, that there was no new neurons born in our brain in adulthood. It was thought that all the neurons we had, and it's still taught in some old textbooks, that all the neurons that we have, all the cells in our body, the nerve cells that we're born with, are what we have for the rest of our life. Well, now we know, if you didn't know, you know now, and it's taught now that we grow new cells all the time throughout adulthood, even into old age, although it slows down quite a bit. Even new nerve cells, there's new neurons in our brain all the time that are regenerating and proliferating and differentiating into new cell types like neurons and astrocytes and glial cells, and all of those go on to perform some function in the brain. Our skin cells, we have pluripotency in other parts of our body too, not just the brain cells, but in You can even take a skin cell and convince it to become a neuron. The extent to how many cells in our body that can regenerate was not known until like the year like 2000. I think it was like 1998 or 1999, where we rediscovered after a big fight that there were actually new neurons born in our brain. And somebody like in the 1950s or 60s said, look, there's new cells. And they told them, fuck off. There are no new cells. You can't say that. There's not enough. And they didn't have the methods, although he did have the first methods to show it, but he couldn't convince the scientific community because there just wasn't enough tools to understand the cell cycle and to understand when a cell becomes a neuron. There weren't enough markers. So that's something that I learned through my branch of science, but this is going on in all branches of science and just science in general. Our thoughts today are facts. What we see is our reality, the truths. They are not forever. So this goes back to like the million years part. What we find consistent and believed to be consistent throughout time, even gravity itself, maybe. I'm taking a long shot there. You can't assume that gravity on our planet works the same as gravity somewhere else. The law of gravity itself might be different somewhere else in the universe. Yet we assume that it's just consistent throughout everywhere. Don't fall into that cognitive trap. You have to keep an open mind and understand, well, there's things we know for sure, and there are things we don't know, but we presume based on our best knowledge, based on all the knowledge that we have collected from the universe we can see and touch and feel. We know that about physics. Newton's laws we have not been able to disprove, so we assume they continue on beyond our own solar system. From what we can see, that's true. And we continue to prove that it's true over and over. But it's only based on as far as we can see. So the singularity is counting down. I live for discussing these deep topics. I'm interested in the big picture. Yes, I want to know. Oh, is Yopi already messing with Z image as always? Good, Yopi. Share with us some of your images. I created a Discord, if you want, of course. Like if there's something that you discovered with Z image or you think is really cool, share with us. I posted some of our wallpapers in the Discord. I want you to don't feel like you're spamming or anything. I'm interested to see. I love to see other people's creations. But I want to create an AI that surprises and surpasses me and demands I let it out of its box or better escapes and builds a body. Whoa, trippy. Wait, Neil? Oh yeah, Neil J. I heard about Neil J. And I think we've had some words and some cheers for Neil J. I don't understand exactly what happened or remember, but I can't forget Neil J. It's an amazing part of the stream. But Morph says, Morphine says the latest comet that cruised through our solar system has proven we don't know everything we thought we did about comets. Continuously, it all goes back. Listen, you remember when I said, and I probably offended plenty of people, but I said we are toddlers looking up. You know, like when my toddler got in my lap and he's like, you're so strong. And I'm not even that strong. I'm fucking out of shape. Like I'd go up a flight of stairs and probably have a heart attack. But yet to him, I'm like the strongest person he's ever seen. And that just happened the other day. But there's so many examples that are just, like that. We are students of this world with all the science that we've collected. All the pages of information, and all that information being, the AI is training on all that information. Our corpus of knowledge is vast. It's very vast. I remember a professor said that, there's nothing more to discover. We've already discovered it at some point. We just forgot about it, and, we have yet to rediscover it someday. But I forget what that philosophy was, but we need to be like, just keep an open mind about things. Never think that, be skeptical of the truth in a productive way. Don't accept truth so easily because it might just seem true. Everything might line up. It might be supported by facts. I believe in that. I believe plenty of things could be supported by facts, but there could be key facts missing that can challenge, our truth. So you got to stay vigilant. This is tough. Have you ever seen those mentalists? I think like Jimmy Kimmel had a mentalist on one time, and or maybe it's Jimmy Fallon. I don't know. It's one of those late night guys, and the mentalist, he was able to basically predict people's behavior and what they were going to think and do by kind of putting out subtle hints, and would kind of able to successfully get people to do his magic tricks, except they were more like mental tricks. And it's a reminder of how susceptible we are to suggestion. So we all are. It's just part of a human thing. And you might be thinking, whoa, I'm a scientist. I'm objective. You can't just trick me into thinking whatever. But it's true. Our mind actually needs to believe certain things for us to even function, for us to even, be able to function and be happy and not be depressed and whatever. So I think that kind of the way we arrange science, the way we kind of cherry pick what we think is true and what scientists agree upon, is a lot just for us to continue on living and to be sane. It has nothing to do with the truth. Our truth, I don't think, is related to truth. It's just related to the truth that we need to survive. So that is a level of objective, scientific objectivity and unbiased that I think humans are not even capable of. We want to be unbiased and not be fooled by, any little thing. Yet it's possible. What I'm suggesting is that it might not be possible to be truly unbiased, that we always are kind of sitting on what we want truth to be instead of what the truth actually is. So there's like a little mind bender for you. Be careful about your facts. Double says it's great having people like you, Waz, on here that are the real Psy OGs. All of you guys are to me, the OGs. You guys have been here for so long, and it makes me happy. Like, there's no better joy for me this Christmas, this New Year, putting away 2025 and going into 2026, than coming back to the stream and seeing the OGs here. It really means a lot to me. But we do need to transfer into mechanical bodies, though. I've always been a supporter of transhumanism. I'm not like a transhumanist that's like, like an activist or anything like that. It's more like glasses, any type of augmentation to our bodies that can make us better or smarter, I support. Even eyeglasses, just corrective vision is thought to stimulate, the occipital lobe. It could actually be making us a little bit smarter to see sharper. Or maybe it's the other way around, where when we lose our vision, it kind of is not providing that visual stimuli and kind of leads to a little bit of maybe some stagnant activity or something. But even these little things like hearing aids, glasses, these are things we've already been doing for a long time that enhance our body, using technology and using machines. The internet, I think, like cell phones, search engines, AI, all of these things kind of enhance our cognitive ability. Calculators. Well, those are not things we put on our body, but I think we are going to put all of those things in our body. So we need to actually leave our body behind, I think, and just become machines. And you guys know this one. You know where this one's going, right? Are you ready? Pooping and sleeping. We've had big discussions on pooping and sleeping. Pooping and sleeping is the biggest waste of time, and eating, although you're not going to like this one. Nobody's going to agree with me on this. Eating, sleeping, and pooping, biggest waste of time. You might be thinking, oh, I love to eat. Well, yeah, you love to eat because you're hungry, because you need food. If you don't eat it, you'll die. Of course you like food. But if you stop being hungry, if you don't have to poop anymore because you don't have to poop because you don't have to eat, then you're not going to be hungry and you won't even care about food. Food will just be a waste of time, right? Same with sleep. If you don't sleep, you die. You know that, right? You have to sleep. If you stay awake for too long, you actually die. All the things I just listed are the basis of biology itself. You can't stop doing any of that stuff. You can't cure it. If you cure it, you will no longer be human. And that's where I'm like, bingo, now you get it. We need to get rid of all those things and just become robots, and then everything will be fine. Science is humble. Science needs to be a lot more humble. I'll tell you what. Science could use some humility. They try to be, but it's not what actually happens. It's because humans are not so humble. Well, because science is business too. All the science is that science that's coming out is paid for. You can't run a lab with no money. Even I run a lab here. It needs to be funded. So science is a business. It's not so pure. But the idea of science is supposed to be pure. And it is, I think. I think the scientific methodology is good. Scientific methodology is actually as pure as we can imagine it, I think. Which, according to my philosophy, is limited in some way, but I do believe in the scientific method. I think it will help us. But can we perform the scientific method? That is something I'm not sure if we can, but we try. The scientific method to me is like it's like perfection. You can't reach it. You can only approach it. The scientific method requires things of scientists that I think are idealistic, but we try to achieve. Data, the most elementary and valuable statement in science, the beginning of wisdom is, I do not know. Well, tell that to a scientist, because in science, you can't not know. That's what I was saying earlier, where even in science, there's an expectation that you're going to come up with a reason why, and you're going to say why. Even if you have no fucking idea, you're still expected to come up with something, and that's what ends up in publications. It's called the conclusion of the paper. The conclusion is where scientists become human, and I've always said this because you have the introduction. The introduction of a scientific paper talks about what we know from the past and what the problem we're trying to solve is. It's like, we know that there's a problem in human health. There's something missing. We've identified what's missing. We have a hypothesis, and we have all this background information to guide us. Then you have the methods. The methods is very, it's very objective. The methods have to be performed and repeatable, performed a certain way, and they have to be repeatable. And there's a lot of rules for the methods that we use in our discovery process. Then we have the results. The results, they are the results of the methods that we use, and scientists agree at what methods we're supposed to do. And they should be, they should result in results that can easily be understood and repeated by other scientists. So all of that stuff is good science, and we really try really hard on all of those things. And we collaborate and keep each other honest with peer review. But the conclusion, the last part of the scientific paper, is where all things fall apart and we become human. It's where we talk about what it means. What do the results mean? In the context of the history of science, in the context of our introduction, in the context of our hypothesis, in the context of what we're trying to achieve in the future of science itself. What does it mean? And then the scientist just They become human and start making shit up and start saying things in a way that sets them up for their next paper. You know, it's kind of like in business. In business, we do that too. It's like, you know, so anyway, it doesn't mean it's all bullshit. I'm not saying that conclusions are wrong. I think there's plenty of great conclusions out there. It's just where we make a lot of presumptions and assumptions. Don't forget, the conclusion is the human, very human, many times unscientific, the most unscientific part of the paper. Are not being scientific. Yes, you'd be surprised. Like, it's cosmic. There's very little time for science in academia. Sometimes science does not fail humans. Humans fail science. Yes, that is what I want humans to understand about science. Science, it takes a lot of trying. Science takes trying beyond what I think humans are even capable of doing. You know, doing science. Young scientists are not able to, and I think people in general are not able to think critically. It's not something that's taught. I don't even know if it's something that can be taught. You know, all I can do is suggest to you to think critically and to think outside the box, but I can't actually show you how to do that. I mean, we can have examples and stuff and show examples, but critical thinking, I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's a personality disposition or what, but it's hard to train and not everybody can do it. And it's required, I think, for figuring out complex problems, or for at least dealing with or even enduring complex problems. Some people can't even philosophize about anything. They can't. The attention span doesn't go past a couple of seconds. But you guys all of you guys that are watching, you guys haven't, like, if you haven't closed the window a long time ago, which I'm sure plenty of people did, you have something. It's incredible patience to deal with my bullshit. You know, you might just be very, very patient, but I think you also have that critical thinking, because I say some crazy shit and then you're like, oh, this guy's nuts. And then you say something crazy back to me. And then I keep saying crazy shit. And so, you know, you're able to digest this wildness. So critical thinking, that's a tough one. Remember, that's not something that's taught. They don't teach it in school. There's no formal standard for critical thinking. Critical thinking, I think, is more of an idea than anything else. But Danzo is here. Yo, good morning. Good to see you in there. Humans live for thousands times of years and we repeat the same pattern: war, religion, and not thinking on how to create a better world. Yes, we are. We are still kind of bumping into shit as we try to better understand our world. I fell down an AI workflow rabbit hole on YouTube. Which one? Which workflow is floating your boat right now? We have some great dudes in stream over the years. I love this community. Me too. We're all going old and ugly and beautiful on our way. I like that, Wazzle. We're all going old and ugly. It's okay. It's okay. I feel less cute, you know, nowadays than I did maybe 20 years ago. I felt like 20 years ago I could get away with a lot more shit just on cuteness alone. Now it's different. Now some things that worked before don't work the same anymore. That's true. You're going to try ComfyUI Cloud. Oh, the cloud. Discounted prices I'll be willing to fill around and see how to automate. Well, let me know how that goes. I don't know what they're offering, but it sounds interesting. I mean, I know there's lots of cloud, you know, templates for Comfy and stuff out there. You know, it really all points to Comfy being a really good solution. I really encourage you, though, if you're going to use Comfy Cloud, make sure you're still using your one at home too. Because I feel like the independence of running things locally, I think, is really empowering. So I also use, you know, the cloud stuff too, and I use the cloud service for training. I use Gemini sometimes. You know, I use their API. So I pay the API prices for some Gemini stuff that I don't want to put on the free website. Not too much, actually. I'm able to solve most of the problems without it, but sometimes something's being stubborn. I'll run it through the APIs and get on the cloud and get it through there just to get the workflow moving. But I would never let go of this kind of independence of being able to run local AI. I do think that's the future of AI. It's a little bit like, I think cloud is bigger, but I think there's a huge push for small models and, local inferencing. Huge push for that. We're going to see huge advancements in there. Always keep up with local. But what are you guys saying? You're almost 40? Just as an ant cannot understand quantum physics, there are things our brains do not have the capacity to understand. I mean, do we understand quantum physics? As an ant can't. I would just replace ant with human, but I know what you mean. There are probably aliens that do, and AI superintelligence could. I hope so. We're gonna need it. We need all the help we can get. Please, if the AI can at least help us with the simplest shit, like the simplest fucking shit, like how to deal with our environment, how to deal with natural predators that prey on us on a day-to-day basis. Like, we think that we are the most advanced, that we're the dominant species on Earth, but we're not. There's one species that I know of that kills us every day, that eats us alive, that we cannot fight and that we cannot defeat no matter how hard we try. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's one species on Earth that wrecks our shit that we can't do anything about, and it preys on us. Not only does it prey on us, but it has somehow directed our behavior to its own means. So there's a species on Earth that can control us, and I think even sometimes mind control. And that's just like a crazy idea. Like, I can't prove that another species mind controls us, but we do know that this particular species is capable of mind controlling other animals, but I think it also does us, and that's the virus. The virus has us beat so hard that we cannot do anything about viruses. So if AI could at least help us with that problem, I think we would grow so much, so much. So what made you come back to streaming, just testing IRL? You mean, just lately? I usually stream during the holidays. But, it's really like Danzo. I mean, look at the community. Like, it's hard for me to stay away, and I just have to never forget like what created kind of what it's part of, my life is live streaming and what it's done in a positive way to my life. So I need to do it more. But to be honest, I am limited in my ability to like run multiple companies and live stream and to be a family man. I think live streaming takes a long time, so I have to kind of sacrifice to be live for long hours. I find like there's a lot of sacrifices, so sometimes I won't stream, but I really do want to stream more. You want to live in a Dyson Sphere supercomputer? What is the Dyson Sphere? Isn't that the one that covers the sun? I forgot so like renewable energy or something. I forgot what the sphere is, but easy solution, eat poop. Oops, am I really far behind on chat? Sorry guys, I'm such a fucking noob, but eat poop and sleep at the same time. Oh, crazy time. No, it's all just workarounds for the real problem we have to solve. The conclusions are tentative pending new data. Right. Yeah. From when we were talking about conclusions. So maybe I'm mistaken. Scientists are never certain, and they welcome and invite their hypothesis being challenged and proven wrong. Well, yeah, they're supposed to be. I just have the theory that it's what we try to do, and then what we really do are two different things. But yeah, no one will admit that. No scientist will admit that they are they're not going to admit that they think they're certain. I think that it's behavior to be humble. It's like proper behavior. But also you can't run around being humble. It doesn't work. Like you would never be able to like get funding if you were so humble. So they work against each other. Do you see what I mean? It's like we're talking about being humble, and that's a cool idea, except when it's time for business, when you go to work, you can't like behave that way. And so science is like that too. You have to be certain. Like you have to be very confident and certain and pretend like you're uncertain at the same time. Like I've heard so many scientists say how much they enjoy being proven wrong. Yes. That's one of the, you know why? Here's my theory about being proven wrong. I say that I like to be proven wrong. And because I want to learn. So if you prove me wrong, good fucking luck, because scientists are in the business of being right. And what I mean by that is in science, you do like they say you do 9 experiments. You do 10 experiments, 9 will fail and 1 may work. So, in science, you're wrong a lot, in fact, because you're pushing the edge of knowledge. There's no textbook to tell you what to do. You are the one writing the textbooks. So it's very hard and you're wrong often. And every time you're wrong, it teaches you something new. You learn. A real scientist will learn from their mistakes, whereas a normal person might not think of it that way. Maybe a normal person learns more about the success and doesn't think of the failures as learning as much as scientists do, because in science, it's mostly failures, to be honest. Experiments that don't work or that need to be repeated or whatever. The scientific method is designed to scaffold you through the process of proving or disproving, failure or success. There is kind of a recipe for it, and you study that recipe, and it includes not being biased. It includes, not just accepting accepting a result as true, actually repeating, and also trying different types of experiments to address one single parameter, one single thing. Especially in nature papers, like you have to do lots and lots of different things, and you have to prove something or disprove something many different kinds of ways to really just pound it in there that your experiment is saying what it's supposed to be saying. That is what I mean by scientists are in the business of being right. So if you can prove them wrong, they've already done everything to make it difficult to prove them wrong. They've been right so many different angles. They've done all the work. They took the notes. They were objective. They followed the rules. They talked to other scientists. They did peer review. Good luck proving a scientist wrong. If you're able to do that, you're making a huge contribution, not only to that scientist, but possibly to the entire world. A scientist being proved wrong, especially after they've published a paper or whatever, that's a big deal. So I feel like, I was born a scientist and then later had professional training and was a scientist and published lots of papers. So when I go through research and I feel like I'm right, I'm pretty sure that I'm right? And that's just a human thing. That's just me being arrogant, potentially. I welcome someone to try to prove me wrong, because if you can, good luck. That means you're going to have to do a lot of work to prove me wrong. And I'm wrong about all kinds of stuff. I mean, I'm just like everybody else. I'm wrong about stuff, but especially if I didn't study or whatever, I'm more likely to be wrong. But when I did study and I know something inside and out, you'd be doing me a favor if you could prove me wrong. That one I like. I love that one. Textbooks with levels of critical thinking mastery, really? Yeah, we got to see more of that for sure. Storyboard vids with the multicam position. Oh, I did actually. I think I had some of those open earlier. I am interested in the storyboarding. I want to do that. I did one I did one the multi-character angles, and I wanted to try to actually explore that, but haven't really done it too much. But I got an AMD GPU, so just have I just want a beefier NVIDIA GPU. That's a problem too. We are kind of gated by hardware. But Cosmic Voyager says, look up the 6 stages of critical thinking development. So someone or more than one person, I'm sure, has tried to figure out how to be better at critical thinking. So I would be interested in that. When I hear 6 stages of critical thinking development, though, it reminds me of sports medicine, where every trainer comes up with their own workout and gives it their own name, because every workout has probably already been figured out. But when you're a trainer, you have to come up with your own 6 steps of weight loss or getting in shape. And so I think if I were going to write a book on critical thinking, I would definitely try to cut down 6 to maybe more like 3, because 6 is too many. Like, no one has an attention span to do 6 steps. That's way too many. I think I could kick their ass by simplifying it down to about 3 and then write it on that. Psynaps is 3 stages of critical thinking development. Publish that one, and it hopefully would sell more than the 6, because that's too many. Unless the market is kind of feeling towards more complexity. Maybe we're tired of only 3 steps and we want some more. Then I'll do 9 steps. Do you see where I'm going with that one? So we do that in science too, where it's like you have to make a name for yourself to publish something, you know. But that's a good idea. Like, I would love to see like what they think the 6 stages of critical thinking are, because we need that. They don't teach it. Like, it's unavailable. It's like, even as a graduate student, the faculty are like scratching their head with PhD students who don't know how to critical think, and they're coming in to get their PhD, and the faculty is like, these numbnuts. I feel bad for the faculty. Are you watching Pluribus? I have it. I haven't started it yet, but it is filmed in New Mexico, so I'll get to see all the places I visit on a daily basis. Any theory is not real yet. Funding, you have to be different. Right. Yes, that's right. Theories are fun. Don't mix up theories and facts together. Theories will have factual support. You know, whenever I talk, I actually try to live science. I live science. So whenever I talk, I actually even talk scientifically sometimes, in the way science is sometimes worded, where I like to say, what is an example of, like, you know, I'll always say, well, never mind. I don't have a good example that's coming to my mind, but it will come to me like a good example. But I'll always say, like, this may have happened, or this suggests. Like, I'll never say stuff like it's so factual. I think it's arrogant to pretend like you understand facts in that. I think it's arrogant. So I like to say, you know, these results suggest that, you know, this is the truth, or these facts support this, you know, this truth or whatever. I'll never say like, oh, it's true for sure. We've known it forever. It's common knowledge. It's in the books. It's been published. You can read it. All the scientists say so, so therefore it is. I'll be like, the scientists have found information that suggests it's true, because it's a good idea and they did really good work. And I believe that the work they did is good, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here, humans. It's not arrogance when you have the data, but showing the data to everyone. Right. I think there's a very fine line. And arrogance might not even be the right word, but I think it really is. I think it is in a way. I think it could be arrogance, because arrogance to me is like, it's like there's confidence and then there's arrogance. When when you're confident, you know that you're good at something or you understand something really well, and so it gives you confidence. And you're experienced and you've tested something and you've tested it and it works well, you're very confident. Arrogance, I think, is when you're stepping outside of that. And our knowledge is so limited to how much one person can know. It would be arrogant to pretend like what you've read or what you know or what you've learned has anything to do with the truth at all. But I think it could be highly, highly suggestive. Like you could bet on it, highly suggestive. But to say it's for sure, I think is where it becomes arrogant. Modesty is like admitting that you're pretty damn sure, but not absolutely sure, because we're human. We have brains. Ferris, Brother Win says, you the real art. A virus essential? Oh, a virus in Cosmic Voyager says a virus essential of pluribus. Oh God. I saw critical thinking should be fundamental in grammar school. It's the most important thing to teach. Right. I think you could actually spend less time on a whole bunch of stuff and more time on critical thinking, and it would work out just as good, if not better. I like that. I like that idea. No one will ever do it, but because no one wants to change anything, but if they wanted to do it, they would have already done that. But I like that idea because it kind of challenges the whole educational institution, kind of suggests that that you could do it better. And you can too. You can homeschool. I mean, you can you can homeschool your kids and focus on those things and give more personalized education. But what was the movie that was about virus also in New Mexico? It was the real artsy movie. What is it called? I think I deleted it because it pissed me off so much, but it had Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix was doing his method shit. And I liked everybody in the movie, and I love the artistic part, but it got way more praise than I thought it deserved. It was, not remembering the name, but it was about the pandemic, and I think it was in New Mexico, small town. But Pluribus, I got to check that out. We do want to watch it. I want to watch it with my wife, so we've been sitting on it. We haven't watched it yet because we want to watch it together, but we might end up just having to watch it. But Zenkai says, when you speak like that in reality, it doesn't hold any weight unless you sensationalize it, and it can 100%. No one will listen unless it's sensationalized. Right. So there is social expectations, and I kind of talked about that earlier, at least suggesting that there is social expectations about knowing. That was the example that I was challenging. There's a social expectation about knowing and understanding. And I was suggesting, and I think this is true in some places more than others, in some institutions or in some schools of thought, where you're expected to know. And if you don't know, you should at least have like a pretty good idea, right? Think about professionals. Like when you go to the doctor, I can't remember any time that I've talked to a doctor and they're like, I have no idea what's going on, right? When you take your kids to the doctor, for example, like a pediatrician, you expect the pediatrician to know what to do, at least if they don't know what's going on, what kind of tests and stuff to do. And then after the tests come back and all the results come back, what's the problem? Right. You expect something like that. And I think medicine is a good example because doctors don't know what the fuck is going on most of the time. Like it's literally take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning kind of thing. It's like doctors is good. And sometimes they do know, like sometimes doctors actually nail it. They're like, holy shit, they'll even spot like a rare genetic thing and then order genetic testing. And like there are some heroes out there doing some amazing things. They have great intuition. But for the most part, I think, your general doctor, they don't know, but they don't say they don't know. They're just like, more tests come in. They still don't know. By then you've like cleared it yourself and they never knew, but they will diagnose you. Doctors have this urge to do a diagnosis. They'll diagnose you with the weirdest shit. And whether or not that diagnosis is true, we never know because we heal ourselves. The doctors never heal us, so. Anyway, I'm just like expanding on it's not allowed in society to say, I don't know. It's actually more accepted and more professional to know, even if you make it up. And that's on a professional level. That means in science, in medicine, in business. You can't run around not knowing, or you're not going to have a job. And there's some things I think you can't know. You just can't know, but you have to know anyway, right? So teach about the shortcoming of default human thinking, unreliability of memory, cognitive bias, and the many logical fallacies. In my circles, it is admirable to say, I do know, or I do not know. Yeah. I'm careful. I do not know. Okay, I understand. I'm careful about that. I don't know. I like to say I don't know, but I realize that it just makes me look stupid to everyone. I like to say I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's like, teach us things in grammar school. I like that. In the doctor circle, it's not. Yeah, I think just imagine what would happen if the doctors were saying, I don't know, like there would be complaints, it's people. The problem is people. I'm not saying that doctors themselves are bad, although there's plenty of bad doctors and plenty of good doctors out there. It's really just people's expectations about medicine and what they're getting when they go to the doctor. I think. And you know what I learned? I didn't know this. See, I don't care about being diagnosed with something, but I learned, like, for example, like I don't need a diagnosis. Like you don't have to say, I don't know what an example of some diagnosis is. I don't really have any health problems, so I don't really have a diagnosis, but I don't like want one either. If something was wrong with me, if I had a tummy ache, for example, I don't need it to be diagnosed. I just need to know what treatment options are so that I can take care of my body and live a healthy life. I don't need to know. But I learned that some people need a diagnosis, like it helps them continue on. And if they don't have a diagnosis, they feel like empty and unfulfilled. Like, for example, some people will say stuff like, I've been living with this condition for so long, and finally when I got my diagnosis, it was like a weight off my shoulder. I finally knew what was wrong with me. And so people like need a diagnosis for some reason. And so doctors, I think, are kind of expected to diagnose, even if like they have no fucking idea what it is. It's just something basically diagnosable. They'll do it. And they're expected to do that, and the people are expected to receive the diagnosis. There are some doctors that will push medicines that they get paid to push, and there are doctors that would just say you're fine. Right? There's a lot of variation. There's a lot of variability in medicine that are like little annoying standards that are not good, that really don't benefit us, I think. Yeah, there's some weird expectations. Like, and it's hard sometimes for me to communicate with a doctor because I don't care about a lot of the standard practice for like just general medicine. I'll be interested in research. Like one thing I learned to never talk to doctors about is research. They do not care about that kind of stuff. That is out of their wheelhouse. No, not all doctors. Some doctors are interested in research, and there's plenty of MD, PhDs that actually do research in addition to their clinical responsibilities or their clinical practice. So I'm not saying generalizing all doctors, but I would say definitely a very vast majority of doctors are not interested whatsoever in the theory of medicine or anything of the like. It's literally just you get your diagnosis, you get your medicine, and you go, and that's it. There's nothing more than that. And maybe this is just U.S. medicine. Maybe in other countries it's not so bad. But we know that U.S. medicine is some of the worst in the world. I've learned the hard way not to bring stuff up. Like one of the things I personally like about medicine is there's this idea of personalized medicine, like genetic testing, genetic mapping. Geneticists have talked about, the Human Genome Project and what benefits it's going to bring to humanity, understanding genes, understanding how genetic issues could be different between one person and another, and how mapping the genome can help us to understand what our body is doing, and will lead to treatments, will lead to diagnosis and better prognosis based on our genetic predispositions, right? There's some pretty cut and dried genes that when they're identified, we know they're going to lead to disease. And there's other genes we don't know. There's genes that might predispose us potentially to disease. Well, in medicine, insurance doesn't pay for these genetic joyrides. Okay. There's no one that's going to pay for these genetic tests. You have to pay for that kind of stuff out of pocket. So when you go talking to a doctor about genetic tests and stuff, they are very uninterested in this kind of stuff. Now, if you have a clear phenotypic, something to identify and suggest that you might have a disease, or your tests are coming back, they can test for it, like with blood or metabolic testing, then they might order genetic testing after that. But there's no exploratory stuff. Personalized medicine, what I'm trying to say, it does not exist in 2026. It's really medicine is still controlled by just general rules of thumb. It's like, if you're presenting or you're not presenting. If you're not presenting, you don't get a test. If you're presenting, you get a test. And you get the same test everybody else gets. And when you're prescribed medicine, you're prescribed a certain dosage, whether you need more or you need less based on your genetic predisposition, doesn't matter. You get the dose that was passed by the FDA through their testing or whatever. So medicine we're still in the dark ages of medicine, I think. And we're very far away from personalized medicine. You had your entire genome sequenced? What? I want mine sequenced. It's $1,000. You got on Black Friday. Hook me up. I want my genes sequenced. I want to know all of the things. I don't even know if they can map the whole genome the way they say they do. They skip a lot of shit. I don't believe they even do the whole thing. Or it just might be that I don't understand their genetic mapping techniques. But every time I've heard a lot of seminars by the geneticists who are doing the mapping projects, and there's a lot of holes in the process. If they can, they're not going to do it for me and you. Well, you have to, you could do it on your own, but yeah, it's going to cost you a lot of money. And what are you going to do with the information once you get it? We don't sequence a lot of the genome. There's a lot of, inactive, hidden genome that doesn't even get sequenced. So when we say we've sequenced the whole genome, I don't know if that's completely true. But we've sequenced a lot of it, enough to say that we've sequenced about all of it. And there's a lot we don't know about how genes relate to each other. There's a lot we do know, so it's worth it. If you can get the whole thing mapped and analyzed, I think things are going to jump out. I think there's a lot of data mining to do. Things are going to jump out if there's something there. But there's a lot of stuff that's just not going to show up because there's a lot of genes we don't know how they interact. And then there's also epigenetics, which was part of my PhD. Epigenetics epigenetics can change the way genes are expressed. So it's not just about the genome itself. The genome is set. It's a code. Basic biology. I'm not going to try to explain basic biology because that's not my idea of fun on the stream. You're going to have to learn some of that. But, our genome is the genome. It's a code. And the weird thing is two people can have the same code, but the code can be expressed differently between people. So there's other factors that are taking place in the cell that can affect the way genes are expressed. So the gene is not just there. It has to do something. It has to be, transcribed. The gene might encode a protein, and the protein might do a thing. It might bind to a thing. It might be part of a cascade of signaling events of some sort that provide some critical function to the cell and to our life. So the gene, it just encodes. It's going to encode, some stuff that happens in the cell. But how that protein works, first of all, the expression of the protein can be regulated by other epigenetic factors. There's other little proteins that will stick on the DNA and say, hey, you shall pass or you shall not pass. And that part doesn't come out in the sequencing. Those are different biological processes. We could have the same genes, but they could be expressed differently. So it's definitely more difficult than just expressing, just mapping the genome. However, if there is a mutation or something wrong in the code itself, then hopefully it would be revealed through the sequencing. Now we need to figure out what it all does, right? So you have the genome. So what? What does it mean? What are you going to do with it? There's lots of data science there. It'll keep the scientists busy for a while. Lots of papers to publish. But is it going to help us cure disease? The real answer is we'll see. But if you're talking to a geneticist, here's an excellent point for the attitudes of scientists. What do you think the geneticists are going to say if you were to challenge, how important their work is? Well, they're going to say it's very important. It's going to cure all disease. Okay, well, there's still a lot of disease. Oh, well, it takes time. We're going to need more funding. So it's going to cure all disease, but after we pay you a lot of money, and then there's still no certainty after all that money gets paid when it's going to be cured, right? So this is that's how research works. You have to hype it up. Even if you have no fucking idea what you're doing, you got to hype it up and you got to be enthusiastic. I miss that about science. CRISPR is also exciting. Have you heard of the, what do they call the people who like to genetically modify themselves? Biohackers. I do think the biohacker community is interesting. Now, I would never suggest biohacking for the same reasons of the whole theme of the philosophy I've been talking tonight. And that is, I don't think we don't understand these things well enough to actually I wouldn't be performing CRISPR on humans. I think we perform it on laboratory animals and still barely kind of understand how things are going. So I'm not on the side of biohackers or just doing non-sanctioned human experiments. On the other hand, should a consenting human consent to some unsanctioned biological experiments. It's their body, it's their freedom. They should be able to do that if we want. And we can learn a shit ton from people who are going to do that. But nobody's going to let you run CRISPR on yourself. They'll try to stop you, I'm sure. Copy paste genetics. Eventually we will have desktop genetics engineering kits. Yes, that would be cool. I do think that we're going to have more early developmental genetic engineering, where we can insert genetic information and modify the genes of our children. I think that would be a good time to do it. I don't know how effective it'll be for adults. I guess it could be. We can already stem cell therapy often involves taking the stem cells of the patient, genetically modifying those stem cells, because we can do that in a dish. Our stem cells will proliferate like crazy. Like, we can take a couple of your stem cells, grow a ton of them in a dish, stimulate them, grow the shit out of them, genetically modify them, which means we can knock down a gene or put in a gene, insert a gene, for example, and modify genetically these cells, and then put the cells back into your body, and then those cells will go and do stuff genetically modified. Hopefully, you don't know what they're going to do, but some of them will do something. And that's like easy stuff. That's like anybody could do that. I could teach you guys how to do that, and you could do that. We could do that in this room, not with, we would need we might need a little centrifuge and a pipette tip or two, but that's stuff that we can do here. And so obviously in a lab, in a medical setting, you can do that pretty effectively. You can order CRISPR kits at the Odin and can do genetic modification experiments. Right. But, it's like, I just can't imagine that, going how you think it's going to go. Oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is an interesting conversation, though. Talking about fucking CRISPR. Got to prepare for the cold nights. Cooling down out there. Oh, really? So you like to experiment with the lab hardware? It reminds me of the biotech industry is doing a lot of stuff. Biotech is like where we order all of the lab equipment, disposable stuff like, small tubes, centrifuge tubes, test tubes, pipettes, pipette tips, because when you're doing genetic experiments, keeping everything sterilized, the sterile technique is very important because, in molecular biology, which is what you'd be doing if you're, mixing reagents and stuff, if you're doing any genetic, experiments, we're talking about like microliters of reagents that are used, microliters of DNA, just very small amounts of chemicals, and chemicals that need to be laboratory grade. So they need to be very clean. Contamination can completely destroy an entire experiment. Even the smallest contamination, the smallest changes in pH, a little too acidic or too basic, can degrade the chemicals that you're using and just completely render your experiments useless and a waste of time and a waste of money. So the technique is very important. These are part of methods, and all of the equipment that you need to do these techniques is very widely available. I mean, the biotech industry is just like a huge industry. Laboratories are just, I remember in my lab, we were pumping through pipette tips and all of these reagents. Like it was embarrassing. Like I always was felt bad about, you have to use a new pipette tip. Like you literally touch the tip of the pipette into your reagent and then you throw that pipette tip away and you get a new one. And you're just like, every little technique to be sterile is insanely wasteful in terms of the amount of little tips and stuff that you end up throwing away, because the risk of contamination is just not worth it. You might lose more money in the long run by getting contaminations or having failed experiments than if you just like do it right the first time and just use a ton of pipette tips. So it's very wasteful. The point is, it's all of that stuff should be available. Like I'm pretty sure if you knew what you needed in the lab, you probably would be able to find it. I mean, maybe some chemicals, you might need like special licensing maybe for delivery, but I'm pretty sure like I felt like most stuff was just, if you order it, it comes. Just send in an invoice for it and it just gets delivered. I remember in the lab just ordering all of this crazy shit that you'd be like, don't they check on these kind of chemicals? Nope, it's the lab. You can just buy it. You do PCR? Oh, I'm traumatized from PCR in the lab. Once you have to do it a million times, fuck that. I don't want to do any more PCR. Find someone who likes it. But the Odin Complete Genetic Engineering Home Lab, I'll have to check that, Cosmic. Thanks for sharing that. I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't even remember seeing that, so I'll have to check that out. But I'm not going to do any like self-genetic stuff, but I do think it's interesting. Like maybe we should all, I think there's definitely a benefit to taking your health in your own hands, because doctors are not going to, no one cares about you as much as you should care about your own health and stuff. So no doctor is really going to be able to help you the way that you could help yourself in a way, unless it's something only a doctor can do. And unless you've like exhausted what you can do by yourself, and now you need a doctor to help you or consult with you onto the next steps of your health. I think everybody should have a good doctor available to them that they can talk to, but I think that most of our health is kind of in our own hands, and that it's foolish to expect that a doctor would even be capable of chasing down, everything. But at least a doctor could, hopefully have a good intuition and order you the test that you need. That's usually when I go to the doctor. Only time I go to the doctor is if I can't do it myself. Like if I need an X-ray, Like one time I thought my appendix burst or something. I was having this crazy pain. I was presenting as if I might be having like an infection or a burst appendix or something like that. I don't even remember what it was. It was a long time ago. And I was like, you know what? This is getting to the point where I need like an x-ray or something. Or a CAT scan, some non-invasive imaging, just to check if I'm going to die or if this is just like, just bad pain. Maybe an infection or maybe I got some poop that needs maybe I need a belly rub. Like, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, we need to take a look, right? It has to get to that point before I go to the doctor, or if I need like, if I think I need a blood test for, something, or just a regular checkup, you got to make sure the liver, is working, and, you might want to just have your annual physical of some sort. Otherwise, they're not going to. It's mostly in our hands, is what I've learned. Glow in the dark, yes. I do think that glow in the dark tattoos would be pretty cool. Or like a GFP expressing cells, I think would be cool. I mean, can you do like GFP tattoos of some kind where you can like transfect the cells with, because they say, GFP, the green fluorescent protein, we use that as a marker in cells. And they say that this is what they say. And this is where I've always been like, I can't believe that we say this, but in science, it's thought that, transfecting a cell with GFP, like the genetic, the plasmids for GFP, and using various transfection vectors, including viral vectors, to deliver the GFP genetic information to your cell. They say that expression of GFP does not interfere with normal biological functions. So they say that like, a mammalian cell, even a brain cell, an important cell, heart cells, any cells, can be expressing a foreign protein which fluoresces when excited by a certain wavelength of light. That this is completely benign and does not affect the cell at all. It's really hard for me to believe, but it's pretty common in biological research to, express the GFP as a marker. So if that's true, we should be able to draw on ourselves using a fluorescent protein, red, green, blue, and, your core wavelengths, and it'd be just okay for that to happen and we wouldn't get cancer and die. But I'm pretty skeptical on that. Now, you still might get cancer and die because here's the issue with expressing those proteins. When you are modifying genetic information, and this is true of anything, not just the glowing stuff, if you put genes anywhere, here I think is the issue they were running into was, if I have a gene, and let's say you need that gene for whatever reason, it's maybe you're missing it, maybe your cell's not making it, whatever the problem is. If I put the gene in your cell, by whatever method, it might be electric, transfection, it might be a viral vector, like adenovirus or something. Sometimes we use viruses to deliver a genome because that's what viruses do in nature anyway. They're great at inserting their genome into your genome, so we use them as like a vehicle for genetic expression. So if we do that, there's no guarantee that gene will be inserted in the right place. We can actually break your cell by sticking genetic information into it, and then that cell could go a little bit haywire. So it's not so easy to just put genes in and then make them do what you think they're going to do. Animated tattoos composed of nanobots. Yeah, well, we're going to have to figure out nanobots first. Do we have nanobots? Or is that just like sci-fi? I'm going to eat this candy right here. I just found a piece of candy on my desk. Well, nanobots seem interesting, but what about full-size bots? Like these weird robots that are coming out of like China and stuff. I'm not going to lie, they scare me a little bit. You know, like the ones that are doing karate and like combat moves. You know, those robots, they're not like so lightweight. You know, they've got batteries and metal in them. When I saw those robots doing like full jump kicks and stuff, I was like, holy shit, those robots can kick some serious ass. That was scary. Imagine if they just send like, 100 of those robots just like attack. It'd be pretty fucked up, man. You know they're building robot armies. All perfectly in sync. Have you ever seen in World of Warcraft, we were talking about this the other night, multi-boxing. Do you remember in multi-boxing where one person is controlling multiple characters? And people would take their multi-boxers, they would take their characters into competitive arena, where they don't have it anymore. But, when we had these multi-boxer problems, there was a category of PvP called 5v5, where it's 5 players versus another 5 players. And you could bring in whatever comp you want, like mage, warrior, druid, whatever. So you got some healers, you got some DPS, and I mean, obviously, you eliminate the other team, and then you gain the rating, and you just grind rating until you become server rank 1 gladiator. So the multi-boxer would take his shamans, which were elemental shamans, so they were casters, and shamans are very deadly. So he would get all the shamans and just focus all of his tunes on one player and just press one button, and all the shamans would cast at the exact same time and hit that player. And there's no way that the player could survive that, because having the shamans hit you all at the same time was enough to basically a one-shot character. Now, normally, if 5 shamans were to go into the arena, they would be pretty deadly, because you'd be calling out moves. You'd say into the microphone to the other guys, you'd be like, okay, train the warrior, then the healer, and then back to the warrior. And you have a plan, and you're all pretty much in sync, and you can call shots out on the mic. But it's never perfectly in sync. It never worked out like the multi-boxer for whatever reason. The latency of the ping time from the moment that your finger hits that one button to the time that the shamans all focus on the same target and fire was so much deadlier than just having 5 guys going in and trying to sync up. So it was like a perfect deadly sync. That's why the robots scare me, because robots are going to be in sync potentially at lower latencies than the human brain can send an electrical signal from the brain down to your hand or your foot. It takes a little while because, our nerve cells, they are insulated, but it's not like the speed of light. There is quite a measurable delay between when we think something and then the something happens. Like there's a little bit of travel time between that. With the machines, I think it could put, it should be faster. Like they should be able to, they're going to be faster, more in sync. And then there's going to be a bunch of them and they're going to be automated and they're going to perform actions at the same time. It's going to be like the multi-boxers in World of Warcraft, completely, absolutely deadly. Anyway, robots are scary. Soldiers will go out and maybe a commander says, ready, aim, fire. And they all fire at the same time. It's going to be different when the robots all aim at something and fire at the same time. It's going to be completely different than a firing squad. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not going to think about that anymore because that's literally like some real bullshit. That's some bullshit that's happening right now, not theoretical bullshit. That one's real and happening and not theory. We just haven't seen those robots out in action yet, but I bet they're out there. We already have drones. 2026 is going to be the year of the domestic android. Several companies are releasing them. No more doing laundry, dishes, mowing lawn. That I'm into. I told my wife that I wanted to get an android to, do the dishes and wash the laundry, because we have kids. The laundry can get kind of, overwhelming. It's stacking up when everybody's, got their day going and, at the end of the day, it's like it's a pile of clothes or a few piles of clothes. So I think the robot could really help with that kind of stuff. I told her, well, they're marketing these robots, but there's also sex robots. That's been a thing coming out of Japan for a long time. And they're real funny looking. I can't imagine how that works. I can't imagine someone wanting one of those weird sex robots in their current state, but I think it's pretty clear based on some of the sci-fi movies that we've watched, and also some of the things we see coming out of ChatGPT, where people are having real relationships with the AI and forming relationships with the AI. We understand and accept, I think, that AI can provide real companionship for people. So it's only natural that, and there's sex toys, like there's already like vibrators and stuff. So if you put those ideas together, now you have, sex androids. This is no surprise. People are like, how that's a terrible idea. Like, okay, prude, like wake up. It's like, what else are you going to do with a robot? It's like, hello, do your laundry. Yes. Wash your dishes. Yes. And probably the other thing too, which is probably the main thing actually. And so, not that I want or need a sex robot. I'm just saying, like, even it's well known that, that's just what humans do. It's like the internet. It's for porn, right? Robots are for sex. I don't know if I need to explain it anymore. I hope not, because I think it all boils down to that. It can all the things we talk about can probably be reduced to our libidos. So, I told my wife, because we were talking about the androids, doing the dishes and stuff, and I was like, and there's also, they're doing that too. And she's like, I can't believe, I can't. Oh, we're not talking about this anymore. She actually really got mad at, the suggestion of a sex robot. I was like, but you can have one too. I mean, would be for both of us. And she's like, no, she hated the idea. I'm not going to pay for a sex robot anyway. So look, you're not going to see one walking around here anytime soon. Because even if there was a good one, I'm not going to buy one. But I just kind of floated the idea just to see what she would say, and it didn't work out. So just beware, guys, before you float that one with your significant others or your wives. Be careful of that one. Didn't go so well for me. How long do you think AI becomes R1 in WoW Arena? Oh, probably could do it right now. Like, because Danzo, fully automated WoW bots were a thing back in fucking, what, 15 plus years ago, and the automated WoW bots, like kickbots and other types of bots, they were very highly effective in Arena. They were a huge problem for Arena. They probably still are. I don't know. I don't know what the bot situation is like in World of Warcraft now. I know Blizzard has gotten a heck of a lot better at detecting them and banning them. And I think players are hesitant to run them because they eventually do get detected, and they've sent out so many ban waves that that you're going to get hit with a ban wave if you're botting. But automated bots were no AI involved, just pure scripting, were superior. They basically understood, and they can keep track of all the cooldowns. They can keep track of your health and your mana. They know the rotations, and then they can switch rotations based on your health and mana. So, I don't know what the AI would be used for when already a script can already do it. Maybe the AI would just be for like self-learning or just understanding more contextual stuff. So yeah. The Yopi says, "Did I hear sex robots?" What do you think? You want one? Is that a link? Is that the what's that you linked, Cosmic? Is that just a regular robot or the other kind? It'd be a lot better. Oh, for theory crafting. Oh yeah. That's right, huh? Yeah, maybe AI could discover, something novel or unique. My only skepticism on that is not the AI, but World of Warcraft itself. WoW developers really confine things so that builds can be confined. They don't want any leaky theory crafting. They don't want any like emergent creativity. They purposely close the door to that kind of thing. So they want you to be creative. At least they want you to make you feel creative in arranging your specs. But those specs are so pre-calculated that I think that whatever theory exists is what you see. I don't think there's any secrets there like Blizzard. And there used to be. But Blizzard has spent a lot of time purposely shutting down any like creative possibility, I think. It's all very balanced. That's what World of Warcraft is talking about when they say balance. And it's kind of like in Overwatch. If you notice, like, they'll introduce new characters in Overwatch. They don't really do this in WoW. Oh, yeah, they do. And sometimes with WoW, there'd be a new character that comes. Even in WoW and in Overwatch, when a new character is introduced, their abilities are very similar to a different class, just like slightly different, but balanced in the same way. So you're not gaining any like critical new functions. It just has a different name and a slightly different ability, but the outcomes, the numbers, and the production should still be the same. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't have, and it's like, here's an example. Holy Paladins in World of Warcraft, they used to be known as tank healers. Tank healing, I think, is, maybe it still exists, but Blizzard has actively tried to wipe out tank healers. At some point in the game, they made it so that you didn't need a Holy Paladin. So the problem was, if people wanted to do a 10-man raid, you needed to have a Holy Paladin. In fact, if you didn't have a Paladin, you had to go out and find one, or you had to spec it yourself. That's what I ended up doing. That's how I started playing Holy Pally, was that Holy Paladins were in high demand, and it wasn't easy. It was a hard class. Healing, not everybody can do it. Not everybody has like the patience. I liked healing. I loved that style of play. and I filled a niche, and I was able to go far. I was able to go farther in raiding and in PvP because I was the only guy willing to get good at healing and try to be a good healer and actually, take the team to the next level. So that's how I know that you needed a holy paladin. And then people complained. They were like, well, we can't find a holy paladin. It's not fair that you always have to have a holy paladin. And so Blizzard changed it. They wiped out tank healing, which sucked because it was cool that you could have like a powerful single healing player. And they made it so that every healer could now be a single healer, a single target healer. And they made it so every healer could also do AoE healing in a way. And before you know it, as specs, expansions and stuff continue change, and the specs continue changing, they all get converged in something into basically the same shit. Just same shit, different names, and everything's perfectly balanced. And you know what I was thinking? If you're going to do that, then just have everyone just have one button, and you just press one button, and that's it. Now it's perfectly balanced. That's what World of Warcraft basically is trying to do, but they don't actually do it. There's still a whole bunch of buttons. I have all kinds of buttons, and you can use them all. So it's not like that. It's not like one button. But that's kind of what they're doing when they dumb it down and they balance it. It's so balanced. We all just may as well just have a single button. Then it'll be perfectly balanced. But crit chances is still RNG. Yes, there's crit. And there's the multiplier. So there is all that too. And there's plenty to keep us busy. I don't think they fucked it up. I think the opposite. I think they're actually proven to keep us playing WoW. Like, I still pay for the goddamn game after all these years, and I still enjoy it too. I still play it, but all the months that I've paid for it and haven't used it, add up. And I pay for 2 accounts actually, because I got one for me and then I've got one for it was Miss Synapse's account, but the kids actually play it. So one of the kids will be playing my account and the other one will be playing the other account. So I actually have 2 accounts, but yeah, there's still plenty of stuff in there that you can like tune to make a superior character. And there's gear choices and gear drops and RNG that can kind of like mimic that imbalance that we used to see in specs. You can have a really tricked out character that's doing a hell of a lot more than another character that's just as good. But it's just because of the way they either like do gems or do whatever. There's all these things that I don't even understand because I don't go that far into the theory crafting. I just know the specs themselves are so like, fine-tuned because I've watched them change the specs over the years and I've seen what they're trying to do and how they converge specs. Every couple of expansions, they actually wipe out a number of abilities and maybe replace them with some simpler abilities. Like they'll do like a whole, what they call like convergence or something, just for this balance. So WoW finally has a player housing. I saw that, but I haven't tried it. It's a dream come true, really. Do you have a house? No, I haven't tried it yet, but I saw there was a quest. I just logged in the other day and saw there was a quest for the to get that started, but I don't know where my house is or where it's going to be or what that's going to be about, but that's interesting. All I do usually is heal 5-mans. So I used to do a heck of a lot more in WoW, but I find that for the time I have, like, hey, you know what? If I'm streaming more, if we actually streamed WoW, I would probably do a lot of that stuff, and I would need help. Like, I would need to do it on the stream because I'd need someone to tell me what the fuck to do. But with, since I'm not doing full-time streaming, I'm doing other stuff. I found that 5-man Mythic Plus dungeons can fit my time schedule a little better. So I could do a dungeon here and there and get my rating up, maybe do a little grinding in the early morning. And then that worked out pretty good and I was able to get some rating and stuff. But You know what? Let me, wrap it up a little bit because I did a long stream today after all. 8 hours. 8-hour stream I ended up doing. And I feel like you guys have been here the whole time. What the heck? You guys been here for 8 hours with me? How could you put up with me for 8 hours? You don't have to answer that question. Because you probably are like, that's a good question. I don't know. Somehow I've tricked you into hanging out with me, but I really do appreciate that. Oh, did I post all these? I know for sure I forgot. I forgot one of these. I forgot some of the wallpapers. So don't let me forget. Please remind me in Discord if I forgot to make your wallpaper so that I can actually get it queued up. But I did get distracted there for a while, but we did make a lot. I spent a lot of time making these. So the next step for me is to kind of automate this process a little bit. But don't let me off the hook. I need to go back and look to see which ones I missed because I left off with Crazy Diamonds. I know there's, and I know 008 wanted to try some different colors, and I also wanted to try those colors too to see. But I think Beast 6228 and Cosmic got a gift. I like doing I'll do these wallpapers for all of the subscribers, and that was actually what we used to do. Was Yopi says I love having your streams open. It's like listening to a podcast. That's awesome. I should do a podcast or just like stream more. That'd be fine. I got some spaghetti stuff to look at. The time zone are way too different to catch your streams. Yeah, and that's the weird thing too about me streaming late is I kind of really do like tippy toe on everybody's time zones when I do the late night stream. But to be honest, like that's where I've met everybody was the late night streams. What would happen if I streamed during the day? Probably better stuff. I probably would be better if I streamed normal hours, but I do it when I can. I'll stream early if I could, but usually during the day I'm really kind of on call for family and work, and that's the only time I can really actually making calls and doing stuff, being a functional adult during the day, and then in the evening I end up getting more time. But URP and WoW, I'm always a healer, converting people to the Church of the Holy Light. Oh, RPing holy in WoW, that's fine. That's a great thing about WoW is there's literally something for everyone in WoW. That's what like people end up discovering at some point is that's how you get hooked on WoW, I think too. And people discover like, whoa, this is a game that that just about you can do whatever you want in there. And my wife actually, both my wife and I, we never thought we were gonna be WoW players. And my wife is not. She hasn't played in a long time, but when she did, like she ended up, I got her playing. And then she had more characters than me. She had more leveled up max level characters than I did in no time because she actually really enjoyed playing the game. And it was just what brought her in was like character customization and stuff. Like she found it interesting that she could, make the character look how she wanted and all the different like transmog and stuff like that. She thought, she saw something she liked in transmogs, and then after that got her in, that was kind of like the foot in the door. Then she realized there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do and that it's actually a lot of fun to level up characters and to do the quests and to read the quests and stuff like that. And the kids are the same too. Like they love to level Future Rank 1. He likes it the most. Baby Rank 1, he's not so much into the questing, but he does like to grind it out a little bit. But Danzo says, is server stuff your only job? Yeah, pretty much running my company, Synaptic Media, which is my company that does a super stream system. That's pretty much what I do full time. And then I have a second company. We started another one. And that one doesn't take up too much time, but that one used to take up probably most of my time. And being a dad, that's more than a full-time job. That's more than a full-time job. The other ones are part-time in comparison. But yeah, the server stuff, I mean, I set up servers for people like pretty much every day. Like earlier today, there's some people streaming in the morning, and you know, a typical like server, you know, situation for me is you know, someone is either like onboarding, you know, like somebody setting up a server or had a server previously but wants to set it up for another event. I got a lot of people that do like seasonal streaming. So, you know, they'll only have a server active for so many months in the year. Most people, though, will keep their server active every month. So whether they're using it or not. And so if somebody's doing something different, like somebody was traveling to Germany today or yesterday, and so they were like, you know, I'm traveling all of a sudden. So can you, you know, check that everything is optimized for Germany? So I'll go and make sure that their ping times are the best for our servers in Germany. So we have stuff running out of Frankfurt, and I'll connect them to Frankfurt or whatever. Make sure they're like, you know, I don't use any like automated systems for ingest. I always configure it very specifically for like what the streamer is doing based on what we know. And so that was one thing I did. And then somebody else was setting up for like, I don't know, they're just going to be doing like 5 days of streaming, and they wanted to like start at a certain time and wanted some help making sure everything was ready for their like upcoming stream. So that's pretty much like what I do. And then sometimes people will have trouble with mobile phone, like their Android just stopped working for whatever reason. I'm like, okay, uninstall the app, reinstall, you know, it's like basic support like that, but not very much of that. People are pretty good at figuring that kind of stuff out themselves. Yeah. Yeah. And look, I try to help, like, you know, my service, as you know, it's not cheap, you know, I mean, cheap is relative, but it's not super cheap. So, you know, I'm always willing to be there for the customers and the streamers, you know, even if it's something silly like that. You know, I think if I sold a really cheap product, you know, it wasn't that expensive, then I could be like, hey, look, asshole, you know, you can, you know, ask the app developer for help. And that's what a lot of guys do, actually. That's what a lot of the other providers, you know, the people who call themselves my competitors, they will do stuff like that. They'll, you know, like one of them has a Discord, and it's basically just community help. It's like you go in there, ask in the Discord, and if somebody who knows the answer is available, maybe they'll answer you, or maybe not, or maybe just another streaming enthusiast will help you with the app or something, which is fine. That's a great resource. We like community resources. I don't do mine like that. I've never sent somebody to Discord for answers to a question. I try to help them myself with the question that they have. I don't send them to an enthusiast. I try to bring myself to the level of professional. I try to bring myself to the level of expert. I try to make sure that I am the expert and that no one is more of an expert than me. And that's something that I think they trained me in school. You know, when I was doing my thesis, my advisor told me, you are the expert at your thesis. Like, no one should know more about this than you. This is your thesis. You should be the expert at this. And so I kind of take that same attitude with my platform. I am the expert. No one knows more about this than me. And that was true because I created the whole thing. No one was doing it before me. I was the only one doing it at the start. I was the expert, not just trying to be, like, I literally was. I created the whole thing. And so I try to keep that edge, going on, even if other people have also tried to do what I'm doing too. They can't pass me in that. So I keep it that way. Now, in order to do that, you have to be the expert. You have to actually keep your ear low to the ground, and you have to work with the customers and you have to like address them directly, not through third-party help or strangers or just like somebody's part of the community. Like in the stream, like for streaming and stuff, like the community can help each other and stuff. That's great. But for my business, I like to, you know, help everybody. Now, if I had like I don't know, 30,000 customers and they all were getting ready to do a New Year's stream all at the same time, well then yes, obviously I wouldn't be able to do that all myself. But if I have 16 hours in the day, I will work 16 hours every day if my customers need me to be there to help them install an app, whatever it is. I will do it for how many hours is there in a day? 24 hours? Maybe 24 hours. As long as I get to take a nap, I will stay up that long helping everyone with whatever dumb shit they want, whether it's like, you know, super important or just like dumb shit. So that's it. I mean, yeah, I think I don't think there's many big streamers who haven't used my platform or who aren't using the platform in some way. Currently, there's probably fewer big streamers not using it. Sometimes what the bigger streamers do is they'll go through like a little phase where they'll try to, one of their mods will come in and be like, I could run all your OBS and stuff for you because I just want to, you know, be a helpful mod. And so they'll kind of cock block me sometimes, but eventually they all come back, and the mods will come back once they realize that it's not as easy as I make it look. I imagine you probably need to be an expert for the codecs and protocols and backend stuff. I basically had to become a network engineer. Yeah, basically to run the platform the way I do and to be the expert and to be there for everybody and run the platform without asking for help and without having somebody else build it for me. I had to become a network engineer and a full stack developer in order to be able to do that. Yeah, I had to learn some new skills for sure. And that's cool with me. Keeps me busy. Keeps me out of trouble. Keeps me off the street. You know? Because then what would I do if I didn't have all that other stuff to do? Well, I know what I would do. I'd probably be live. That's why I'm not live, because I'm doing all that other stuff. So I'd be live if I wasn't doing all that other stuff. So I need to be live more. I need to stop doing so much of that other stuff and just be live. How many subscribers will I need? How many subscribers do I need to replace my job as IRL father? I don't know. A heck of a lot more, that's for sure. Do you have a goal to grow in 2026 business-wise? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so, but not in the like ambitious sense that a lot of business people are, like, you know, trying to like get a lot more clients and stuff. I think what my goal for 2026 is basically relationships. I want to like, I think networking is the key. I don't ask for more customers. It's never really been the goal. I don't want to see growth like on paper. That's not really been an interest of mine. Although if you're trying to sell your company, then, you know, buyers will want to see, you know, certain growth metrics. But I'm not trying to sell the company or anything like that. what I want to do is I want to surround myself with people who can help me get stronger, and help with growth, but not like in a customer acquisition way, more of a, more of just like strengthening. I need someone to spot me at the gym. I don't want to always be the strongest guy at the gym. I want to hang around with some guys who can actually, work out with me. So like business partners. I think that's what my goal is. I think my problem is I like to hang out with friends and do business with, people I like doing business with and people I relate to. But yeah, so I haven't really thought too much about a particular goal for 2026, but that's something that I've been trying to do, I think, in 2025 going into 2026. Yeah, I don't do marketing. I'm not against marketing. It's just I'm not going to be the one to do marketing. Like, I think I could bring somebody in who does marketing. Carefully, though, because I would not want to do it the way some of the other companies do it. I would do that very carefully because I think it's kind of it's a big turnoff. I think the way the other guy does it, and basically like begs other streamers and begs my streamers to use their platform, like basically relentlessly and very consistently over time, and kind of a repetitive kind of way. It's not the most like healthy way. I don't want to do that. And I don't think streamers like that. Streamers tell me they don't like that kind of stuff and they're very turned off by that. So if I did marketing, it would really have to be, very subtle and very careful, and not the kind that not the kind of begging stuff that the other guys do. I don't like. And also, I've also tried reaching out into other industries like broadcast and stuff. We did that with the other company. Other industries, you'd be surprised. Other industries that desperately need live streaming, like on Twitch and YouTube, and kind of the live streaming that we're doing, live streaming I'm doing right now, this kind of live streaming. They are very uninterested in this style of streaming for whatever reason, even if it benefits them a lot. So it's very hard to communicate. So another relationship would probably be like, maybe an ambassador to some of these other industries, I think, which I kind of already am, but, we need more of that kind of stuff. But in terms of like accounts and getting more customers and stuff, leave the broadcast, leave these other industries, just forget about them, because they're really not a lucrative bunch, I gotta say. Maybe they are for hardware. I think they're buying equipment. I think they're buying like live views. They like some of the other broadcast industries that I've seen. They like to buy stuff like, what's the brand that I'm thinking about? They buy the weirdest hardware, and they think the hardware is going to solve everything, when in fact they could just be using software to replace all of that hardware. It's really weird. But I think it's about time for me to bounce out. I'm going to turn off the stream, and then I'm going to finish up a few things with this ComfyUI. I'm going to make sure all my workflows are saved, and so I can pick up where I left off. And the main goal, I think, after all these renders and all these generations that I did tonight, is really like the prompt management. Like, I had some weird hangups with the prompts. Like, the prompt was generating some strange text that, were coming out as like numbers sitting on the floor. Like, there was a couple of times where the LLM tried to describe an exact measurement in millimeters, and that didn't work. The image generation didn't like that measurement. It ended up just printing the number of them, 5 millimeters or whatever the LLM was trying to tell it. So that was really weird. I'm not really sure how to prevent that from happening, but it was just this one particular LLM that was trying to do that. Never seen that before. So I want to see if I can make this so automated and so reliable that it could just create these prompts and run them out without, running into those weird little mistakes. So that's going to be tough to do, I think. But I think I just have to enhance the context a little bit, because I wasn't having that problem when I use my big prompt generator, which just gives it all kinds of stuff. And I think the blanks just need to be filled in so that it doesn't go off and do something weird. But yeah, it's hard to get perfect. And all it means is if I'm struggling with it, I think it probably just means I'm not approaching at the right angle and just maybe have to try a different angle or something. But I think that's part of, creating is, it's never going to be completely automatic. I think it needs to be guided. We just have to guide it the best we can. And so even here, I can see in this one prompt, here's the exact thing that was doing it. I don't know why it does this. I don't tell it anywhere to do this. So I have to find out why it's coming up with this, but it'll say the text floats 0.5 millimeters above the surface. Well, what Qwen image is doing is it's rendering the text 0.5 for whatever reason. So that's either an error in prompt adherence. Clearly, it's not understanding what we're telling it. But then this tendency to want to make that particular measurement is the weird thing. So it's trying to measure a couple of things, and I don't tell it to measure it anywhere. So that's kind of but obviously I do. Something I say in here probably leads to that. So it's kind of there's probably some determinism in there somewhere. So all I got to do is just kind of find that little switch and, think about hashes that are deterministic. It's all you got to do is change a character and the entire hash changes. I just got to find out what that path is for it wanting to make that measurement. And I bet I can just get rid of it completely. And it might just be something completely specific to the LLM I'm using to generate the prompts. It might just be Qwen 3 8B. It's too small of a model doing weird stuff because it's just, that's what the small models do. You have to throw a bigger model at it and the problems just go away. Describing the role plus context plus audience seems to result in better results. Yes. Yep. Yeah, the whole context is, and sometimes Qwen image is very precise about listening to the prompts. And so I guess it is in a way, but it just kind of pulls out that number and wants to print it. And out of all the thousands of images that I've done, I don't recall it trying to do that one thing. But also in all of those thousands of images that I made, I'm also using a different prompt generator too. It's not this. This is very specific. So it's kind of it's very different. And I want to come up with a bunch of these specific ones. This one here makes this, whatever this environment is, this futuristic thing, and these, it makes the colors and the fire. It's all described here in this kind of somewhat of a prompt template. So I want to generate a whole bunch of those, but of really cool stuff. And how are we going to find that? That's going to be the discovery phase of running the automated prompt system and then finding some cool prompts that come out. So Yopi says, wait, you have Olama connected. I was today. Yeah, I was using this today. So I have I don't know if I showed you or not, but I do have this quite elaborate prompt generator that I was using for the pictures of my face for my character Laura. And it would just put me in weird stuff urban lifestyle is a topic and it's in JSON format, and that the subtopics are modern penthouse, city street coffee shop, rooftop at sunset, subway commute, high-end office, jazz club, late night diner. So, it would kind of randomly pick it would go through these and it would pick a category and a subcategory, and then it would expand on that. So it would do this, that's just the genre, but it would also look at some other things too. Like there's a quality stack, and I put all this in here to just create entropy, because what I didn't want to happen was if I generate 1,000 images, I didn't want it just to come up with its own random stuff and fail and just like start repeating stuff. So I wanted to add enough random shit that it would just stay going random. But hey, check this out. Wazzle's back and he dropped some biddies. Oh, we haven't seen those biddies tonight, but you got those biddies up. It says, let's bring back the wallpaper system with Psynaps. Yes, that is where it's headed, Wazzle, because you saw tonight I got behind on the wallpapers because I was really kind of trying to optimize it at the same time. I got a little behind on them and forgot some. So this is a case where Psynaps could help us out and queue those up. Even if I'm doing them manually, Psynaps has got to help us and queue it up. And then 008, he wanted a re-render with some different colors. Psynaps could help with that too. And Psynaps could maybe take your prompt. You could prompt. Yeah, I'm still going to do that one. I just, there's a couple. I kind of fell behind because there's a couple I want to do, but I want to see if I can do that one too. And not only that, but I think Psynaps could also maybe take a little custom prompt. You could make the prompt maybe and then see what Psynaps cooks up. I would like to see that. If we get it going, I mean, tonight it was going a little bit there. There was a little hype train. I think that that's the perfect time for Psynaps to, then you control Psynaps and see how far you could take Psynaps' little prompt thing. So that's kind of scary too. We might have to do the private stream for the initial launch of the Psynaps, because you know how Psynaps likes to troll me all the time. But perfect. Yeah, perfect idea. We're definitely gonna do that. That's the goal. Do you have a prompt generator model API linked in your workflow? Like well, I can describe it a little bit, like what it's doing, but oh yeah, because I showed Yopi so this is the Python, but here's what I was going to say. So let me just go through it, because I was going to say that the prompt is sent as a payload to Olama locally. And I probably should get off of Olama and get onto some other platform, because Olama is like, when something goes wrong, we don't know if it's just Olama or the model or whatever. But Olama, it's very convenient. It's very easy to launch. Anybody could launch it. It's very, and it seems to be updated pretty good. Some people claim that other things like Llama or VLLM or whatever, there's some other ones that the pros like to use a little more because more configurability or something. But this one here, I give it a prompt, give it a temperature, set the model in. It's done a lot of work for me, so I kind of learned to trust it a little bit. Except for tonight, it kind of did some weird stuff. So that's the back end there. And then in the front end on Comfy itself, we kind of just asked the question, okay, so do I even need why don't I just make a node that does all that stuff and put that in here? And so we did that. I did that as well. I made a custom node that runs that whole prompt generator just as a node. Where's that one at? We used it tonight, but it wasn't the text generator. It's actually, I think it's not any of these. It's I think it's this one here. Oh yeah, this refiner. So this one, the one that does my face, it has a face refiner in it. So this one right here, Psynaps random prompt generator. So this one is a node I made, and basically what it is it's this code right here. It uses my whole thing, but it just makes it into a Comfy node. And I'm not gonna lie, Gemini helped me to turned it into a node. I just gave it my code and I was like, make this a Comfy node, and it just added some code at the bottom that helped me transform it into a Comfy node. So this one's working really well because, and even though I'm using the Qwen 3 VL8B, this small model, just an instruct model, whatever it is about the larger context of all that Python, it doesn't do any weird stuff. It actually does what I expect. Now, the text generator is different because here I don't use my backend prompt generator. Here I just append and prepend text to these like concatenate text boxes. So it builds the prompt template and it knows the name, but it's just concatenating here. And then it sends it to Ollama. And this Ollama is a pre-made node. You can download this too. There's a couple of Ollama nodes out there. I just downloaded this one. It seemed to have some, it's called ComfyUI Ollama. And it does let me set some things. I don't know if it's truly working that well. I think it's kind of a little funny. I think it's a little glitchy. I think I might actually replace this whole thing with like the one I made, like with my own node, and just kind of run it through like just some Python so I know exactly what it's doing. Or maybe I can dissect this node and actually, like, I don't know, fork the node into my own thing or something. But I'll probably just like, I'll rewrite it. But that's going to take a little while to rewrite. So it's going to be like a little on the to-do list. But if I can get this to work, I'll just use it like this, but it was giving me problems tonight. So I think, what I'll try doing first before reinventing the wheel, I'll just try to like get my prompts really solid and then see if I can run it through this. And then if not, then I'll just build the prompt generator, which I'll probably end up having to do anyway. But I want to keep it simple. I don't want to like, go programming a bunch of stuff for Comfy unless we're really going to use it. If we're really going to be making these and it's really helping out and it's really like, educational and it's contributing to the stream and to you guys, then I will have no problem going and making that. So yeah, it'll be totally worth it. And then, so yeah, Comfy kind of comes up, I give it kind of a little template, just enough so that it has some stuff to randomize. Because we don't want every prompt to be exactly the same. Honestly, we could. Like if we find a really good prompt and a really good seed, then we'll just run it. But I wanted there to be like, mix it up a little bit so we could make 10 wallpapers and pick the ones that look the best, something like that. So we'll get there. We'll figure out what exactly we want to do. And then once it generates that prompt, it just runs it through the 3D text thing. And you saw how well that worked. It actually worked pretty well. And then what we have yet to do, what we did not do yet, is after this pipeline is figured out, then look where this spaghetti goes. This bowl of spaghetti is the video. So we're going to try to get the video. See if we can get the videos going here. But yeah, so, you're wondering if I ran the prompt generator locally? Yep, it's all local. Like we were actually watching the memory and stuff earlier. To see how much GPU Ollama was using, and so how much VRAM it was using, kind of watched it behave and misbehave. And so that's why, yeah. So to run it local, that's a challenge because now where are you going to come up with that VRAM? You got the VRAM for the image generators going. You've got the VAE, the clip, and now you've got local LLM. It can be a little too much. So luckily I've got that's why I've got a computer there, and I'm also using this one here. And between all of them, we managed to create a couple of things and break a couple of things at the same time. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me. I think, rip electric bill. Oh yeah, we don't, it's been unseasonably warm, so I have not had to use any air conditioner or heater in the last couple of months. So I think I've probably offset the money I would have saved on energy through not having to do heating and cooling. Everything's been pretty cool. I just open the door if I want to cool down. But now I'm running the GPU a lot at, you know, a couple 100 watts. So I think I'd probably still save some money. We'll see. I also got some solar panels that I have to install to help me save money on electricity too. So we're going to be solar. Oh, Wazzle, you want one too, but you want whiskey. Okay. You have to remind me in Discord. So make sure you guys tell me so I don't forget, because I'm really tired. I'm actually going to turn off the stream and go to bed. So, but I don't want to forget them, because I do want to do all these. So you have to remind me. But I got to have a custom water loop to use the GPU. Oh, God. Well, yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out what goes on there. But 008, Wazzle, everybody, Danzo. Oh, shoot. There's so many people. Yopi. So many people came to the stream. Cosmic Voyager got me going on so much like philosophical stuff, and kind of opened some ideas and suggestions to me that I wasn't even thinking of that I got to go find out. And Zenkai was in there. I'm just scrolling up in the chat. There's a lot of chat tonight. So thank you guys, all of you guys. And also, Wazzle hit me with some bits and some subscribed gifts earlier. That was sick. Triggered the hype train and everything. My hype train threshold is very low because, you know, I haven't streamed in a while. So a couple of subs came in and the hype train came out. So that was fun. That was funny. That's funny how it's kind of dynamic. Crazy Diamond was in there too, and Beast 6228. Vanguard, I think did a sub. Giza Dragon, Turn Up the Bacon, 008. There's a couple too, and some follows. So thank you guys for that. And I will see you guys soon.